Good morning, everybody. I was very pleased to see silence descended on the room as soon as we walked in. This is among the most important discussions we're going to have throughout this conference. I'm sure people will be coming in since it's a Saturday morning, and I think a few people went out and had a look at Riga last night, which is a beautiful city. I'd like to introduce, first of all, the panel. You have most of their names in front of you. But Ambassador Anatoly Kutsevol, the Ukrainian ambassador to Latvia, gallantly joined at the last minute. Welcome, Ambassador. Dr. Hanna Shelest is Director of the Security Programs at the Foreign Policy Council Ukrainian Prism, sitting next to the Ambassador. Another ambassador from my home country, Ambassador Martin Harris, who tells me he's only been 6 weeks in the job in Kiev, the UK ambassador to Ukraine, but is a seasoned expert in Ukraine and that region. And an old friend, Maria Mezentseva, sitting right next to me, who's head of the permanent delegation of the Verkhovna Rada to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. The topic of discussion is a comprehensive strategy for a secure Ukraine. And to frame the discussion, I just wanted to relate to you some text messaging I had a little earlier this week. I'm based in Washington, D.C., and I was writing with a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Europe. It was a private conversation, so I won't mention the person's name, but I think it's quite a nice little insight into what the United States senior officials are thinking. So this is what I said to him, and I'll tell you his response, which was very short. Regarding my trip to Riga this weekend, and bouncing off your above thoughts too, I think the Ukrainians are deeply concerned that the lack of a decisive breakthrough on the battlefield, combined with the crisis in the Mideast, combined with the onset of winter, combined with January elections in Taiwan, combined with forthcoming US primary season, could lead to allied calls, privately at first, for a ceasefire leading to a frozen conflict without a just peace agreement. Ambassador, we talked about this a little bit earlier. We talked about it, Maria, with you and with others on the panel. Maria, you've just come from Ukraine, I think. I wonder how you respond to that version of what you think in Ukraine about the state of the world and the potential for fragmentation of support given the wider context.
Thank you for the provocation from the very start. We hope to be your morning coffee, dear friends, for those who haven't had the chance to have one. My name is Maria Mezentseva. I'm a member of parliament from Kharkiv, which is the second largest city in Ukraine. Before full scale, it used to be 2 million people, sort of like Vienna in comparison. We have had difficulties during the first half a year of the full scale because 1/3 of our region was under occupation. And according to many institutes of war and peace across the globe, it was named one of the most successful military operations in contemporary history in Kharkiv region, the liberation. So currently, the difficulties and challenges haven't changed, but we know them better than we knew them before. And that means that we are better prepared for protecting our critical infrastructure. We are better prepared to understand which particular items of weapons our allies have. We have been discussing yesterday the allocation of 2% of GDP of every NATO member as a target, as a very ambitious target. I can tell you a figure, and it's almost 26% of the national GDP in Ukraine we're allocating next year for security and defense, which is way more than 2%. We do know that it's a different circumstances our budget is in when 7 billion euros are spent monthly to maintain the country, 3.5 of which were taken out from the IMF, EU support, and other allies who are contributing to our financial security. The UN has calculated this war of aggression has influenced 94 countries in the world and 1.7 billion people globally. So indeed, we cannot focus only on ourselves. Therefore, the developments in the Middle East, which we're facing today, are clearly showing that the signature of Russian aggression has spread out. By watching the videos from Israeli streets, we were brought back in March and April 2022, watching the streets of Bucha, Irpin, Kramatorsk, Kupiansk, and other small towns which were brutally invaded, and people there were murdered and tortured. According to the plan of President Zelensky and the 10 points where justice surely comes first, the suggestion of international tribunal for the crime of aggression is an answer, friends, because if we don't send a very straightforward signal that such kinds of invasion and such kinds of aggression will be punished, nothing would work, because dictatorships across the globe are receiving a reversal message. You can do whatever, you can invade, you can annex, you can rape, you can use the resources of other states for your own purposes and maintain your dictatorship forever. This is a wrong signal. The current international law does not provide us instruments to bring perpetrators of the highest humankind crime nature of an aggression to justice. That's why we have to create international tribunal, and we have to respond to that. Because if not the aggression which occurred in 2014, and this is European Court of Human Rights which is saying that, not me, we would never have had 107,000 plus recorded war crimes, which Ukraine is registering daily, and very soon it will be sent out to the register of damage. And that would be my last point as of now, because we think justice shouldn't be only on the papers. Every person who suffered these war crimes in Ukraine has to receive compensations. And that was confirmed in Iceland, in Reykjavik in May. This is the 4th time in 74 years of the Council of Europe existence, with all the member states, plus G7, plus other partners, including the Global South. So 45 member states are saying, yes, the compensation have to be allocated. I know I'm saying last but not least yet again. Last but not least, it's not Ukraine, it's not UK, it's not Latvia, it's not Japan, it's not any other state on this globe who should pay for this aggression and these war crimes. This is precisely Russian frozen assets, central bank money, other private equities across the globe that should be used for these purposes. Belgium is passing already 2.7 billion, I think, and everyone should follow this example.
We're definitely going to come back to that very comprehensive list of points, all of which are absolutely crucial. I didn't actually give the response of the former US Assistant Secretary of State, who, when I raised the problem about so many different events and the question of capacity, he said, the Ukrainians are right to be concerned. Are you concerned that with so many things going on right now? I mean, I wrote an article for Politico a little earlier in the year in which I talked about, you know, the challenge of two great conflicts on either side of the Eurasian landmass, Ukraine on this side, potentially Taiwan on the other. Now, with what's going on in the Middle East, we have the southern arc to contend with. Are you concerned about capacity?
Well, good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to start with provocative is quite good every time to actually refresh and to remind where we started with. So I guess key provocative question was at the beginning of this mass aggression in 2022, whereas we can still survive 3 days. So that throw is still there, 300 days already. And then my answer, quite clear answer to that question, is that I don't believe that the Ukrainians are concerned. I do believe that all around the world are concerned that this could lead to such case that we won't be able to support Ukraine. And then it's actually the provocative question to all partners, whereas we are ready to move forward with decisions we should be taken. And I would like to totally support Maria with a quite open question which is on the table since 2022. What do we do with frozen assets? Why do we need to spend money of all partners if we have frozen assets? So that's actually the situation which we have to discuss, is whereas this kind of situation leads us to be creative and innovative in decisions, in instruments, then it means that totally all these events could lead us globally as a community to take this decision. And then it will be a new practice for international law, generally for other nations, and it will be quite good message worldwide to other countries who might start any kind of aggression in future. That's what we have to think about. And I would quote my president that we are not fighting only for us. We are fighting for the future of this world, and we are talking about the ideas what should be implemented to make this world be peaceful in future. If we do not do anything with that, then this figure of 2028 might come up once again on the agenda. Then what? Who is next?
Well, but this is the point. I mean, I doubt there's anybody in the panel that would disagree with that, and yet there is always a question of capacity. And at the end of the day, it's very easy to miss the wood for the trees. This is a war. And so what happens on the battlefield is going to determine outcomes, is going to determine what allies think. And there is a lot of conversation out there. I'll tell you, in Washington, D.C., you're hearing all the time now about West Germany and South Korea. West Germany joined NATO in 1955. 35 years before the unification of Germany, there was a kind of settlement. Korea is still ongoing, but there's a kind of settlement there. Are you concerned that with so many other things going on in the world, in the absence of a decisive breakthrough on the battlefield, given that this is a war, that there's going to start to be pressure, as I say, privately at first, to freeze the conflict and do the best you can under very difficult circumstances?
Well, I would give just one short remark on that. If you compare just weapons, as in you have to think about February 23, 2022, when everybody just compared weapons. But when you start to compare people and possibilities of these people, it's unknown every time. And once again, 3 days and 600 days. So we have to take into account that one. What is the motivation of these people and what are they fighting for?
Ambassador Harris is a representative of one of Ukraine's strongest allies. Are you feeling the pressure do you feel the pressure, and do you hear that from allies, that if there isn't a decisive breakthrough, winter's coming on, so many other things happening, that we're going to have to, quote, face reality here and freeze this conflict?
Well, Robin, I think, first of all, you asked what Ukrainians think. What the polling shows is that, first of all, Ukrainians are recognizing that this will be a long struggle. So if last year about 70% of Ukrainians thought that this could be finished by the end of the next year, now that's less than half. So I think there's a realization that this will be a long struggle. But also, 84% of Ukrainians think that this war will end with Ukraine taking back all of its territories. So the resolve of the Ukrainian people to win this war is not in doubt. I think it's important to understand correctly what's happening on the battlefield, because I think it's a bit more dynamic than some people would see. It's true that on the land campaign it continues to be very difficult progress as the Ukrainian forces work their way through those lines of defense. But if you look at the broader picture, and in particular look at the maritime picture, it's incredible what's been achieved by the Ukrainian armed forces. So first of all, by taking Snake Island, by taking those gas platforms in the Western Black Sea, and then by the strikes in Crimea last month, the result of that is that the Black Sea fleet has been pushed back 335 kilometers from Sevastopol to Novorossiysk. And that has a geostrategic importance, because what we're now seeing is that the Western Black Sea is open to Ukrainian shipping coming out of Odessa. And since last week, I think 27 ships have now gone out of Odessa. Ukraine is exporting again, not just grain, steel as well. The Russian blockade is not working. And the result of that is that the IMF has now revised its forecast for the growth of the Ukrainian economy from a further contraction this year to plus 2% this year, and the Ukrainian government is confident that could be 4 or 5%. So we're seeing the Ukrainian economy grow. We're seeing the armed forces of Ukraine pushing back the Russians. And since the start of this year, the Ukrainian government statistics show that in 75% of Ukrainian districts, there was not a single war-related incident. No strikes, no shelling in 75% of the country. And that is now creating the conditions for reconstruction. I was in Chernihiv last week and seeing businesses that have now recovered from the horrific occupation that they saw last year are now rebuilding their factories. A wonderful example of a startup. There is a company in Chernihiv that is now making electric bikes and looking to export them to Europe while this conflict is going on. So I think this demonstrates that actually there is basis for reconstruction now. There is also continued support by Western partners. And of course, the support that the UK has given in long-range fires is now being taken up by the Americans with the use of ATACMS in Ukraine as well. So there is a lot more progress, I think, that there's a lot of progress that has been made this year already, particularly in the maritime space, and there's more progress to come in pushing back Russia's forces and creating the space now for the Ukrainian economy to grow and recover.
It's very interesting, and I definitely want to come back to that. I want to bring in right now Hanna Sheles, Director of the Security Programs at the Foreign Policy Council, Ukrainian Prison. I mentioned that I live in Washington, D.C., and one of the reasons why I'm generally confused in life is because I wake up every morning and watch Morning Joe on MSNBC. I watch, and I literally go through all three. I watch the CNN morning program, and I watch Fox and Friends, and I go back and forth. And one thing I can assure you is that the message that Ambassador Harris has conveyed is not getting through to the American public, that there actually is progress on the battlefield. The reason why I raised the question of a frozen conflict is because that is where a lot of the discussion is going in DC. Are you concerned that, look, at the end of the day, the United States is the key ally here. Are you concerned that the United States is rhetorically very strong, but there's so much else going on in the world that they will start to move away from the position of resolute support, Ukraine's going to win this war, to, come on guys, you've got to face reality?
Thank you. You know, that is such a simple question, but unfortunately there is no simple answer to it because it doesn't consider only from what is happening inside of the United States. And it seems to me that the biggest problem that we had during these 600 days is, and even more, because de facto these threats started in 2014 in terms of the world perception of what is happening. That is not the problem of the lack of capacities, of capabilities. It is the threat of the false assumptions and false parallels about what is happening in Ukraine and about the Russian actions and about what international community can do. Ukraine is not Germany, because we are not the defeated power. We will not be divided between the four powers and somebody doing something. Yep. So if we are speaking about occupied territories and Ukraine, we are not speaking about the division because of the certain peace settlement. We are definitely not Korea because we didn't have the domestic conflict of that type, and definitely with the old Korean support from the externals, but you still had two entities inside of Korea. And me being from Odessa, Maria from Kharkiv, we're those two cities that always been presented as the Russian forepost. And what you see, when the first week of the war, we had the polls in Odessa, and 90% of Odessa people said that they clearly understand that Russia is an aggressor and that they support the decision of the president of Zelensky to continue fighting and to not to allow the conquering of Odessa. That's really blowed the mind of a lot of the Russian propagandists, because how it come? Odessa should surrender immediately, Kharkiv should surrender immediately. It's not happening. That's the false assumptions from which we've been coming. And the international support been coming from the false assumptions about which Ambassador just talked. 3 days. Why do you need to support Ukraine if it is just 3 days? Okay, not 3 days, 3 months. That would be over. And de facto, we had a problem that for 1 year, most of our partners were not increasing production or trying to understand how, what we really would need, just what they had in their stockpiles. And industry became unprepared. Yesterday we had a wonderful statement from one of the panelists that the industry said, yeah, we will be ready in 4 years. 4 years? Ukraine don't want to be in the war for 4 years. That's why the question is what is now. That's why it was so important when BAE came and opened office in Kiev, because that was a clear demonstration of the understanding of the necessity of the quick decision. The same happened. With the US, we definitely been trapped in the situation of the, when media presented most of the assistance to Ukraine as the big number and Ukraine. So in the minds of the American population, it is $40 billion going to Ukraine. When then you open what is inside of this 40 billion last year, that was when it was the biggest decision, Ukraine should receive something like 6 billion, if I'm not mistaken. All others were going directly to the United States for the increasing production, for paying to the EUCOM, the European Command in Stuttgart, for other activities. So de facto, this money were spent for the Americans, for the development of the industry, economy, payment, taxes, wherever, but that's never been really told to the American public. And now, when you hear this new statement of President Biden about 100 billion requested for Ukraine and Israel, that was the first time when he clearly, and that was, it seems to me, very important message of his address, he clearly said that it's not money that we are just throwing to Ukraine. That is the money for Arizona, for Philadelphia, for other states where we produce these weapons.
Yeah, no, so exactly. He actually, of the 105 billion, 60 billion is devoted primarily to replenishing the US's own military stocks.
Exactly, and not only replacing, but also producing in the United States, and he emphasized this. And we know that especially before the elections, they always fight like who would receive the new contract. So that was the address not to the international community, not to Russians, that was addressed exactly to the American voters to understand why this support is important. But at the same time, you know, the question is, you started that fragmentation or something, that's always the question of understanding that is not just about Ukraine. Yes, for Russia, that's first of all about Ukraine, but all the parallels that we are doing, we need to explain to other countries, and that Israel happened partially because Ukrainian case was not solved, not punished, because Iran was encouraged for helping Russia and thinking that you can be unpunished, because Wagner was doing wherever they wanted around Africa and in Ukraine. I spent, within the last few months, several trips for Southeast Asia. And it was really interesting to talk with them about the parallels. Do they understand why they need to support Ukraine? And they are still very divided. Singapore understands. And they said maritime issues, exactly how easily you can be blocked. They speak about disinformation, about cyber, about asymmetric warfare. Philippines are really confronting China and saying, like, we know that you are following Russian steps and what Russian methods are using, that you can do it against us. But then you are coming to some other countries like Thailand, and they think that they can be absolutely exempted from this. They don't feel this urgency and burden. Then you come to Africa, and you hear absolutely different statements like, oh, you cannot be colonial war or anti-colonial war, you're white. This response really shocked me, like, you cannot fight anti-colonial war because you're white. So do you understand that that's also racism? But now just opposite way. And we can argue why it's happened, because Ukraine didn't have diplomatic representation over there, or because Russian propaganda had been working since the Soviet Union, very successful. But in those countries, you just feel it more crystallized. But absolutely the same rhetoric we can see in many Western partners. And if you ask me what I'm afraid now, I'm not afraid of the exhausted stockpiles. I'm afraid of the déjà vu that I have now talking with some of the British, American, and German colleagues. I felt as being back to March when they tried to persuade us to surrender, but presenting it as we are your biggest friends.
But hold on a second. What do you mean they tried to persuade you to surrender?
You know, what I already thought that I can forget since October last year, when we thought that we persuaded all our partners why Ukraine needs to fight, why Ukraine needs to liberate the whole territories. The last 2 months, as I hear at more and more events, especially when it is the Chatham House rule involved, the proposal that, are you sure you need to fight back the whole territory of Ukraine? Are you sure we will have capacity to help you with Crimea? Do you really need Donetsk? And you know, it is packed with all these very friendly, like, we really care about you. You haven't slept because of the air raids. Maybe that's time to finish.
Well, that's exactly where I started with the concept of a frozen conflict. But perhaps I can turn to Ambassador Kutsubel bouncing off Ambassador Harris, because actually to counter that narrative, it seems that what Ambassador Harris said is very important, is that is there a danger that we're missing a lot of progress on the battlefield that's being made by Ukraine?
Well, probably the key reason why we as a country which is supported by all partners, because we are doing everything at the same time and showing it. We started to do reforms at the same time as we do the war. We try to recover at the same time as we have the war. We are totally changing the approach to an experience which has been there in the world before. So that might be the reason why we have this discussions and then also tensions on do we have concerns or not. I would recall that plenty of questions on slide on which I would also like to react, but I would come back to the experience of the beginning of the 2022. So first impressions in first 2 weeks of the war from partners were, are you able to work? Are you just working on this matter? So that was actually the question. So impression on other part of the line was, you're under the war, you're under the shelling. How can you actually manage to do these things? And I'm happy that we have these discussions on publicly exposed persons in Ukraine. So just to understand that during the wartime, we are working on that matter. So just to express the feeling. And that all these are leading us to the key point. We are talking about values and principles. If we share the same values and principles, then it's totally another way to perceive the situation. Why do we need all territory back? Because it's a principle. A country which has the margins of 1991 should get all these territories back. Just a principle, easy to understand. When somebody starts to talk about negotiations and trading territories, my president was quite clear. Trade another territory. Why are you trading our territory?
But you see, the point I made a few moments ago, and again, this is a discussion which, I mean, it's endlessly repeated, the West Germany, South Korea example now. It started out earlier in the year as occasional, and now it's just never stopped, is that at certain points one has to recognize that geopolitical realities are as they are. You will get your territory back in the end, but there might have to be an interim solution before you get there.
Really?
Well, it's not my argument. Well, I mean, really? It's good to hear. But
so let's come back to 2014. We have a really good example of a territory when all commanders said, you have to leave it. It was a Donetsk airport. What has happened? Ukrainians stood there and we got a really interesting and new story for different generations already. Just an example. That's a key point. And you cannot actually admit that the fact that we are changing actually the experience in the world. I cannot rely on previous experience which was in the world. That's what I'm trying to think out of the box. And that is why Ukraine is not compared from the point of view of weapons to other countries, and that actually is a successful story, to think out of the box. If you have like one weapon against you, you have 40 weapons, you have to think how to use this weapon appropriately. That's the point.
Maria, you're very rarely anything other than extremely resolute. I don't doubt how resolute you are, but back in Ukraine, you're also part of the Verkhovna Rada, your constituents. What are Ukrainians feeling about this? Is there war weariness?
Regardless of the fact that we are approaching our daily life as carpe diem, we just have this day. I might not know if I'm gonna be awake tomorrow because it's 45 seconds for S-300 Soviet rocket type to arrive to my home place, which was shelled 17 times while me being there. It all doesn't matter. We have 24 hours per day as any other person on this planet. But indeed, I agree with Ambassador, we're multifunctioning at most. And if we are using this approach, it looks like Ukraine is on the menu. And we are trying to raise up the appetite of Russia, which has imperialistic nostalgia of the former states of the USSR. And it's not about Russia versus Ukraine. I think, friends, historically, we have underexplained ourselves that this war, existential war, because they're trying to wipe us off from the planet Earth. They're using genocidal acts like deportations of children, like mass murders and the forcible disappearances of people. We may not even know how many thousands of them disappeared. One of my family members has disappeared in February. We're still searching for him. And these cases have to be addressed. And this existential war is beyond Ukrainian territory, 1991 borders. The project of EU, which was created for peace, started with the coal and steel agreement, all that, was not expecting that in 74 years it will be challenged by a massive, brutal, war in different areas. Are we sending a good signal to a possible conflict around Taiwan? We're not. Are we sending the right signal to the Middle East? I don't think we are. The terrorist organization recognized by many member states, and Ukraine will do it very soon, Hamas, would never be able to conduct such paragliding mainland and sea-wide operation next to the borders of Israel. They could never do that without Iran and Russia. We are just refocusing right now, which is also wrong. So if you would ask me what Ukraine still needs, together with the partners, to be continuing using Article 5, not at place by involving the forces on the ground, but by involving the 600 plus different NATO type equipment, which we have proven can be used very multifunctioning way. We have targeted, first time in the history, hypersonic with air defense of US and other partners. Could that be possible? No, we have targeted other types of rockets with AK. This is impossible, friends. The impossible is in front of our eyes. Yesterday, I was taking a seat in the very last row of these panels, trying still to multifunction and simultaneously sending over the night vision drones to Bakhmut and Kupiansk and Avdiivka, one of the three main hotspots of this current brutal war. But boys and 45,000 ladies who are serving in our forces, they are doing impossible. And this impossible should overlap. The stories should be rolling. We can't just be begging for something, like weapons, for instance. We should be delivering the stories. First time we have a case of MIGA, the agency of the World Bank, together with UK partners and others, securing businesses, giving them guarantees that if the rocket would shell your spot of production, you will be granted compensations back. It gives a feeling of stability. It gives a possibility to talk about the development of the economy. We are definitely lacking people because we're having still around 6 million outside of the country, 5 million migrating through the country, and around, I don't know, Ambassador, would that be 7 or 8 at the temporary occupied territories? So, where we are being challenged, what's next? The next is what we had yesterday, is weapons which are equal to humanitarian aid and stability, a possible stability of our economy. That is not a issue of Ukraine. This is not a conflict in Ukraine. This is a global aggression which is spreading with a speed which we could never faced before. And friends, I understand that it's not felt probably in many capitals globally. That's why we continue inviting you on the spot. Believe me, this feeling which we're taking back home does bring a difference. It gives your partners a different view on the things, and it brings results. This is existential. I might not know if there will be another Riga conference for me. That's why I have to tell all that now.
Maria, they will... There's definitely going to be another conference for you. There's going to be hundreds of conferences for you, mostly back in Ukraine and also in the occupied territories right now. I'm going to bring in the audience in just a couple of minutes. There's a gentleman here. Could people with microphones be prepared to bring... There's a gentleman here, but first of all, I'm going to bring in Ambassador Harris again, and then Hannah. Ambassador.
Yeah, I think in terms of how we look at this going forward, I mean, first of all, it's really clear for anybody who's seen the parts of Ukraine that have suffered occupation that to leave parts of Ukraine under occupation is not morally acceptable. And I think that's the first feeling that you feel in Ukraine, that the liberation of the occupied territories is a moral responsibility of the Ukrainian people, and we support that as Ukraine's partners. Also, it's very clear that a frozen conflict is not a sustainable peace. And as the ambassador said, we have, unfortunately, a painful experience of that already in Ukraine. But I think as Ukraine's partners, we're now looking to also have the longer-term view on this. What is required for Ukraine's forces to prevail? But then, given that after this conflict the threat won't go away, what is required to then defend Ukraine and to deter future Russian aggression? And so there, I think it's really important that we increasingly incorporate Ukraine's military-industrial complex in the military-industrial complex of the West as a whole. That we have a future force for Ukraine that can be easily integrated with other NATO forces, and that we have a military-industrial complex that can support that. And so I'm really pleased that BAE Systems is now open for business in Kiev. And it's absolutely true that this is to the benefit of our own countries. I was delighted to find the other day that 100 jobs are being created in West Wales to produce drones to support the Ukrainian armed forces. Because this is a collective endeavor. This is not just about the defense of Ukraine, it's about the defense of European security in the future, in which Ukraine will be a major partner. And so I think as we now move from the exigencies of that urgent, immediate response to Russia's horrific invasion, we can now start to build the security infrastructure and the security forces that will help Ukraine join with us in defending European security in the future. And that's why it's so important that we get the military-industrial complex working together, also that we get Ukraine's economy working, and that we start investing in the reconstruction of the country.
Hannah, briefly, and then for the microphones, the gentleman here was the first. Oh, he's got it. Very good.
Several statements regarding, first of all, the frozen conflict. First of all, frozen conflict is the worst case scenario for Ukraine. It's not the best. It's not a ceasefire. Ask our Georgian and Moldovan colleagues how many years they are living with the so-called frozen conflict. Ask Nagorno-Karabakh about the frozen conflict, and you would understand that that is definitely not a solution. It's just reproduction of the problems on the ground. Korea, 70 years? The issue is not solved and without any perspective. Do you really would like the second North Korea just in the middle of Europe? That probably should be the best answer for the Korean scenario for us. And then ask people at the temporarily occupied territories. Look what Russians are doing at the temporarily occupied territories. That is one of the main messages that we are trying to send now to our colleagues in many countries around the world. We are not fighting for the territories. It's not for the additional square kilometers, it is for those peoples at the occupied territories. Because it is not the situation of the Eastern Berlin, where you still could speak German language, go to the German schools. What Russians doing for the first, when they are coming to the village, they are burning Ukrainian books, bringing Russian teachers, and trying to re-educate Ukrainian kids. We are not speaking about the ephemerical occupation as the legal term. We are speaking about the very concrete actions of the Russian people and Russian forces at the occupied territories. So that's why those people don't want to wait 70 years for just stop being Ukrainian, and here I'm speaking Ukrainian as a political nation, because it's happening to all ethnic groups at these territories, and we know it especially for Kherson region, what is happening there. That's why, honestly, I was extremely badly surprised with yesterday's statements of our Russian speaker when he said it's just 8–10% of the Russian population who supports war. The problem is that Russian population in Russia usually think that there is no war. So it is how you frame the question. If you ask, do you support war? They're thinking about something future, that the war should be announced. But if you ask them about single people of Ukrainian Russians, or about what they are doing in Ukraine, they are liberating Ukrainians from some kind of the Nazi regime in Kiev. Yeah, you have the representative of the Nazi regime here, yep. You imagine from what we are liberated. You would have absolutely different numbers, because we are monitoring and observing. I would really call him to read social networks of Russians, how many mothers, women, and families are supporting the war in Ukraine, how they are saying why you don't use more weapons against downtown Odessa, why you finally would not use nuclear weapons. And it is in mass, because the perception is absolutely different. So frozening the conflict, it's not just stopping shelling S-300 against Kharkiv. It is also frozening that propaganda inside of Russia and the developing of this genocidal intention of the Russian people against Ukraine.
It's a very interesting point you raise that's often missed, because I think that perhaps it's post-imperial guilt, perhaps it's all sorts of reasons that, and Maria, you've been very strong on this in many occasions when I've been with you, is that there is this sort of perception that there's this tiny little dictatorship at the top of Russia, and the rest of the Russian population is completely innocent and, you know, largely just listening to propaganda. There's a lot more support, a lot more aggression within Russian political culture than people want to admit. Sorry, I took off my moderator's hat and put on a participant hat there. But I'm going to bring in the gentleman here first. I would just say to everybody, please, you're absolutely free to make a comment rather than a question, but it can't be longer than 30 seconds.
Yeah. I am Klaus Wittmann, former Bundeswehr general, and I teach contemporary history at Potsdam University. And when we come to Ukraine, I like to quote to my students what the most eminent East European historian Karl Schlögel once wrote. We all must go back to school because we all have taken the habit to look at Ukraine only through Russian eyes. And I have not a question but two remarks very quickly. First, the criticism of the slowness of the Ukrainian offensive is deeply unfair, because it was the slowness and limited number in which, for instance, combat vehicles were given to Ukraine that allowed the Russians half a year to establish a 3-layer fortified defense, mind you, defense of the robbed territory, with an extent of mining never seen. And on the media front in Germany, I am fighting that we make up for what we failed. And with the second remark, I want to echo and reinforce what was already said by some of the panelists. I warn against any frozen conflict scenario or something like East and West Germany. Even if communist Germany was a dictatorship, people there were not treated like Ukrainians in Russian-occupied territories. Their identity was not wiped out. And territories to be ceded, as some people put it, are not just abstract stripes of land, but the home of millions of Ukrainians, and we know what crimes they are exposed to under Russian occupation. Some of it was mentioned, and most worst, I find something like the deportation of children, tens of thousands, and the violent Russification.
Thank you. And actually, I'd like to pick up on the first part of that question, because I think this speaks to, I think everybody now is kind of agreed that the last thing we want is a frozen conflict. Unfortunately, I'm not going to say it's off the table. but we don't want that. It's potentially a disastrous scenario, and a frozen conflict thaws and becomes another conflict in the future. However, a very interesting first point is that is the new weaponry, and perhaps both ambassadors would be best qualified to talk about this, is the new weaponry that's now coming into Ukraine, is this actually, I hesitate to say the word game changer, but is it actually proving, is it making a very significant difference?
Well, first of all, by trying to answer that question, I would say that we need to look into history, and I'm admiring the experience of Great Britain in entering the Second World War, and what Prime Minister Churchill did and how he struggled to get US on board. So there were years to do that, and also US went through the system of elections, political debates, and first ever decision on Lend-Lease. So that was actually the history. We already went through it, so that was the point. But the most interesting was that why did UK stood for all time, being actually compared to Germany less capable to fight back, because they started to produce weapons on their territory. And their Minister of Aviation produced plenty of air jets who fought actually on both territories, in UK and in Germany. So at the same time, and my clear answer here is that it's actually combined to the question is the role of private sector, and also underlying the words of ambassadors, that the key role here is the private sector to recover the country, and also private sector to work on producing weapons. And once you have this kind of tensions globally and also limits of weapons produced, you need to start production in your country. That's actually the key case, how to continue and how actually unfroze the conflict in future. So you won't be able to freeze it, then let's finish right now. And last but not least, I do believe that currently, globally, the world is going through unfrozen of the conflicts. And that's what actually leads us to another type of reality. We are, all of us, globally, we are in marathon already. We got used to run marathons, and we know what does it mean fatigue during the marathon. So let's assume that it's a war fatigue as well, and we are in marathon. So Ukrainians are already there, allies are already there, other countries already will be there. You need to run. If you want to live, you need to run.
Ambassador, since you started this one off, and I think it was a very important contribution, is the new weaponry that's coming in from the UK, from the United States, from other countries, is this actually qualitatively different in the sense that it can really give greater reach and potentially have a greater impact for the Ukrainian forces?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I think the Ukrainian forces have demonstrated how effectively they can use the weapons that we're providing. I think the long-range fires that we provided from the UK and others as well, I think they've been put to enormous effect. And as I said at the beginning, it's changing the geostrategic situation in the Western Black Sea. That is fundamentally important for Ukraine's economy. But it's in combination with other capabilities that Ukraine has itself, the Neptune missile, and also the drone technology, which is astonishing. I was talking to a drone manufacturer. He was just saying the thing is that once you've got your prototype, you can't simply put it into production, because if you're not continuing to innovate on the production line, you're not keeping up with what's going on in the battlefield. So the way in which Ukraine is currently developing UAVs and drone technology is phenomenal. And that is, of course, a capability that we as NATO countries need to be investing in the future as well. So drones, long-range fires, air defense is very important as we enter the winter. So it's really important that Ukraine can increase its air defense capabilities and increase air defense around the major cities. Kiev is relatively well protected now, but you need that for Kharkiv, you need it for Dnipro, you need it also to continue to provide that security to the Black Sea corridor. And fundamentally, again, moving into the medium term, we have to show Putin that our military-industrial production will not only keep pace, but will outpace what Russia can do.
Thank you. The light's shining in my face. I think I can see who it is, but please ask a question from it.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Roderich Kiesewetter from German Parliament. I would like to applaud to this excellent panel and also applaud to the United Kingdom that you are providing Ukraine with long-ranging fire, and we have also a French colleague here, so I would like to applaud as a German to France and UK that you are already doing that, what we are waiting for in Germany from our government. But two brief questions to you, Mr. Ambassador. Did I get you correctly that you said Ukraine as a partner of NATO, or is United Kingdom supporting a full-fledged NATO membership of Ukraine? Hope so. And to you, Hannah and Maria, in the next week, 2 weeks' time, the RADA, the Committee of Foreign Affairs, will visit our Committee of Foreign Affairs. I believe that we need a more proactive public diplomacy. Where could we mutually prepare, for example, this visit for public diplomacy? And we need to tell stories like a marathon run. So we need to convince our people who are in a war of attrition and feel fatigued without being part of this war, just by being observers. We need to convince them with storytelling. So do you have some ideas how we could improve public diplomacy from both sides? Thank you.
I presume when you said ambassador, you meant Ambassador Harris. You're back on the spotlight.
So our position, as our Prime Minister said at Vilnius, is not only do we think that Ukraine belongs in NATO, but we also think that NATO is stronger with Ukraine. And I think it's really important that we begin to understand that conception. Our American colleagues quite rightly talk about the need for burden sharing. We've already heard how much Ukraine is spending on defense. But if we look at this into the future, I'm convinced that Ukraine will be one of the major European partners in contributing to European and Euro-Atlantic security. And the truth is that through the horrific 600 days of this war, we have practically been working incredibly closely together. And Ukraine has already made the journey from 120 to 155 ammunition, is already demonstrating that it can work with all kinds of NATO equipment. And so that is making Ukraine very effective and powerful as a future ally. And so that's why I think that we need to orient this process now, particularly as we sort of develop a concept of the future force for Ukraine, of how that is going to contribute to NATO's security and not just Ukraine's security.
Hannah and then Maria, please.
For public diplomacy, Ukraine is trying to do as much as possible, and here we need to divide it probably into the several groups. We have the very active parliamentary diplomacy, about which Maria will be able to speak. Unfortunately, with certain limitations, we definitely need more, but for this you need more money and a little bit less restrictions of the bureaucratic system that we are now experiencing for the members of parliament. But we see the results. We see when it is the in many countries dialogue between the members of parliament. We see the results when members of parliament are coming to the biggest forums around the globe, not only in Europe. But at the same time, you see the increased capacities and activities of the civil society and of the NGOs, of the think tanks. We are trying to do as much as possible, covering originally Europe, definitely, and NATO countries, let's say, because we needed their support as much as possible. Now we are trying to go to the so-called global south. We are planning the trips from India, Qatar, Singapore, Brazil, not because we want holidays there. It's extremely exhausting trips when you need to do it with the meeting after meeting after meeting. You usually don't see anything except of the airport and the meetings where you are coming. But speaking with people directly, not through our partners, but trying to explain what we are. But honestly, we are in the capacity when first we wasted a lot of time. We didn't have a proper activities like these for the 30 years. We started doing it after 2014 when we realized that we are losing many regions. The second, it is always about money. Sorry, but again and again we are returning to the money issue, because each of these trips, if you really would like to make the exhibition in the parliament or somewhere, or the trip, it costs money that you need to take from somewhere. Luckily, we have support of some foundations, including German Adenauer and Ebert Foundation, who are supporting such activities. But the world is big, and your limits of the budget as well exist. interest, we understand it perfectly. That's why we're increasing online public diplomacy as much as possible. Here we know the very successful cases of MFA, the campaigns that they are doing, of MOD. The videos in Twitter became really viral around the globe. A lot of projects like Ukraine World or others, what they're doing. But when you have much bigger state propaganda of the Russian Federation, when you have plenty of proxies and institutions that are still working in many European countries with Russian houses, look what Russian Center is doing in Ankara. It's tremendous. And we can speak for hours about this. When you see how big is the world and what we need to concentrate and to choose, that's why usually we insist that it's not only us that need to come, but we need you to speak with your people, among your politicians when we have friends. And that's why it is so important when in Germany we had German media and our colleagues in DGAP, in some other institutions, who came to public and started speaking with them. It meant for us, but it also meant for the population when they're all speaking.
Mm-hmm. Maria, very quickly.
I'll try to save the time, yes.
Because we're going to have one more question.
Yes, absolutely.
And then everyone will get a
First
final go.
First of all, we are very thankful on behalf of Ukrainian Parliament that Germany, France, UK, others are contributing to our public diplomacy trips, specifically the Council of Europe budget. Secondly, I'm in the EU committee. I'm working on the EU progress. The colleagues which will be visiting you next week are visiting you right before the meeting which Annalena Baerbock will be chairing in Berlin on the 16th of November on the International Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression. I beg you, please vote for the resolution finally in the Bundestag, because it's been a year and a half we are working on that. I know that you have divisions, but the united file is there. Please follow the Bundesrat's example. They voted already. What can be done extra? I think we have to include the cultural aspects. Sometimes culture is much better received than political statements, historical statements, etc. And in the end of the day, we are fighting for culture, for language, and for all of this which can be transmitted on the ground. Last but not least, the recent elections and the growth of the far-right, AfD, other challenges in Germany, the parties which are calling to decrease the support for Ukrainians financially as well. You are still allocating one of the highest number of temporarily relocated persons. I think we should still involve them as our voices on the ground, because the 8th of May trip, my trip to Berlin, me viewing this, Soviet celebration of the 9th of May, whatever, Russia is still trying to portray it as the only possessor of the victory, but whereas it was not. So I think all of these things we can work on together with the embassy. I'm finalizing.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
And you'll get a very quick question. Literally make it 15 seconds, and then everybody gets 30 seconds to give some takeaway points, and then we really do have to close off.
15 seconds. Next step. There's a support gap coming. A senior NATO official told me that 90% of all the kit that can be given to Ukraine has been given. Industry is not ramping up as quickly, so what are the next immediate steps to close the support gap over the next 2 years?
Okay, everybody, I think Ambassador first, and then second Ambassador, and then our Ukrainian civil society colleagues and parliamentarians. 30 seconds each, please.
I think there is some more material to give, and that's why we're continuing to work on long-range fires to get more countries involved in that. But you're right, we do really need to ramp up production, and I think that needs to be a very clear message to the West's military-industrial complex.
Wonderful. Ambassador Kutsevol, please.
I would agree that we need to scale up production both in partner countries and as well as to start new productions in Ukraine. I would be actually more conservative in saying that this data won't be available for everyone. So I do hope that we are more positive in actually in forecasts. Secondly, we need to actually deal with frozen assets immediately. This is a key source where all partners would agree. This is a point how the government and state could survive and could develop the weapons.
Wonderful. Hanna.
2 points. First is broadening partnerships, because we know that it's not only NATO member states who are producing, for example, 155, and that is the task for Ukraine, how to make Brazil, for example, being, if not friendly, but at least helping when we are buying these. So there are possibilities outside of the borders of NATO. And the second is increasing asymmetric warfare, because we already see it, especially in the Black Sea region. You don't need the new frigate. Sea Baby also works quite well, and you first have the targeted submarine in the land warfare. So that is the capacities and capabilities that we need to develop. If we don't have this type of the ammunition, what we can do with the other types of the ammunition, but to reach the goal and the task that we have.
Thank you. Maria, final word.
A very simple formula, friends. Hesitation aside, assertiveness to the front. I have learned that Indonesia has Leopard tanks. That was very unexpected, but they're not ready to give them to Ukraine. President Zelensky constantly saying, I know what every partner has. And we really need to collide in assertiveness of putting it in one puzzle, because we are way ahead of what has been going on 20 months ago. And I think 3 simple words: production, production, production.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking this panel.
Thank you. To you.
Great job, as ever.
Thank you. I have to be careful with my arm.
Yeah.
Do you mind pouring some water for me?
Yeah.
Of course, do it myself.
So welcome back, everybody, to our next session. How will power shifts in the Indo-Pacific impact transatlantic community? I'm your moderator today. I'm Stuart Lau, a journalist at Politico. I cover NATO and EU-China relations as a correspondent. And it's a great pleasure here today with our distinguished panel. Two of us joining here physically in Latvia and two others joining from the Indo-Pacific region from Japan and Australia. And so, of course, we have next to me Ambassador Baiba Brasher. She's the ambassador for special assignments at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Latvia and formerly, of course, the Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy at NATO. Next to the ambassador, David Merkel. He's the advisor for China and Southeast Asia at Konrad Adenauer Foundation. Joining us virtually, the two gentlemen on the screen should be popping up any moment. We have on the left, Mr. Peter Jennings, who is the Director of Strategic Analysis, Australia, and Professor Tosh Minohara, Professor at Kobe University in Japan. So it's an interesting time to talk about Indo-Pacific because obviously over the last 24 hours at this event, we've heard so much about Ukraine and Russia, which of course is a strategic focus for especially the Baltic region. But the Indo-Pacific is also getting into an interesting time. We have seen the Russian President Vladimir Putin, of course, visiting China last week to attend the Belt and Road Summit hosted by the Chinese President. Then just yesterday, we also had another event, which is about the transatlantic community, the EU-US summit in Washington, D.C. And of course, China and the Indo-Pacific also came up in the joint communique. So before we talk to the panelists here, I think it would be really interesting to get a sense of the view from the region, the view from the Indo-Pacific. So why don't we start with Professor Minohara. Tell us a little bit about how Japan sees the current strategic situation in China, in Taiwan, and of course, the increasing ties between Japan and Korea, South Korea, and the US, and just give us a general broad view about what's going on in the region first, please.
All right, thank you very much for the introduction and also the invitation to join this panel. And can you hear me all right? No problems?
Absolutely good, thank you.
All right, okay, so I guess it's morning there, it's late afternoon here in Japan. The moderator just had a whole slew of questions, but let me try to address most of them. But so I have like three big things that I'd like to address in my opening. First of all is the big picture. And I think the big picture is essentially the waning of Pax Americana. And of course, I mean this only in relative terms, not real terms. But the United States, the influence of America is no longer what it was, for example, in the 1950s or even the 1960s. Evidence one is, of course, you're all in Europe now, is the war in Ukraine. And although my heart is totally with Ukraine, you have to say the outlook is very grim. I have seldom seen a nation that is 10 times smaller in terms of economy pull off a victory. And of course, it's how do you define victory or whatnot, but it seems like the Russians are set to turn things around. So that's one. Two is the looming major conflict in the Middle East. The Saudi-Israeli negotiations have been thrown out. It's going to be a long time before we return to normal in this region of the world too. So we have a major war in Europe. We have potentially another big war in Middle East. What's missing? I think it's Asia. And what's going to happen here? And of course, China. You have North Koreans still developing their nuclear weapons, lobbing missiles, but it's obviously China is a key player. And I believe that China is now gauging the opportune time to take action. And I think it sees what's happening in the other parts of the world to its advantage. It not only distracts the United States, it actually involves the United States. And I think it's important to remember that China only wins by changing the status quo. In the past, there were people who thought that China would be a responsible stakeholder or that we can work with China, but China doesn't win by this current status quo. And I think at the recent, I think it's still going on, the Belt and Road Forum, I think Xi Jinping himself made it very clear that his intention is to create a new world order. So I believe we are starting to see the burdens of what I call a 21st century tripartite pact. And of course, the members are China, Russia, and Iran, and plus you have other countries that share more value, that align their interests more with these three major powers. Chinese power grab of Taiwan is not a matter of if, but when and how. But I think before anything happens in Taiwan, I think something in South China Sea or the Senkaku is much more likely. I mean, Taiwan is the big prize, but I think the Chinese will try to change the status quo in other areas first. And despite all the economic problems that China is undergoing now, I think a economically weaker China is actually a more dangerous China. So that's number one. And number two, and what is Japan doing about this? Well, first of all, it's doubling its defense expenditures. Within the next 5 years. But you can't really make up for what you have not done for the past 60 years. So even if you see Japan change within the next 5 years, it's not going to be a drastic change. And I know this because I speak with current GSDF generals and admirals. They're like, it's just not enough. It's in many ways too little, too late. But of course, it's better to do something than just give up and throw in the towel. And Japan is, of course, purchasing Tomahawk and other offensive weapons. It's providing what is now termed as OSA. Remember the time when Japan, was very proud that it gave out official development assistance. Now this has been rebranded as official security assistance, OSA, and it is providing ships, expertise, radar equipment to particularly ASEAN countries that feel threatened by Chinese expansion. So this began Japan's action to counter what's happening in this region. And what to me is something that I really like to embrace is that Japan and Korea are finally working closer to bolster their security links. And I've always been an advocate for stronger Korea-Japan relations, which was very difficult to do until President Yoon came to power. But it finally seems like that these two countries can now really sit at the table and work together. And I think by working together, it's a real win for the region. And Japan is also, politicians are taking a more visible approach to Taiwan, but I think Japan's always cautious of pushing the envelope too far when it comes to Taiwan. I also need to address what is Japan not doing. Japan is not altering its so-called exclusive defense policy. This is senshibo in Japanese. So Japan's still major tenet is we are exclusively defense. And despite what's happening in the world, how can you still maintain this exclusive defense position? Two, Japan is not really taking any steps to revise this Article 9. Revising this will take lots of political capital. The current prime minister is unwilling to expend his capital in this way. Abe couldn't do it, so it has to be a really, really strong leader to be able to do this. But this is the only way that Japan can really change its security identity. And it also makes the GSTF a full-fledged military. So you have to understand, unlike many of your countries in the audience today, the Japanese military is a military by international law, but not a military by Japanese domestic law. So I think in times of, for example, major conflict or war, there's a lot of limits as to what the Japanese GSTF can do. Now, finally, this is my conclusion. I don't think I'll get much pushback when I say that we live in a world of uncertainty. And this uncertainty, of course, includes American domestic politics. We've seen what's taking place in the House. But it's not just elections next year. The hard right in American politics, people caution that it may swing the United States toward isolationism. They may no longer care about alliances. But you have to keep in mind that the hard right is very anti-China. The reason why they don't want to support Ukraine, they think it's a waste of money. And this is not just politicians. I've spoken to officers in the U.S. military, and they say to me, "Why we don't understand, or they don't understand why we're supporting Ukraine." And of course, I give them my reasons, and they're like, "Oh, I never realized that China and Russia are bound by this West." But anyways, it's that this anti-China sentiment of the hard right may push the United States to take a more aggressive posture towards China. And so one of the things that we shouldn't forget, those who are not in the United States, is that if a China-U.S. clash takes place, it's really not up to Japan or Europe. We really won't have that much input or say if this happens. So we can't control that. But what can we control is that we can prepare for this contingency. And so what do I suggest? How Japan and Europe can work closer. And I've been saying this. I was at the NATO conference in Riga this spring, and I'm going to repeat myself, but it is that Japan and Europe need to work together to have more robust security links. And this is with NATO and also with the EU. There has to be more increased interoperability, and there has to be more joint military exercises. And I would also include development of weapons, and also weapon-related systems such as radars. I mean, radars are expensive, takes a lot of time to develop. I think if this is an area that Japan can work together with its European partners. And I think that Europe and Japan can also cooperate in gently tugging at BEAST. And BEAST is an acronym that I created. It's the large democracies that are sort of the fence-sitters. BIIST, Brazil, Indonesia, India, South Africa, Turkey. And I think this is where Japan and, because Japan and Europe have, fairly good relations with these countries to sort of nudge them to our corner. And I just despise the term global south that the media likes to use, because there is no global south. I mean, you have big countries, small countries, different ideologies. Why use a term and sort of bunch them together so that they see themselves as being together? And finally, I think we need to push for closer economic ties. Japan and the EU, there's a free trade agreement, but CTPP or something which will allow us to decouple more with China. And what I see is this, but American officials call it de-risking, but in the advanced technology sector, it's definitely decoupling. And this decoupling sort of ricochets, and it makes us, in a way, more dependent technologically on China. But China's playing hardball now. I mean, they're going to have export restrictions on graphite, which is very important for electric vehicles. So I think we need each other more to lower our dependence on China, because we don't want China to have economic leverage over us. And we've seen this with Russia, especially the Europeans now, I believe, understand that with energy, we're very dependent on Russia, and it was painful. So we have to learn our lessons, and we need to prepare. And I think that expires my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. That's a very detailed description and analysis of what Japan is thinking about. And of course, the rise of China is also a big concern for Canberra. So Peter, give us a sense of where Australia stands, especially with this new government, not so new by now, but obviously after the change of government, there seems to be more outreach and engagement with Beijing. And then, of course, one of the jailed Australian journalists also got released by China. So where does this Canberra-Beijing relationship stand at this point? And what would you like to see the Australian government do in future?
Thanks, Stuart, and good evening to everyone from, I guess, the global south. I guess Canberra is probably the most southern capital you'll be talking to. Broadly, I think Canberra and Australia is in a strategically very schizophrenic position. Our closest military and defence relationship and our strategic thinking aligns very tightly with the United States and with like-minded democracies. We have a close defence relationship with Japan, getting closer. We find ourselves very firmly in the camp of countries that are now worried about the increasingly aggressive role that China is playing, wanting to sort of unseat the United States and its Asian allies as the principal provider of security in the Indo-Pacific. But like so many countries, including the countries I'm sure from many people in the audience of this conference, China is Australia's #1 trading partner. But Australia uniquely has a very high level of economic dependence on that relationship with China as a market for our commodities, iron ore, coal, gas, as a market for a significant number of Australian services, principally education. China significantly dominates. And really, the history of Australian governments over the last 20 years has been trying to balance that strategic reality versus the economic reality. And I think finding it harder and harder to do so. The last few years, we've come out of what has been a very difficult relationship with China because Australian governments of left and right political persuasions started to push back much harder against Chinese cyber intellectual property theft, a resurgence of China, human-driven espionage, significant attempts to undermine Australian democracy via, frankly, covert payments to political parties, and a range of other activities besides. And Australia has pushed back. We've modernised our espionage laws. We took decisions that would prevent Chinese companies from participating in the rollout of 5G in our IT infrastructure. We've strengthened the capacity of our police and domestic intelligence services to work against covert influencing as well as good old-fashioned counter-espionage. Now we have a Labor government, a centre-left government, which has been in power for about 18 months or so, doing its best to do what it describes as stabilising a relationship with China. And the Chinese government, I think, has been trying to encourage that behaviour and has sought to reward a government, an Australian government, which has gone quieter on at least publicly berating China for its bad behaviour, by doing things like releasing an Australian Chinese journalist who'd been kept effectively as a hostage through the Chinese legal system for 3 years under fake claims of espionage, and also letting go on a number of, shall I call them, non-tariff barrier restrictions on Australian commodities, which China put in place, resenting Australia's pushback against covert influencing. In about a month or so, our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, is off to Beijing, and everyone in Canberra is sort of walking on eggshells to try to deliver a successful outcome which makes it possible for the Prime Minister to say we have a stabilised relationship. The point I'd make is that none of those bilateral activities really has changed in any way China's broader strategic behaviour in the region. Its attempts to undermine the independence of small governments in the Pacific, its dominance of the South China Sea, its attempt to produce a quiescent Southeast Asia that pays more attention to China's wishes than the wishes of other countries. And so whilst things have, perhaps the best way to describe it is not quite as awful in the bilateral relationship between Australia and Beijing as they have been, nothing's changed to make strategic thinking people understand that China is still the #1 problem for Australia. So, Stuart, I could go on at great length, but that's the situation that we're in. We're still trying to balance, I think, two fundamentally irreconcilable positions between our alliance with the United States and our economic dependence on China. I had hoped coming out of COVID that Australia would have learned some lessons from that we would have tried harder to diversify our markets. And to some extent, some companies are doing that. but there are other parts of the Australian economy only too willing to get back into a dependent relationship on China, and that is damaging for our political system. So that's where we're at. And before I go on too long about Australian matters, perhaps I'll hand back to you, Stuart, and look forward to the discussion.
Thanks, Peter. Indeed, the ominous task of de-risking, which is facing Australia and Japan, but also EU and NATO allies. Ambassador, give us a sense of what these, what we call systemic challenges or systemic rivalry, in EU or NATO languages. How easy or difficult is it to actually translate into policy and business decision changes from your perspective?
I will look at the three angles. One will be security, second economy, and the third the values. They cannot be separated from each other, but they provide that sort of playing field within which we can look at the policies, how we deal with those challenges. And there have not been, those policy responses have not been very different when you look at NATO, EU, or at a national level in the region here or in other countries in terms of engagement in Indo-Pacific, in terms of clearly defining what those challenges are. On security, obviously the big known, as we all know, is the fact that China is developing its conventional nuclear and other capabilities fast, massively, and as we saw from the Pentagon's report on China 2 days ago, actually speeding up the development of the nuclear warheads with 500 nuclear warheads already this May, and predictably more than 1,000 nuclear warheads in 2030, which means, again, in the strategic posture report, bipartisan US report to the Congress, that US will be faced with two competitors on par with nuclear arsenals at the same level, with all the consequences stemming from that. Plus, indeed, the coercive behavior that particularly in China, China is demonstrating, as we heard from the countries in the region, which is making them very uncomfortable. Non-stop hybrid attacks, not only against the countries in the region, against NATO allies, EU, against our companies, attacking IP, looking to steal the intellectual property rights, and so on and so forth. So there is the sort of collection of certain proofs that both at the strategic but also at the practical level present security challenges that need to be addressed. On the economic side, very clearly, IMF predicts that 70% of global growth in the coming years will stem from the region, China being the 35%, India 15%, Indonesia 4.5%, and so on and so forth. So quite clearly, the substantive interest that all our countries have is maintaining a predictable trade relationship on a level playing field is very well predefined by the engagement. Most populous countries, India soon becoming the third biggest economy. So it's all the givens are there for us, again, as Latvia, but also as all the other countries in the EU or NATO, we are looking at being secure, growing our wealth and taking care of our citizens. So obviously Asia, Indo-Pacific is a big interest in that perspective. EU's daily trade is 2.3 billion euros. So it's a no-brainer. And on the values side, obviously, especially for the Baltic states, but for the whole EU, for the whole NATO, is very clear, and this is where also our partners in Indo-Pacific come in very clearly, is the like-mindedness on the rules-based international system. If we have ratified UN Charter, we actually stand up for it. If we say that Ukraine has a right to self-defense, we provide the means to Ukraine to stand up for those rights and to resist aggression. If there is a country such as China who is not doing that, and in combination with the previous angles, the security, the economic power, and so on and so forth, is actually stating that it has no limits partnership with Russia, that it helps Russia to avoid sanctions, provides other assistance to Russia, there are serious questions that need to be addressed. So obviously the dialogue, the transparency, the ability to engage in that dialogue with China is crucial, and especially on security side, at least from the NATO, we did maintain that dialogue, but there were no answers coming. Why the nuclear arsenal? Why is the whole armament situation, and so on and so forth? So that ability to engage is essential. We do expect from China to engage in that dialogue also with the US. We know there have been suggestions from our partners across the ocean, and as far as our colleagues and partners in Asia-Pacific and Indo-Pacific are concerned, again, it's an active engagement policy. We have at NATO 4 partners that have a sort of institutional relationship with NATO. They have attended NATO summits, Madrid for the first time, Vilnius for the second time at the heads of government and state level. But also there is a lot underneath. There's regular briefings in the NAC, there are regular exchanges, mutual understanding, really bringing that like-mindedness and that engagement at a different level. But also regular long-term engagement with other countries in the region. We can't expect India or Vietnam or others just, suddenly respond, oh, you have turned with your face to us, oh, we are very happy. No, it's a long-term diplomatic, economic, and other relationship. And that is what the EU especially has been building through the variety of partnerships, through ocean governance with the small islands in the Pacific, through the greening of the economies, through the global gateway, through the free trade agreements, initiation, notification, and so on and so forth. So there is that really robust engagement based both on the legal basis, but also on the practical support and development support and other elements, also depending on the countries, on the region. So I think that is something that we all need to continue. But again, that wider background, that the security will remain the dominating concern, I think, for all of us in the foreseeable future.
Indeed, thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. And of course, Germany matters most in the discussion because of its economic size, but also its geopolitical relationship with China and the rest of the Indo-Pacific. The German Foreign Ministry also announced a China strategy over the last couple of months. But then, whenever I ask German officials what their China policy is, the answer that I got usually is, it depends on who you ask in the government. And so David would be a very good source of inspiration for us about what's going on in Berlin and, how this China strategy is taking shape. And also, broadly speaking, is Germany learning from its energy dependency on Russia when it comes to reassessing its relationship with China? Please.
Yeah, thank you very, very much also to have the opportunity to share the stage with you. Indeed, we already have to be happy that we have this China strategy in Germany. It took us, I think, 18 months of negotiations between the different ministries. And so the result, I would say, the language is quite balanced because we stick to our understanding that China is our partner, competitor, and strategic rival. And so it's also quite important that this strategy has the major intention to give signals towards China, but especially also towards our partners in the world, especially in the European Union, but also with regard to the US and Canada and our transatlantic relationship. So the big thing is, if you look at the German economic entanglements with China, and especially also the last 2 years, even during COVID, investments actually increased from the German side. So you would have the impression that although we now have a strategic idea, and you probably also know that the big term of de-risking plays a central part in this strategy, that there would also be the conclusion that diversification is actually already in place, or already one of the major features actually of our economic engagement with the Indo-Pacific region. But the reality is that all these big companies, we always speak about the big four, like the big car companies in Germany, including and also the chemical industry with BASF, they continued to commit to the Chinese market by really strong investments in the last 2 years. And of course, this has to also to do with the long strategic focused on the Chinese market. And what we now have to realize is, and this is a little bit what Peter Jennings also mentioned, so we have a kind of a strategic clarity right now where we want to go. But with regard to our engagement in the last few years, this is going to take some time to really adjust and readjust. But, and this is, I think, especially important for our panel today, of course, Germany in 2020 already introduced its Indo-Pacific guidelines. And I think with regard to China, this was already a very clear signal that Germany has learned, and of course it was closely coordinated also with other European countries who also introduced their Indo-Pacific strategies, and then of course the European Union as well, that the whole region is of such an important concern for us in terms of the economic capacity on the one hand, but especially with regard to all the strategic challenges we face, and we of course, especially since the last 2 years and this really strongly occurring military operation China conducts, especially around the Taiwan Strait or around the whole island of Taiwan, that our concerns are raising, that a conflict, a military conflict, or the potential for a conflict is actually very high. And so I think that the direction we are going, I think, is especially now with regard to our lessons from Russia's war against Ukraine, that you have to also take words serious, which come from strong leaders, from dictators in their respective environment. And this is exactly what our lessons are, that we have to reduce our dependencies, our vulnerabilities towards China. And the next step, what is currently also underway is, and what is actually quite difficult to assess, and it probably needs much more time and really in-depth risk assessments, where are also our strong opportunities actually with a unified approach, which I also see clearly on the way if we look at our strong engagement with Japan, with Korea, with Australia, but also with our partners in Southeast Asia, which strongly ask the European side also to be much more, or to engage much more in the region, that there's a lot of common ground we have to really build up our resources also in the security field, to also be an alternative player to Russia, especially if we look at India. So it's also very important that there are clear signals from the Europeans, also from other NATO countries, that also the capabilities of our partners in the region when it comes to their military capabilities, that we also have to deliver. This is something we hear constantly also from Southeast Asian partners, including also from India. And so I think this direction is already, or we are already on the way to realize and to contribute much more to a common approach. And this is exactly, I think, what we will also see in the next few months and years.
Right. Would you like to respond to that, Ambassador?
Yes, the cooperation amongst the sort of civil-military side with the region is growing. And it's also good to see that the countries in the region are working closer. So the fact that Japan invited Australia to participate in this exercise with the US for the first time, it's exactly what is needed, that there is that closer cooperation amongst the allies and partners, but also amongst the partners in the region, and not only on the security issues, but also hopefully on joint diplomatic initiatives, on sharing joint approaches to the region. All the countries are highly respected in the region, be it Australia or New Zealand or Japan or South Korea, and they really can make a difference in Asia and Indo-Pacific as such. So I think there can be some new variable approaches, diplomatic and security and other approaches that can make a difference in the region. And for the EU and for us at NATO ourselves, indeed, making ourselves more resilient, de-risking the incoming screening of investments, making sure that our industries are more competitive. That is something that the Commission has strongly or EU as such has taken a strong approach on that, and that is the right approach, because if you're not strong yourself, you know, who is going to make you stronger? Nobody else from the outside, right? So very clearly, that is indeed the right approach.
Right. Before we turn to the audience, and I'm actually curious about the two gentlemen in the Indo-Pacific, and maybe you can tell us a bit about the domestic attitude to the Ukraine, the ongoing Ukraine discussion. I mean, obviously, I think the Japanese and Ukrainian defense ministers had a chat yesterday or the day before talking about what Japan could deliver in terms of further commitments to the security of Ukraine. Obviously, given, under consideration of, Japan's constitutional constraints about what actually can be done. But I think, a very similar discussion also taking place in Australia. Professor, what's your take on Japan's relationship with Ukraine in that regard?
It's a very important question. Well, I'm going to be very frank with you. I mean, Ukraine has pretty much disappeared from the news. I mean, it's all about what's happening in the Middle East now. I read other major international news sources, and Ukraine is no longer as prominent. And so I can understand why Zelensky is sweating heavily, because he's afraid that people are going to forget. I was in the United States last month, spoke to a lot of people, not experts, just ordinary people living in rural towns. I mean, they don't care about Ukraine anymore. They don't understand why the United States is sending all of those munitions and weapons and cash and whatnot. So, I mean, when we experts come together, we have certain common understanding, but I don't think we necessarily represent the majority, of ordinary people living in, for example, the United States or Japan. So to me, it's very, very worrisome. In Japan, I think, and personally, do a heck of a lot more in supporting Ukraine. And I think what's lacking is the idea that Ukraine is fighting our war. Right now, I don't think this war is seen as Japan's war by most people. Now, listening to all the discussions of my fellow panelists, I think we're all on the same page. But, to make this more interesting, I think we need to understand that COVID came suddenly. War in Ukraine was a surprise to many, if not all. What happened in the Middle East just now, that was a surprise. I mean, Blinken just 8 days before the terrorist act said, we have not seen the Middle East so calm, and boom, it just blew up. So should we learn from this? Usually 3 strikes, you're out, and we already had 3 strikes. So why are we making the assumption that all of a sudden that we can take our time, we can deliberate about how to deal with China? I attend all these conferences. We all talk about what we need to do and how we need to sort of reduce our dependency, and it's just talk, and as though if time is unlimited. So I want to instill a sense of urgency. Do we really have that much time? If something happens, it could come suddenly. We'll be all caught flat-footed. And second is, what is lacking from this debate, and perhaps we can, when we open up to the floor, we can include this, is that when we discuss what we need to do, we don't really discuss things from China's perspective. And we did this during the Cold War. We thought about what drives the Soviet Union. What are their aims? What are their goals? And we have to do this more with China. The sources of Chinese conduct, what are their aims, what are their goals? And if we look at that gives us a better way to prepare. And so I think I'd like to throw that into the debate. So
right, thank you. And what's your take from Australia, Peter?
Oh, it's pretty much a version of what Tosh said, actually. Although I think if you spoke to the average Australian in the street, if you could find one, they would be pretty sympathetic towards Ukraine. A real problem has been our support, which has been pretty good, including lethal assistance and armoured vehicles and those sorts of things. It's starting to take off. And I think the bureaucracy has moved on. What support has been provided has largely come because political leaders have said we must do this. But for example, in the last round of military equipment that we provided, our government said to the Defence Department, you're going to pay for this. And what do you expect? The Defence Department, all of a sudden it became really hard to find ways to send more armoured vehicles to Ukraine. So we are institutionally forgetting a really important principle, is that the democracies need to hang together if they're not going to hang separately. And we have a foreign affairs establishment that's determined to say, oh no, we're only focused on the Asia-Pacific region or the Indo-Pacific region, and Europe is a long way away. So I fear that with time, Australia's support is not as energetic and as lively as it was when we started, and we really should try and improve on that.
Thanks, Peter. We have just under 20 minutes for a few questions, so please, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good morning. Julian Lindley-French. I have a question for Biber and David primarily, but I'd like Tosh and Peter's response to this. The mantra here in Europe is that we are both an economic partner of China and a systemic competitor. And that sounds to me like European sophistry, a non-policy. Is it sustainable to be both an economic partner and systemic competitor?
Great. Anyone else? Yes. Maybe we can collect another question here first.
Thanks very much, Edward Lucas from SEPA. I want to ask about Taiwan, because this is something that European countries can do which gets the attention of the Chinese party state very rapidly, as our Lithuanian colleagues have discovered. And I absolutely agree we should be thinking about this from the Chinese point of view. What do they mind about? And they mind a lot about this. So that means it's something that we can do that makes a difference. And there are two, and I'd be interested in the panel's view on this, there's two approaches. One is the Lithuanians' approach, which is, this really annoys the Chinese, so let's do it. It's what anybody in any walk of life, anywhere in the West, by doing something with Taiwan and calling it Taiwan or Taiwan Republic of China, put their flag up at the airport. Yeah, that's what there are airports in Europe which have the Taiwanese flag up, as when you go in, if you Taiwanese passport, go this way. Others put TWN because they're scared. So there's this sort of symbolic attention to Taiwan is very important. Now, I've seen arguments that this is the craziest thing to do. It infuriates the Chinese, makes war more likely. I've also seen arguments that this is the best thing to do because it is creating political space for Taiwan and pushing back against this hegemonic discourse control, which is an essential part of the Chinese party state's approach, which is to try and control all discussion of China everywhere in the world. I'd be interested in the panel's views.
Thank you. So two questions. We have strategic irreconcilability between politics and the economy, and also the topic of Taiwan. Maybe the ambassador can go first.
I think on Taiwan, we have to clearly acknowledge that holding on to our unity, support, and making sure that Ukraine wins matters. If we think that it's not being watched in other quarters, we would be mistaken. So unity on sanctions, unity on politics, unity on military supplies, on principles, action in international organizations, across the board. It's a strategic question. It's not just about Ukraine itself. It's also about the other situations. Second, the year 2027, it's been in the open sources. You know, the year of 2027 should not become a year of crisis for Taiwan. And again, all our minds, resources in security, economic, and other terms should be put together. And very clearly, the signaling is there from the US, from us in the EU, from NATO, that any change of status quo by force would not be acceptable, and the consequences would be dramatic, not only for economy, but elsewhere. On the partner and competitor, it's a fact. China is a partner in economic terms. I mean, the trades, the wealth that our companies gain there matter for our economies, matter for our people. Whether it's sustainable, the fact that last year Chinese trade to EU grew by 30% and EU's trade grew by 3%, I don't think it's very sustainable. But again, then it's a matter of policy, it's a matter really of making sure that the level playing field, or as possible level playing field, is reached. And that applies not only in the bilateral trade, but also competing with state-subsidized companies from China in the third markets. Our Spanish colleagues have complained that they have difficulty competing in Latin America and in South America because of the very fact that the state-subsidized Chinese companies are not doing level playing field. So there is an element of obviously both the partnership and competitiveness that is there. But also the partner in a big way when we do look at the climate change, and if we think that we are serious about it, China has to be on board. It has to be on board. There's no other way.
David?
Maybe I try to bring both questions together, because if you look at the trade engagement of Taiwan with mainland China and Hong Kong, I think it's the share of the Chinese market is at around 40%. So they are the best example that there is a need actually to economically engage with China and at the same time make sure that your country is not going to be oppressed actually by this big rival. And if we look also at what we can learn from Taiwan in this aspects, because I mean, they are now famous for TSMC, for the semiconductor industry, but also for other technological areas, why there's also a need for China to actually engage with Taiwanese partners. Not only from this aspect, but also if you look at the big questions we face now with our polarization processes in our societies, what Taiwan really is a role model for is actually how to build a digital democracy. This is something we learned during the COVID pandemic, where they were able actually to really combat against this huge amount of disinformation campaigns, because this was also a very, very serious moment for Taiwan when they didn't have access to international vaccines in the very beginning because of the difficulty of negotiating with international companies, that there was this uncertainty in the society how Taiwan can actually deal with this crisis. And so they were really quick in developing a model actually to really go against this disinformation and against this whole approach of hybrid warfare, which is part of the package they face from every single day. And so there is a lot of potential for us actually to engage with Taiwan on a level where we are not, if you want, going against our one China policy. And this is what we really have, or actually what we in Germany also learned from the Baltic states and from other countries. If you speak to partners in the Czech Republic, even in Romania, so many countries have found a way actually to very creatively also work with Taiwanese partners, and I think this is the way to go.
Yeah, and for Australia, how does it see Europe's approach to China, Peter?
Well, I think you can see Australia as being a sort of a test case of how it is absolutely 100% impossible to sustain for any period of time the idea of balancing economic partnership and systemic competition with China. And that's because, you know, the first 10 years of Xi Jinping's rule has really been a long story about China trying to position itself, not simply for strategic domination in the Indo-Pacific, but globally. And the extent to which a country builds an economic relationship with China, the risk is that China will use that economic relationship as a lever to extract political concessions from your behavior. And I mean, I think Europe's seen enough examples of that to understand the basic truth of what I'm saying here. So my message from Australia is don't think that distance is going to save you from that, because that's still the Chinese approach. Except now I think we are going to be dealing in the remainder of Xi Jinping's time as leader with the consequences of a China which has discovered that it's not going to achieve this sort of moonshot aim of becoming the global superpower. And in fact, there is a closing window of opportunity on China's chance to sort of grab regional domination, which makes our time even riskier. And of course, Taiwan is the center of that conversation. I think, you know, one of the things we all need to think about much harder here is what does practical deterrence look like around Taiwan to stop that card being played by Xi Jinping sometime in the middle of this decade. You know, we saw deterrence fail in Ukraine when, you know, the collective wisdom of our intelligence establishments was telling us this wouldn't happen. We saw the consequences of, you know, one of the most national security-minded states in the world, in Israel, relaxing its grip on Gaza, thinking those Hamas would never be crazy enough to do what Hamas did 10 days ago. So how can we be confident that deterrence is going to function as a way of sustaining the peace in the Asia-Pacific? We can't. And I think we urgently need to rethink our way through that. Finally, can I just quickly say on Lithuania, I wish we had 50 Lithuanians, or I wish we had a Lithuania that was 50 times bigger than it currently is, because its approach has been absolutely brilliant, particularly on its connections with Taiwan, refusing to be told by Japan how to manage its relationship with a democracy of 23 million people. You know, a very fine country. And so, you know, at the very least, what I'd say to people is when you talk about a one China policy, don't let Beijing be the state which determines what your one China policy should be. And increasingly, that's been their effort, is to try and squeeze Taiwan out of any type of engagement with the world whatsoever. I think Lithuania's approach has been, you know, morally correct, intellectually courageous, strategically right, and I admire them enormously.
And of course, Japan also has had its fair share of economic coercion in that regard. Tell us what you think, and how would you respond to those questions, Professor?
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, I'd like to say, I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself, Peter. I mean, we're totally on the same page. I think Japan and Australia are pretty much in the same boat. At one point, Japan felt it would be wise to be, you know, close to China economically, and then, you know, of course, depend on the United States for its security. But what was lacking in the debate is that China has ambitions. I mean, it's not willing to be America's junior partner. You know, it sees itself as a great partner, a great power, and great powers want to establish the new rules. And so, like somebody said, it's definitely not sustainable. It's perhaps possible with a country that doesn't see itself as a great power and doesn't have these tremendous ambitions, but we're dealing with China. We're dealing with Xi Jinping, who wants to surpass Mao. And, you know, even at a personal level, he has tremendous ambitions. And he said it clearly himself recently. He says, by my third term, we need to have some kind of results. We need to show that we're really trying to change this order. So I think we should take him at face value. What he says is probably what he really means. So yes, I mean, it's not possible to pursue this any longer. It's not sustainable. With Taiwan, I think Japan can do a lot more. I mean, when the Koreans flew their T-50 trainer jets, and I guess that, I don't know if they're going to Indonesia or they're going somewhere in Southeast Asia, they refueled in Taiwan. And I thought that's incredible. Japan would never take that step. So, I mean, things don't have to be public. I think things can be done under the surface. And what I'm really hoping for, I know there are a lot of military war games, simulations that are taking place in Japan, and what to do during a military contingency. And it's really funny because one of the results of these simulations is that the person playing the role of the Japanese prime minister can't say, oh, this is a contingency. We need to, this is a war. We need to get involved. And so, and I think that really reflects the reality that could happen. Japan will have a leader that sort of dithers and says, okay, I don't know what to do. In one simulation, I was told that the prime minister decided, oh, let's call a referendum. And, you know, it's like, you don't have the time to do a referendum. So things should be done under the surface. I hope that Japanese generals know their counterparts in Taiwan, know them by face, and you know, and meet admirals. This is something that, you know, doesn't have to be public. I hope that Japan establishes a military-to-military hotline. This is very necessary. Also, Japan needs to, you know, in a situation in which China decides to move aggressively towards Taiwan, Japan needs to be able to, you know, somebody said deterrence, but is Japan really deterring Chinese actions? I mean, its nearest naval port is in Sasebo. And it probably takes about a day and a half, or maybe 2 days to sail out to Okinawa. There's no Japanese naval port in Okinawa. And Okinawa is the front line. So there's a lot more that Japan can do. The comment on Lithuania, I totally agree. But speaking in private with many Lithuanians, and these are top diplomats, they say, you know, we're very much alone. We really hope that even our Baltics brothers are not totally on board, and it would be so much better if other European countries would come and join us. So we applaud Lithuania, but we don't follow them. So hopefully this will expand. And my final thing I'd like to say is, when we discuss how China may move, and I'm repeating myself a little bit, what is our outlook of the war in Ukraine? And I think 2024, next year, is going to be really, really tough. And it's going to be a critical year for Ukraine. And if things go sour, and then again, things go sour in the Middle East, what are we going to do? Well, what do we have in mind? These are things that really, really worry me, because it seems to me that the world is a little bit off balance, and we had a very, very hot summer and a hot fall, and we call this the new normal. But what's the new normal in international politics, and especially in the realm of security? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We have just 1 minute left, so maybe some final thoughts from you, Ambassador.
I think this was, it really was a good sort of 360-degree overview on various views, largely coming together on one, that we have to make ourselves stronger, we have to rely on ourselves, we have to make sure that we do trust ourselves and our strength, both of the economy, our security services, our military. Second, working together. The like-mindedness around the world is more than we think. Again, doubting everything is not the way to advance our interests. Engage, work together, find those commonalities, and deliver. And the third, indeed, the institutions we have created, both nationally, within the EU, within the NATO, are strong enough to deliver that commonality for all of us. So, again, our leaders in those institutions, as national countries, we have to take it serious. Those are our institutions. That's our own interest. So work ahead and make ourselves stronger, richer, more secure, and do it through the cooperation.
With that note, please join us in thanking the panel for a brilliant discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
See you guys. See you again soon.
Welcome, everyone. If you can take a seat. Wonderful to see you all back. Great. We're going to go ahead and start. My name is Michał Baranowski. I'm a managing director of GMF East, head of the Warsaw office as well, and I have a great pleasure to have fantastic panelists with me to discuss the new defense industry. You have their bios. I'm not going to go into big details of everyone's background. I will just briefly introduce them as we speak. And the defense industry, the future of defense industry has been already discussed at this conference at the very beginning. It's clearly a critical issue for us to stand up really what in the end has to be probably a war economy, given that our challengers both in the East, Russia, in Iran and the Middle East, and eventually also China, are standing up their defense industry, and especially with Russia, turning into a war economy. They are modernizing, they are reconstituting their forces faster than we expected. Therefore, it's key that we both speed up, so that will be about our capacities, but also advance in our technological development, perhaps also learn from our Ukrainian brothers and sisters who have been incredibly innovative in the way that they've been persecuting the war against Russia. So these are some of the topics we're gonna discuss. I look forward also to conversation with all of you. We have wonderful participants, panelists, and all of your voices. So we'll turn into conversation as well. But to kick us off, I want to turn to a good friend, not to say an old friend, because we are also young, Camille Grand, Distinguished Policy Fellow at ECFR, also both someone with a background in think tanks, ECFR, earlier in Paris, but also at NATO as Assistant Secretary General. So Camille, I want to turn to you with this opening question. Are we really in war economy? Are we doing enough? And perhaps why not? Over to you.
So you're suggesting that you already know the answer.
Perhaps
but
not.
First of all, it's really great to be here, and thank you very much to the organizers and the Latvian colleagues for having me. It's really nice to be back in Riga in a new capacity. I mean, this theme of war economy is obviously a big challenge. It has been used. I think in Europe, President Macron was the first one to use it as early as June 22. And I mean, to be honest, we're not quite there yet. If you define war economy as World War II economy, when you decide that your private cars are reassigned to the armed forces, that we stop producing civilian airplanes to produce jet fighters and things like that. So, and probably we don't want to go there anyways. But having said this, I think there is a real need to move into a different mindset. Industries in Europe have been very focused on delivering high-end capacity in very small numbers. When we need more mass, more ability to ramp up production. We've been discussing quite in great details the issue of ammunition as an example. And this is a sort of tricky situation where the defense planning was all about contingencies we didn't require mass numbers. And this is something which is, of course, very complicated. When we were sending our troops to Afghanistan, all of us, you could assume that if you needed a ramp up in a specific category of weapons, you would do it over a few months and that would do the trick. Here we are in a different environment that is much more demanding, and obviously we are not quite where we should be in my view. Having said this, I think it's fair also to recognize that the glass is somewhat half full. A lot of progress has been made, the ramping up of production, both in the US and in Europe has been quite significant in terms of assistance to Ukraine. The numbers, which of course can be debated at great length, but the numbers of the Kiel Institute in terms of deliveries to Ukraine demonstrate that military assistance, which was overwhelmingly American in the first months of the war, is now pretty evenly shaped, and that even the Europeans are slightly ahead of America, which is very important both in terms of messaging to our American friends, but also in terms of long-term support for Ukraine. We see plans to ramp up production of ammunition, of key equipment that are delivering, and we have been able, often with delays, and that's of course very annoying to say the least in a situation when there is a war going on, but we've been able to meet a significant portion of the demands of the Ukrainians, and there is a significant ramp up in production of equipment and ammunition in particular in the US, in Europe, that is, I would say, going definitely in the right direction. Second, the second point, which I take as a sort of good news, is I think the European Union is doing better than I expected, at least. You know, had we said, when I was at NATO, Assistant Secretary General for Defense Investment, the chair of the Conference of National Armament Directors, so I had a first look at this until, you know, for the first year of the war. The fact that the EU has put its act together was, you know, a bit. Who would have thought, you know, if in this room we would have had 3 years ago a discussion on is the EU going to pay for weapons delivered to Ukraine? That has happened. Is the EU going to sponsor defense industry to ramp up production? That has happened. That is happening. You know, it's in the making, but that is happening. Is the EU going to do joint procurement to support EU member states, both in their assistance to Ukraine in replenishing their own stocks? That is happening. So on that front, I would say that compared to where I would have expected us to be, you know, and only a few years ago, armament was a domain in which the European Commission was not ready to invest into, was very reluctant to look into this. So we really need to see this, and I think the sort of 3 pillars of the European plan to both support Ukraine and replenish stocks and ramp up the capabilities of our industry is really are really moving somewhere. So that's good. Let me just wrap up on saying, of course, the glass is also half empty, and there are, I would say, 2 types of challenge. First of all, there is a challenge which is to sustain this in the long term. You know, there has been a number of good decisions when it comes to defense spending, when it comes to expanding. You know, I was talking about the EU. There are similar decisions in the NATO environment. The issue is we have to admit that we're in this in the long haul. It's not going to go away. Even if there was some end of the conflict, we need to be able to do this in the long haul because we need to do multiple things. And I'll close on this. Number 1, support Ukraine, and possibly support Ukraine beyond the conflict, so that which is demanding. Number 2, replenish our own stocks and build up our own forces. And this is very demanding because we face a situation where European forces in general have faced years, or if not decades, of decline in defense spending that need to be addressed and to replenish and build up some capabilities in critical areas. And third, we have to prepare for the future. And there we have to learn the lessons from what the Ukrainians have done in the battlefield. We need to invest in technology. We need to also learn what has been happening there and how we keep our technological hedge. So those 3 things are demanding from a budget perspective, demanding from an organizational perspective, which means we need to think through the relationship between NATO and the EU. We need to think through a sort of long-term plans for each of our countries and see whether we need to act jointly versus where we need to do things on our own. And that's going to take time, and I think if we don't recognize that we're in this for a decade, we are probably missing this dimension of rebuilding, if not a war economy, at least an economy that is capable of fulfilling the requirements for defense.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Really perfect scene setter. We'll come back to a number of those themes, including the mindset on cooperation between governments and industry. Look forward to conversation with Kaspars on this, but also, how the EU is dealing with that. What is the role, for example, of EDF? What is the transatlantic dimension of building up our capabilities as well? I come from a country that invested a lot in relationship with the United States, also build up defense spending, perhaps with some new openness to do a little bit more with Europeans. Well, on this, let me turn to Tobias Winkler from German Bundestag. Germany is obviously the, well, I want to say big kid on the European bloc, along with France and others. We all look to Germany to step up, both in political terms, which has happened in terms of delivering weapons to Ukraine, which has improved tremendously, but also in transforming its own forces and ramping up production. So we talked a little bit before the panel that perhaps a good way to start that conversation is always to hit the Zeitenwende question, how Germany is doing. But so if we could go there, and maybe if you could also a little bit answer the question that Camille finished with, in a way. Do we, and in this case you, and your German decision makers, but also broader society, understands that this is a long-term effort, that this is not going to go away in 2, 3, 5 years, that we really need to prepare for a long haul? Over to you.
So thank you, Michael. First of all, I have to say, as a German politician, it's much more comfortable to sit here in 2023 than in 2022. This has also to do with our new Minister of Defense, and but don't want to get deeper in it. But I think now we realized a little bit what we expected with the word Zeitenwende, that we really got deeper into the consequences that the war or the full-scale invasion in Ukraine has for us. As you said, are we prepared for a long-term strategy? So first of all, I think when we talk about defense industry, now the industry is under pressure, as we all are. So it's when we had this European defense gap analysis, we saw its industry, its spending, and its capabilities. So these are the 3 pillars we have to investigate. And on the spending side first, we had this decision about 100 billion, but as my colleague Roderick yesterday said, unfortunately this money is already spent, so or at least not available anymore. So we see a slight improvement in defense budget. It has to be better, but I think we have as you asked also about society, I think we have now the possibility to get a majority for that. So it was not the case 5 years ago or 10 years ago. After 2014, when also my party was in power, we increased the budget more than 50% between 14 and 21. But even that was far behind the 2%, as you know, and it was far behind that what we would have needed. And just to come back to one figure, Thierry Breton yesterday said, if we would have spent the 2% since the Wales decision, this would have been until now 1.3 trillion euros. 1.3 trillion if we would have, even now, it's 120 billion per year if we would meet 2% constantly. So I think it's a window of opportunity to also in Germany to raise the budget, and as Minister Pistorius said, now also we accept it's not the ceiling, it's the floor. These are only words until now, but we are doing hard and press or put pressure on the government to fulfill this this promise. So spending, I think this is understood, and there we have a chance. But unfortunately, we have also to accept that we are very inefficient in our European defense industry, and this has to do with the fragmentation. This has to do with the way we dealt in former times with this topic. So therefore, like Camille said, I'm very happy about the success or the commitment of the European Union to go into this common approach with EDF, with EDIRPA, ASAP, and so on a short or in a very short period of time, combined to other European projects. And I think the common approach is the one we can meet the challenges we have, because when you ask, are we in war economy? We are not in the sense, like Camille said, like we are in war, but we are we are in a competition with a war economy. If you look to Russia, we have 2 million workers in defense industry. We have around 200 tanks per month produced there. We have around now doubled 2 million pieces of artillery per year. This is more than US and EU together per year. So this is our competitor, and we have to accept this challenge, or we have to set something against, and therefore we have to combine our powers. This is my main message. So, and I'm glad that European Union took a lead, and I'm quite optimistic that even with all these other things, but we will come to it later, including SME, including innovation, and not just to concentrate on 5 or 6 countries. And also one last sentence to that, I'm absolutely convinced that when we talk about European or combining European powers, this means European Union and UK. So this is our European approach. Then we have a chance to really make a difference.
Great, super. Well, thank you very much. Thank you also pointing out very clearly the challenge that stands before us, given that our competitors, or our some would say enemies, perhaps, and certainly adversaries, are ramping up their production, and that's not the only theater in which Europe will be engaged, even if we will zoom out at some point also to look at the transatlantic direction. But you mentioned fragmentation. So much about the European defense industry, I would argue, has been about industry rather than the defense as much. And I think this is a good question, whether the security situation pulls us closer together. And I think this is a theme that clearly has been very important also for France, and I think this is good, perhaps moment for me to turn to our colleague from France, Nathalie Pouzarev, member of the French National Assembly and member of the Defense Committee. Nathalie, if you could give us a sense of how at the national level France is looking at this competition, this race, and also the opportunities that France is seeing in the European defense industry. And if I can just, perhaps this is a bit tricky thing to ask of a French colleague, but you know, how do Americans fit in all this? How do we maintain ability to work with their defense industry? How do we make sure that the capabilities that we need to get are not only developed eventually, but developed fast enough for us to not perhaps lose in this race? Over to you.
Thank you, Michel. So this is a tricky question. So I will start by the something easier, talking about what is currently happening in France. In fact, because of the degradation of the strategic context, France has been increasing its defense spending since 2015, 2017, and we are still pursuing this goal. And we just passed a bill on defense planning in July, and we will put like 413 billion euros for over the next 7 years. So there's a huge effort. There's consensus in France about the fact this spending is needed because of the context, as I said. And we are definitely in the trend to achieve the objective of the 2% of GDP. We are not far from it, and it will be done in a few years' time. So we have, but I know, many countries are targeting, Latvia is targeting the 3%, so Poland 4%. So I think there's definitely has been a change of mindset. And in France, even if we say we are going towards a war economy, that's true, I completely share what Camille has said. It's not typically war economy as it was said during the Second World War conflict. So we have set up special task force. In fact, it's the General Defense Agency, or on the National Procurement Agency, that has gathered all the industrialists, asking them how to ramp up their production capability. So there's a method there. There's the need to give them, to the industrial sector, to give them visibility. That's why the defense planning is there, to give visibility. For instance, there will be a patch of 5 billion euros for drones production, 4 billion for cyber, whatever. So first, give visibility to the defense sector. Then we have to secure procurement. It can be powder, it can be some key components. We have also tackled the issue that human resources are key. You need to have the supplies, you need to have the men and women to produce the equipment and to ensure the ramp-up will be effective. So skills sets are very important. Human resources are very important. We considered building an industrialist reserve.
Okay.
So this is where this is maybe the closest to war economy. So you would take industrialists from engineers from one sector and put it into the military sector. And finally, we have we have achieved some good results in terms of, I will illustrate that with the Caesar cannon. We have been delivering to Ukraine. So now we used to produce less than 4 Caesar cannons a month, and today it's 6 per month. And in a couple of months, we will rise up to 8 per month. Of course, it still takes too long time to produce one Caesar cannon. So we went from 27 months to 17 months to produce one. But you see the ramp up is really in action. It's the same for 155 caliber shells. We will move to 3,000 production rates very soon per month. But let me, before I come back to the European and transatlantic issue, just say that the French army is an operational army, and we put the emphasis in our defense planning law on operational readiness. And I think that, Ukrainians have demonstrated the amazing ability they have to include all these various equipments coming from everywhere, any sources, United States, Germany, France, Great Britain. But this is putting a lot of pressure on them to maintain this equipment. There's an increased difficulty in the training of the forces to adapt to each different equipment. So a lesson we have learned is that MRO, as we say, maintenance, repair, overall, for the specialist is key. It's a very important factor of success so that we can get there with this operational readiness. Then there's the defense readiness, as Commissaire Breton said yesterday. Defense readiness is that being able to produce what we need in our stocks in Europe as well. We cannot rely only on what is produced in the United States and so on. So I will come to your topic. I think it's obvious there has been a big surge in defense expenditure, that there's short-term issue. We have to provide quickly some materials to be sent to Ukraine. But if we spend all the money buying equipment to non-European, including British, non-European defense provider, it won't serve the European sector, defense sector, on the long run. And it will maybe prevent us to prepare for the future, because we have to invest in future capabilities, but in future technologies as well. So AI is key, quantum computers are key, but there are so many other issues where we have to foster our capabilities together, and we should be less fragmented and maybe consolidate our European defense and technological base as soon as possible. And my personal belief, is that we have to go through a concentration process. United States have done it a long time ago. They have consolidated their defense sector. We haven't done it yet. So, of course, it's easy to say and difficult to make. I agree, but I'm a politician, so we have to set the objectives. And of course, we have to invent new forms of partnership, and we can include SMEs from all across the European member states, of course. We have to invent something where we can have European champions, European industrial leaders, because with this economy that will be raised, we will be able to invest. It will be profitable for our industrial sector. It will be profitable for our people if we invest in our skills, in our personnel. And as I said, it's not only a matter of building weapons. It's about the skills we want to maintain in Europe. It's for the next generation, and this is very much my responsibility with that respect.
Super. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for putting forward the idea of the concentration process. I think this is both necessary and quite challenging to figure out who will give up their who will be able to sort of sacrifice parts of its industry, and also just putting on the table the trade-off that we have between the long-term ability to form a European defense industry while we have to ramp up our production and our capabilities fast enough for the incoming real threat ahead of us. We are going quickly through time, but we fortunately also have Kaspers from the industry,
which we have been talking about this whole time. Kasper Polaks, head of business defense at LMT. You can tell us a little bit more about LMT as well. I understand that this is a communication company, 5G company, but it's thinking about also producing gunpowder. So, question number one is, what is telecom company doing in the defense industry? But if you can then address some of the issues that Camille and others have put on the table, for the industry to ramp up production. Is it only about mindset, or what do you need from the governmental side, now represented here by our colleagues? And at the end of it, I would love to, we focus a lot on the quality so far, mostly on the defense spending, wrapping up the ability to produce, but I think we really need to address also the innovation question. So if we can do that, and if I could turn to our fantastic audience, and of course, Julian, I would call on you even if you did not raise your hand, but for others as well, we'll go to a Q&A before coming back to our panelists. But Kasper, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to Riga. And unfortunately, that's the new reality of Latvia. And thanks to our nasty neighbor, we have that the mobile telecommunication operator has to actually identify ourselves as a defense industry. And but there are a couple of components in it. And I will try quickly to go through them. The first, of course, is the business point of view, because the long-term business for the mobile communication operators, and I sorry to say so, is not, there is no long-term in that business, because the standard mobile operator does the business by raising the prices for all of us as the clients, reducing the costs, most of the time reducing the personnel, because you can do a lot of with automation. And at the point when the Mr. Musk will come with the next Starlink, most of the telco companies will just finish this type of the business in the long term. So we didn't want to be such a company, and therefore around 6 years ago, the leadership of the company, we established so-called innovation verticals at that time. And defense was one of those innovations when we started to seek new business opportunities and to do the diversification of the business. And at this point, because of the, let's say, attention to the defense industry in general, defense business at LMT is the separate business division. And we are doing a lot of different things, starting from software development for our military and foreign partners. We are working on the development of the hardware design and engineering capability. We are doing, of course, communications. We are building industrial partnerships. And yes, we have thought at some point about the powder production as well. The second point is the capabilities of the telco operator, which are actually significant to the national defense. And we have seen that from the NATO perspective, from the military perspective, as a problem during last 10, 15 years, especially in Iraq and Afghanistan, when our opponents started to use against us intensively commercial off-the-shelf technologies, including communications. That was a huge problem in Afghanistan. And what we see now in Ukraine, telco operator, trusted telco operator, which was not the case in Ukraine in 2014 and caused a lot of problems, trusted telco operator is actually a capability to the national defense. And the applications are extremely different. We can do alternative communications for the people defending the country. We can do a lot of ensuring the resilience and communications for the civilian population in times of crisis. We can do deployment of the sensors in the infrastructure, because in such a small country as Latvia, LMT alone, because we have two other telco operators, LMT alone, we are operating 1,500 base stations. You can do a hell of a job with using that infrastructure. And in Ukraine now, During this week, we had the event 5G Territory, and we had the Ukrainian telco industry visiting us. So they are fighting the war together with their warfighters on the front line by maintaining the infrastructure, repairing the destroyed one, and monitoring the situation in general. And the last but not the least, so the problem in Latvia, I guess, and I think a lot of you will agree with us, is that during every elections, we have done a very good job by reducing the number of professionals in the governmental sector. The only thing we have done, we have voted for the people who are kind of loud, and we have systematically reduced the level of the professionals on the governmental sector. And now we are at the situation when the government, even with the extreme will and actually the operational need now to develop defense industry in Latvia, government needs partners and needs partners on the corporate side. And LMT, we are actually a group of the companies. We are not only one company, we are doing a lot of different things. And the leadership, management, and the whole mindset in the company is prepared for the large, including industrial projects. And that's why, that's logical, why LMT has been one of the partners and proud supporter of the Ministry of Defense when we were discussing the question of ramping up the production and establishing the production of the projectiles, gunpowder, 155 ammunition, you name it. That's absolutely logical that we are on board. And last but not the least, what we do at LMT, we are trying to look at our current capabilities, which are not only telco. A very good example is electronic equipment maintenance. That's, again, not a very widely known fact about us, that one of our subsidiaries runs the largest in the Baltics electronic equipment maintenance service. So you can do a lot with that capability, with those quality of standards which are already in place, to transfer it and do the AMERO, for example, of the military electronic equipment. So that is the sort of our direction into the defense industry.
Great, super. Thank you very much. And you have a big responsibility as being the only representative of the industry on the panel. So thanks for making your case as well. I really want to open it up, our discussion. We have 21 minutes. We have a number of good questions online. Catch my eye, wonderful. I have great. So I will pick and choose a little bit. Julian gets the first question because he was first, and he's Julian. So.
My challenge is to Madam Kuzirev and your definition of European. I come from a country with the biggest defence budget in Europe, with the biggest defence investment budget, with the biggest defence R&D budget. Well, from what I heard from you, you wish to exclude the UK from consolidation efforts. Did I mishear?
No.
Because I'm also getting lots of messages from our French colleagues in Paris that you want to come closer to the UK. So a clarification of how France sees the UK-French defence industrial relationship would be much appreciated. Thank
Wonderful. We'll take a couple questions. This is a very clear question. And thank you also, Julian, for pointing it to specific panelists. And if I could have Madame in the third, whatever.
Thank you. Speaking about the fact that we need to talk not only about defense.
Sorry, could you briefly introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Antonia Pup and I work for the Romanian Parliament. Speaking of the fact that we need to talk about not only of the defense spending and the equipment spending, but also about innovation, I think that the dialogue with the private sector and especially with the startups is very important. And we know that NATO has now introduced 2 new tools to make this dialogue swifter. We talk about the Diana Accelerator and the NATO Innovation Fund. I would really be curious to see the opinion of the panelists regarding how we can move on, not only on our own, but as a transatlantic alliance with the main innovators on the market right now. Thank you.
Wonderful. Perhaps that's the question that I would ask Camille to address. And for the third one, if we can go to Minister here. And then catch my if you can really wave. I see Ian. Okay, great.
Yeah, hello, former Defense and Foreign Minister of Latvia. Well, question and a slight comment. Well, first of all, it's understandable that we have a very huge challenge as far as our production lines in whole Europe, because basically we are missing everything, and it is of course nice if we can produce cannon in 17 months instead of 27 months. But if we are looking what is happening with production line capacities in such countries as Russia, countries like China, then basically we are years behind at this moment. Now, obviously, we have to look how can we speed this up. And there is one way we can do it by cooperation among the nation states, which in my view is actually, and here I will mirror a little bit Julian, we are missing that because a number of countries simply do not have kind of a tradition to have, for instance, government-to-government projects, for instance, Germany. Finland had it, but it's a very good example. Secondly, if we are, as you mentioned in a panel, we need also to consolidate. It's not a bad thing to consolidate military industry, but we first have to build it up. And if we look to the regions like our region, then we have a number of our smaller and also larger companies, which first of all are looking for the partners. Secondly, they are missing sometimes finances, for instance, ammunition industry, because neither us nor you, nobody have actually ammunition factories anymore in this continent. And thirdly, we are also looking for basically this cooperation and for markets with each other. So the reciprocity is frequently missing, leaving smaller countries like ours outside the market because there are some established routes where we are not going forward. And from the challenges simply, I mean, there are numbers of challenges I can discuss about them, but for instance, electronic warfare, we are totally exposed at this moment, and knowing what kind of challenge Russia can possess to such country or countries along the Baltic Sea with massive drone attacks, including that they're building their factories. We have a problem. So the small question is, what can we do precisely? 1, 2 points. How can we bolster this cooperation between our, for instance, industry and industries of your countries? And secondly, how can we more actively involve European Union and Commission in this? Because on the one hand, we are bragging about the progress that we were growing a support to military industry and capabilities from, let's say, 0 to 1 billion. But 1 billion, as far as I know, European euros, you know, looking what this war requires and what next 10 will require, it's basically just coffee money, nothing more. So thank you for that.
Great, thank you very much. So we have 3 concrete questions. I would love to have at least time for a second round. So please, if you can be relatively brief, there's a concrete question on French-UK defense cooperation tool.
The French-UK cooperation is excellent, thank you. As it was mentioned by my fellow colleague from the Bundestag, we tend to include UK in our discussions of partnership. So I think I didn't exclude UK. On the contrary, we'll have a summit in the next coming weeks, and we have been, when I talked about, you know, having champions, industrial leaders, we have, for instance, MBDA. We have a cooperation that has been delivering for a long time. Now we have delivered to Ukraine what is called Black Shadow from the UK, but what is called Scalp from France, so long-range missiles. So the cooperation is going on, and no, everything is going well. So I will just quickly maybe answer to the question about how we can speed up. And I agree, it's far too long. We are not bragging about, we have been doing some progress, but we cannot brag about that, but it is still too long. So we have to mutualize, and this is where the EU is helping us, definitely. And with the ASAP program, we will be able to produce munitions, you talked about it, more swiftly. We have to mutualize, foster our capabilities, and this should involve, of course, Central and Eastern European countries, because we consider now in our defense policies that, yes, there's a trend moving to the east anyway. So we are encouraging, as politicians, our industries to go and visit your industrial base as well. So.
Thank you very much, especially that we are spending a lot of money in this part of the world.
Yes, yes.
Camille, a question about Diana, NATO, also a role for the EU, EDF. Perhaps if you can address that.
No, let me try to be quick and therefore maybe a bit short. But one, I mean, I can't resist addressing Julian's question by also saying it's a two-way street. I've been arguing that, of course, the UK defense industry is part of the European defense and industrial base, but I think it is there is a slight problem when the United Kingdom doesn't have an administrative arrangement with the European Defence Agency when Serbia has one. So I think that there is a need on the British side to recognize that deepening the relationship with the EU, including on those defence issues in the post-Brexit environment, requires efforts on both sides. The US has one, so why not the UK? Second point, on the innovation element. Antonia, you rightly pointed at the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, which is a big NATO ID, the NATO Innovation Fund. I mean, those things are helpful and good. They definitely serve the purpose of keeping our technological edge, of engaging with the network of companies that are the sort of companies that are probably have more limited access to defense markets. And I think it's still a work in progress, let's be honest about it. We still have the same money issue because it's not billions that are available. But it is helping making a difference and joining forces to test and experiment, which I think is a niche for NATO, where NATO can really make a difference in testing and experimenting. In my NATO capacity, we had fantastic test and experiment on, for instance, unmanned systems at sea and things like that. And I think Diana can be a very great tool to enhance that capacity. Of course, it comes next to what the EU is doing with the European Defence Fund, and there I agree with your point. 2 billion a year is only less than 1% of defence spending. If you look at it as a tool to foster research and development, then it becomes a much bigger share of the cake. It becomes about 10% of the R&D effort. What is critical there is two things. A, it shouldn't be at the expense of national. It should be over and above national effort. So otherwise, it doesn't make sense if it's used to stop doing things. And second, it needs to be properly coordinated with what the member states are doing, and which is, of course, I think the challenging part for the Commission, which in many of its policies is developing Commission toolbox. In that particular instance, when it comes to defense technology, there needs to be a very, very joint approach with the member states to make sure that whatever the Commission is funding then becomes actual capabilities that the member states will get, and so on. So I think that's the critical element. But I think it is a very useful thing. It's, as I mentioned, new territory, uncharted territory for the European Commission. But I think it's, as Thierry Breton said yesterday, it's really going into this. And I think the issue is now to demonstrate that it can actually make a difference by delivering actual capabilities, or laying the ground for actual capabilities, or when it comes to ASAP and all of these things, to enable actual deliveries at a much faster pace.
Great. Kaspers.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to elaborate on and answer the question of the Mr. Minister about what we can do. And I think the first thing is the change of the mindset on a lot of definitions we are using. And one of those are very popular, of course, security of supply. And how we are looking at it sometimes is, and it's not security of supply, just buying something or some equipment from Germany or France, for example, and stocking it up in Latvia and using it, it is not security of supply. And we have to think much regionally on this question, and we have to really engage partners in Latvia, partners in Estonia, Lithuania, and other countries to manufacture things by large vendors, manufacturing them, including the capacity of Latvian industry. Because what usually people from the large companies, when coming to Latvia, what they realize is that we are not just some remote area on the border of Mordor. We are actually very capable ones. We are capable in the metal industry, we are capable in technologies, we are leading the 5G story, and a lot of other success stories. We are building armored personnel carriers together with the Finns, for example, and for the Finns. So that's kind of very important to change that mindset, because at the end of the day, that will be good for everybody, because building the equipment somewhere remotely from the, let's say, honestly, front line of the NATO will not enhance the MRO capabilities here, because you need the repair hubs, you need the stock of the equipment, stock of the repair parts, etc. And with regards to the innovation efforts, EDF is fantastic. I totally agree with you. We are in 5 or 6 projects at the moment, and that's the way how we started to build our our, let's say, partnerships with the big vendors. Because I personally know, and I'm known for the people in Kongsberg, in Saab, in Thales, in Rheinmetall. So it serves the purpose. Same with the Ayana, but we are so slow. We are extremely slow. And as an example, I will just tell you, we are at the moment with one of the leading companies on the autonomous systems in the region. We are setting up the proposal for the next EDF call, and we will start the project in 2026. 2026. If we look on the Ukraine's example, and I was in Ukraine in Kiev 2 weeks ago on the defense industry forum organized by Ukrainians. They are getting innovation from the laboratory to the battlefield in 14 days.
Yeah.
And that's the reality of life there.
That's the speed of the real war. If we could pause for a second, take a couple more questions, and then come back to you, Tobias, because we are at 6 minutes. And let me turn to Ian Bond, who I had first catch my eye, and I also want to see if there's someone in back row. I see, sir. See you, sir. Anybody? Okay, here, Ian Bond. Sorry. Please introduce yourself to people that might not know you as well.
Ian Bond from the Centre for European Reform. So actually, it's good that you haven't turned to Tobias yet, because it was to him that I wanted to ask this question. It's the mindset question. So, you know, we heard a lot about the Titan vendor. But at the same time, in an EU context, Germany, probably more than any other country, is insisting on putting the Stability and Growth Pact back in place, pressing down on national budget deficits and so on. Isn't it time, actually, that we started to agree with Vladimir Putin that there is a war in Europe and that we need to be competing in it? And doesn't that mean, actually, that Germany has to, you know, take defense out of this constant preoccupation with austerity? Because otherwise, if you keep telling every other European country, you have to reduce your budget deficit by a certain percentage every year, then we are never going to be able to find the defense budgets that we need in order to arm ourselves to be able to resist what's going on in Russia.
Wonderful. If you could pass the mic right back to the just behind you, and then we'll go to the...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Toms Baumans. I'm former chairman of Latvian Transatlantic Organization. My question is kind of simple one. How to get this thing done? We complain about this and that and time and Russia and war. What about European Union adopting directive that everybody spends 2% on defense by year next or 2030, and then you have money, you have time scope, and let's the whole thing done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last question on the right side, the gentleman will wave his, yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Thibaut Normand, I'm a, let's say, French foreign trade advisor. I have a question regarding money, right? We've heard LMT's maybe plans for gunpowder. Minister Pabriks mentioned a munitions factory. This is maybe less a problem for Germans and French, but they are still typically here in the region, and I know Minister Pabriks will know what I'm talking about. There are a lot of banks that still refuse to finance the arms industry, and so you have a lot of companies that require cash, right? Arms production is extremely cash intensive, and they cannot get lines of credit or loans or any kind of financing from banks. So what can the legislators, either at national level but also at EU level, do to help banks get across that threshold and finance actually arms and ammunition production?
Great, thank you very much. We'll start with Tobias. We are almost at the end. We have 3 more minutes. Hopefully the organizers will give us additional minute, but please, try to be, limit yourself to a minute. Tobias, let's start with you.
Of course, I try to. So first, maybe when I can start with the answer to the minister, when you ask about smaller countries, how they can get a share or better share, I think Germany is the first country who opened their framework contracts for ammunition buying. So as I heard, Estonia and Latvia, as far as I know, are very interested in making use of them. So this is a really short-term measure to get better access to the market. And the second thing is, when I talked about cooperation and decentralization, I think it's exactly what Caspar said. Then we also have to think to decentralize our production, and that means license production in different areas. And as we see right now, when we talk about building or establishing factories in Ukraine, then we see that it's also it's necessary in case of a threat that we reduce the cost of logistics, or that we make it quicker. And of course, repair hubs have to be close to the battlefield and not where the company has their seats. So therefore, decentralization, I think, goes much further than only think who has which capabilities and to conclude them. And if I can go to Ian, so yesterday I heard that the biggest threat to European security are the finance ministers, even more than Russia. So this is a little bit in your direction. And I didn't know that we are so dominant in the European Union that austerity policy is only our task. So I thought this was laid down in the treaties. But when it comes to, of course, I understand what you mean. So we have the same discussion in Germany, and if it's about priorities, why it's spent to defense budget. I think, first of all, financial stability is an important pillar of resilience and also finally of security. So if we say no, we don't need any budget restrictions anymore, just go all in defense policy, this makes us weak. This makes us dependent from other parts in the world, maybe the wealthier ones. So financial austerity, I think, is not the biggest threat. It's a question of priorities, right priorities, and also of efficiency. And efficiency, there is such a huge potential that we can meet both. And when I heard about, there's one question, you cannot see it, but I find it very important that it's connected with this. How can we say, or how can we have budget restrictions in comparison with expenditure to R&D? And when we see that the United States efforts in R&D are 7 times higher than the whole European Union, I would say, or my answer would be, and as you said, this cannot be from the defense budget, but R&D always helps all sectors of industry. This is R&D for defense industry. Also, this is not excluded, and we talk about modern systems, high tech, about autonomous systems, and so this is also make use for our future of industry and for our competitiveness. So this should not be exclusive seen for defense, but of course it's necessary, and therefore we also can get some money for that and keep to our promises in our treaties.
Wonderful. We're going to do a lightning round because we are out of time, and I will assign the questions if I can. There was a question about financing, Kaspers, on that. Can you just address that?
If we take the Latvia's case, that's exactly the role of LMT. Because for let's say, if we compare and look at LMT from the perspective of European level defense industry, we are SME. In Latvia, we are one of the 10 largest companies in the country. And that's exactly the role of LMT, because I absolutely agree with you, that's the largest threat and problem we have had in Latvia with our munition manufacturers, that banks are just not financing them. And that's why you need a large corporate partner with the first, of course, corporate management capabilities, but with the cash.
Great. Natalie, there was a question whether we can legislate at the European level 2%. Maybe you could address that within really a minute.
Yeah.
If we could.
Europe increasingly needs to take the responsibility for its own security, definitely. But I think it will remain in the hands of the willing and capable, as usual, you know. So we are ready, as I said, to go to up to 2%. Some countries are for 3–4%. I don't think we can legislate on that, but that's my personal thinking, because we need unanimity, you know, at the European level. But with the willing and capable, we are able to form new kind of cooperation and move forward a bit quicker. And about taxonomy, I think all the countries represented here should advocate at the EU level to get rid of some norms or standards that are a nuisance for our defense industry and for our technology and for our future. And we need to level at the EU level, at the corporate level of banks, and at the local level of the banks. Because in France, we have seen that at the local banking system, this is where they over-interpret the rules. And so our SMEs are put at risk because of this too strict implementation of the rules. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Camille, you are closing the discussion. So points that you want to raise within a last minute.
Two 30 seconds each. Number one, on the issue of 2%, I always stress the Cold War average for NATO countries was more in the realm of 3%, and those were very prosperous years. So the notion that 2% is out of reach, it's difficult, it's impossible, is absurd. 2% is not at all a war economy. It is a reasonable defense effort that is within reach of every single economy. In my NATO years, I did face countries that actually argued with me, and that was not Germany, that they were too wealthy to be at 2%, which was, I thought, slightly embarrassing, honestly. I think there is a change of opinion. I think it's good that the EU endorsed the NATO objective sets in 2014. So now we see it more and more in the EU documents as well. I don't know whether it's worthwhile to put it in legislation, but it really needs to be a sort of a minimum effort that is that needs to be sustained over time, and I stress that part as well. Second, on the issue of these banking loans, let me just support very much what Natalia just said. The situation is absurd when you have, when you go to your bank and you say, I want to buy green investment, that means you're not supporting defense. Because the banks over-interpret this and tend to exclude defense. There are very few banks in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Belgium, that want to do business with defense because that's not good for their ESG rating. This is absurd. And I would just stress that sustainability starts with security. So you can't really have a situation where or small and large companies are deprived from funding because of either regulations or practice that make it difficult, and maybe start with the European Investment Bank.
Wonderful. Well, this was quite I learned a lot from this discussion. I hope you did as well. We touched on both challenges like the financing, the concentration of the defense industry, and I think we are coming out with a pretty clear homework for all of us to be done. And perhaps still, in my mind, there is a question whether we are as clear-minded when it comes to the challenge that is before us, whether we shifted from the business as usual when it comes to developing our defense industry to really the era of geopolitical competition that strikes us very much close to home, especially as we sit here in Riga. Please thank our wonderful panelists. And now we have some coffee. Thanks.
Thank you.
I need to pour a glass of water.
Oh, good. Okay.
Before it will start. Do you want?
Okay, everyone good? Everyone ready? Okay.
Put yourself in this. Yeah. You have to be nimble. Shall we pour the water? I think so.
Good luck. Okay, hello everyone, and many thanks for joining the session today. My name is Anastasia Stogny, and I'm very honored to be moderating this extremely interesting panel, I can already tell. I'm a journalist, I'm working for the Financial Times covering Russia. And the topic we are here to discuss is the information war and how not to lose it by being too blinded by short-term victories. So I would suggest, as a form of introduction of the panelists and also as a starting topic, just to briefly define what the short victories are and how do we actually define victories in the information war. So I would suggest to start from my right. Yanis, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. And from my perspective, information or cognitive war is no different than the real war. So to me, the victory in the disinformation war means victory in a battlefield, and that is my definition of it.
So have you observed any short victories yet?
I think the biggest victory that we had was in this war was at the very beginning, when US campaign basically took out all the T's from Russian propaganda, and as we saw, they didn't know how to address the problem when what they intend to do is well known to all the world but the Russians themselves. And therefore it undermined their strategy, campaign, and in a way also contributed to the victory in the battle for Kiev, and I think that was a detrimental element in this war.
Okay, let's move on to Kiev, to Anaid.
Before I will answer some questions, I just need to say thank you for having me here. I'm first time in this conference, and this is the honor. So I will give just Ukrainian perspective regarding our short victories. It's, of course, our resilience to these disinformation campaigns of Russia, and I just need to say that we raised awareness about and raised media literacy in our country. We constantly working with it, and we understand that this is not just some disinformation campaign that just can be missed or somehow we just can ignore it. And by educational means, we created some cartoons for our children. What is disinformation? What is information bubble? What is bots, etc. And additionally, we made a lot of trainings for our students, our state representatives, like state institutions, and I think this is short-term victory, but next level will be like, I think, more strategic work with our government, etc., and regulations. So,
thank you. Thank you. Carl, what are the short victories in your opinion?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. In terms of me and the Global Engagement Center of the U.S. State Department, any day that I can make Zakharova or Solovyov or Peskov or Simonyan mad, that is a short-term victory, especially when they angrily comment and provide a link to our reports and thereby help amplify them. So those are short-term victories. To give one specific example, and this was about 8 months ago now, we had been observing Russian disinformation planning, trying to accuse Ukraine of using a dirty bomb, conventional explosive to spread radioactive material. And we knew they were talking about it, but we didn't know how they were going to use it. And then we observed through intelligence reports on a particular part of the front line, they were issuing chem-bio hazmat suits, personal protective equipment, to troops. Now, if you're about to hit by a surprise dirty bomb attack, you usually don't put your own troops into chem-bio first.
So at that point, we made a decision internally. We had a bit of a debate in Washington, but the GEC prevailed, and we went public and we exposed, even though this probably cost some intelligence assets, but we exposed the fact that the Russians were planning to accuse Ukraine of that. They dropped the campaign. I'm not saying that they won't ever use a dirty bomb accusation in the future or an actual dirty bomb, but they dropped that campaign from their strategy, and they did not set off a dirty bomb, which we thought would have been very dangerous. So that was a small victory that we were glad to have.
Still sounds like a great victory to me. Anyway, let's continue with more small victory observations from Ricard.
Sure, of course. I mean, all the short-term victories goes towards the long-term goal, and the long-term goal, of course, is Ukraine's victory eventually, and what it means is, of course, not going to be defined on Ukrainian terms, but eventually, and hopefully, Russia fully out, military and defeated, and Ukrainian winning. And the same way as Mr. Sars just told, in information battlefield, you see those victories in the same way as in the real battlefield, in the military and kinetic domain. Having said that, I think there are plenty of victories we can mention over the last 20 months, both at the Ukrainian level, but also European and Euro-Atlantic level, and also global level, starting from, everyone will remember in the first evenings of the war, President Zelensky and his closest inner circle having that video with Me Too. Everyone will remember Snake Island and the famous, everyone learned a bit of a Russian language by then, I guess. And everyone also might remember how Ukrainian granny killed a drone by throwing a tomato jar. And all of those are very nice stories to win on a Ukrainian level. On a European level, I think the biggest story, success story over the past 20 months is that we have kept our unity all together. Russia was thinking and that we will be all fighting each other about what to do, and we were all united. We still have kept that, united position, both states, governments, but also our societies, still showing big support towards Ukraine and really showing the spirit that we'll be fighting for Ukraine until the very end. And the third is global level. Of course, I think the victory at United Nations also, and quite early hours of the war, of getting this over 140 nations going behind Ukraine and against Russia. So Ukraine has been having those all good victories and stories to tell. And now some people are doubting whether there is some kind of fatigue, whether this counterattack is going as fast as one might expect. But hello, guys, can I have a rhetoric question? What do you expect, actually, really, from Ukraine? Do you expect to blow up Crimea Bridge every day?
That's a rhetoric question. So, Jurgis, I think you're the last, and I would like you to first also give your definition of small victories and probably some examples of small victories, but also to talk a little bit about the contradiction, if there is any, between small victories and a long-term perspective, and how ready, in your opinion, the West is to fight in long-term battle, informational battle.
Thank you, Anastasia, for these two questions. I mean, in terms of short-term victories, I would look at the policy side, and I think this very important victory that we achieved is that actually we stopped admiring this problem of foreign information manipulation, that we actually are doing now something about it, starting to impose the costs on these guys who are attacking us. And I think one of the victories that we had, for example, at European Union level, we adopted a specific toolbox. So the Council of the European Union adopted a toolbox to tackle foreign information manipulation. We have a Digital Services Act that will actually allow us to fight, Russia and other state actors on the social media platforms, let's put it so. On the action side, I think one short victory for me is actually sanctions. We actually successfully applied, we banned the broadcast of some of these so-called media outlets, the Sputnik, the RT, formerly known as Russia Today, and many others. I think that was a very good action. If I go to the second question, in terms of long-term game, it's difficult. I mean, if I would try to find kind of an analog, maybe I would paraphrase the song of Guns N' Roses, it's adapt or die. I think, short-term victories should not keep us happy at all, you know, because the Russian Federation and other actors are actually clearly building up the structures for the long-term game, and we have to adjust, you know. And if I would try to put the readiness into kind of, I don't know, 2-3 blocks. I mean, one probably block that is very important, that we have actually political leadership or political attention to the issue. That we also have actually, you know, the energy to mobilize, because autocracies mobilize very well. I mean, we saw it, how they do it. And of course, behind mobilization, you need to put resources. Because otherwise, you know, if we don't have resources, there's only people, you know, who fight this information, but we need institutions, we need budgets, you know, we need tools to monitor this information. And I think on all these three angles, we are scoring positive points, but there's much more to go.
Thank you. Thanks for a great contribution. And I should say that I agree with you that short-term victories shouldn't blind us, but they should encourage us. That's why I think it's really important we talk about them and praise them. And the next question I would address first to Anand, who literally fights on the front line of the information war in Ukraine. And if you could share with us your observations. So how has Russian disinformation strategy and toolkit has evolved since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, if it evolved anyhow?
Well, I just may say that we've done pretty revolutionary things. How we blocked Odnoklassniki, Vkontakte, we blocked pro-Russian television, and the president created us, like Center for Countering Disinformation under the National Security and Defense Council, because he forecasted that it will be intensive. And indeed, since 21st of February 2022, like the massive attacks, intensive attacks that we've got in information space, I can compare with nothing. And I just can say that now they focus not on our country, they focus just on Western countries. And in our country, of course, they're still working, they're using our vulnerabilities to somehow destabilize, discredit somehow our government or destabilize just society. So it's, they changed their focus. But what we are doing with it, and we also changed our approach. We were just like, you know, analytical center who accumulates all monitorings from different state institutions, organizations who will just give in the whole picture of what is happening. But I think every state organizations understood after 21st of February that we should focus on public communication to create every social media accounts that we can. Our intelligence service became like the most, I think, popular Telegram channel they have, etc. And I understand that this is the future. We should every time communicate with our people what is actually happening, where is it true or not, became like state governmental fact checkers. And what we do beside that, of course, it's like fact checking is not enough. We're doing this work with Secret Service of Ukraine when we see, monitor some guys who allegedly propagandists, etc. We're like sending this information to Secret Service of Ukraine, and by this means they can put these people onto sanctions list or open criminal investigations, because of war we have criminal we have articles in criminal code against collaborationism, and that's why we use every opportunity to limit these actors who constantly destabilize our country. And of course, we are trying to work with our fact checkers, our NGOs in our country. When we see some information, we send them our monitorings, and they can mark by means of Meta or etc. that this is disinformation on our Facebook, Twitter, etc. And we blocked more than 200 YouTube channels in our country, in our territory, which consists just in disinformation. And we making like big researches about different big disinformation campaigns, and we share it to our public, for public communication, and to our partners. For example, about clandestine transplantology, which this disinformation campaign began just from 2014, or black market weapons. Even now, Russians using opportunity to discredit us, and that we are allegedly sell all weapons that our partners gave us to Hamas, and they are using it against Israel. Total nonsense, but still continuing. And the favorite thing that they're doing is creating these disinformation campaigns abroad just to decrease Western partners' support to us. And for example, this black hole of Zelensky, that he absorbs Western money. And there were a lot of bunch of videos, fake materials, fake graffitis, which we were constantly communicate with our partners that please pay attention that this is disinformation campaign. Or our First Lady, every time she's visiting some country, they're creating this, disinformation campaigns that she bought something very expensive by the money of our Western partners. Like last time was in New York, she bought allegedly one jewelry in Cartier for $1 million, That's nonsense, expensive. But it became from, this campaign started from Nigerian resources. Yes, and they used it, they put this paycheck, and former worker, staff member of the Cartier store started talking about First Lady. She made video, and Nigerian resources supported it. And on the paycheck, there's a date. First Lady was not in New York, she was in Canada. So every time they want to be creative, and unfortunately, somehow it works, because people, when they see it on their smartphones, they don't want to check if it's true or not. So that's why we need to put our alliance, we need to work with our partners just to inform about them, and they could use their means to stop it. But we have issues in our country, like the most popular source that we got it is Telegram, and get information from that. If we will come just to Ukraine and say, we're blocking Telegram channels, it would be total disaster, because when we were blocking ВКонтакте and Одноклассники, we have alternative. We had Facebook, for example, but Telegram channels. Hopefully, WhatsApp launched WhatsApp channels. Maybe we could switch on this page. But still, yes, there's the issues we have to solve. And I think the key things that we learned is not to be relaxed at all, just to work 24 hours per day. And second thing is, we understood that public communication and strategic communication is the essence, it is essential, and we need to cooperate and coordinate between our government institutions. Additionally, I think regulations. Digital Service Act is really cool thing, but unfortunately we cannot be a participant. Hopefully we will be in EU and we can use it, but still in our country we don't have such regulations. That's why we are working now about it.
Thank you so much for such a broad description of what is happening. And I think it's really interesting that you mentioned a couple of lessons you learned, because I wanted to ask everyone else, or at least whoever wants to step up and say what have they learned, as in from the perspective of their bodies, the official bodies, or their countries. What lessons have they learned from the Ukrainian experience of successfully tackling Russian propaganda, which is constantly evolving, which, as we said, is now targeting not just Ukraine, but the West within Ukrainian narrative. So can please someone just share their opinion or key takeaways about what they learned and what is useful for their countries or their societies from the Ukrainian experience?
Well, I think one of the things first and foremost is the fact that the only really effective way to deal with the disinformation is pre-bunking. Debunking is important, but not very effective. Pre-bunking is the only known effective means vis-a-vis disinformation. And that is, I think, the first lesson. Second lesson is that just like in a military battlefield, what really wins the battles is mission command, or delegating the authority and possibility to decide what to do really low down the command chain. The similar logic applies to the communication. If you want to have highly hierarchical communications, they will not work. You have to give the trust into the lower levels of the ones that operate, and give them freedom, and they'll come up with much better answers than any of the hierarchical systems. And the third, don't do bureaucratic talks. Innovative, humorous, out-of-box messages are the ones that work. And if we do something that is very static, very dull, we shouldn't be surprised it doesn't work.
That's great. Any other additions to this counter-propaganda toolbox, please?
Yeah, if I could a little bit add to Yanis. I think also what matters is having a narrative, and having also a network actually to deliver the message. The same as attackers when they have the networks, when they have the proxies, where they try to flood information space. I think we also have to have the same network. And I think Ukrainians kind of proved, that, with the media, both national and regional and civil society organizations and many people sort of rallying behind, you can actually be effective, delivering the message. I think other thing, at least for me personally, what we've learned is actually being quick and dirty works. And sometimes, in communication, you have to be very, very quick, in responding to these lies. I understand, that, yeah, it's nice to have capacities, to pre-bunk, but it's also, important kind of to have this capacity to sort of push back in your face, in a brutal way. And the last thing that I would say, I think in terms of Ukrainian experience, I think we should really applaud Ukraine, because you really managed to destroy the myth of supremacy, of Russian military forces. You managed kind of to destroy the myth of this, brother nations sort of coming together and all of that. So some things really changed, and I hope, this will stay important as well.
Thank you. You got really excited when you were talking about quirky approaches. Do you have any particular examples in mind?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
So you were talking about that we need to be quirky, that we need to be creative in terms of debunking propaganda narratives. So any particular examples which made you so excited about it?
I mean, I would invite you all, and that's a little bit a disclaimer, a small promotion piece, to log into our euvs-disinfo.eu website. I mean, every day, we upload new disinformation cases on the website. Every day they provide analysis and basically debunk some of these narratives out there.
Okay, Carl?
I would endorse EU versus Disinfo. We have a State Department site, state.gov, disarming disinformation. That's not the place to find creative and innovative. That's the place to find reports that have taken 2 months to clear and are full of words and not creative. But an example of creative that I really liked, when Finland was joining NATO, they had, whenever you have to prove that you're not a computer or a robot to log into certain websites, they have those pictures where you're supposed to mark the buses or stoplights, and they had a picture of a snow-covered pine forest, and they said, please mark the 15 hidden Finnish snipers. And there were 15 boxes, so that was a very good creative one to push back a little bit on Russian narrative. The main point I just wanted to make is we're seeing the kinetic battlefield in Ukraine. We're seeing the real front line between now and the future on the ground there, but we're seeing in our smartphones, in our phones that we carry in our pockets,
the battlefield everywhere in the world. And Russia and others are very effectively waging that war through everyone's phone because we don't realize we're at war yet. And the real thing that we have to do is help make people realize how aggressively Russia is pursuing this. It's rather cheap to put out a lie, but it's not cheap to manipulate the information and interfere to make sure their message gets to your phone before anyone else's. And they're very good at it, and we estimate they spend about $6 billion a year, US, at this effort in Russia, which is up from $2 billion before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So they know it's working, and they're spending a lot of money trying to get into everybody's phone and make sure that the first message you see on whatever social media site you use is one that they've controlled. And this is a war we all have to fight together, or we will all fall to the divisions that they're trying to create.
Thank you, Carl. And we do understand the threat of Russia's disinformation and the huge budget it has for it. But at the same time, we know that there are other actors in the world, and specifically which are targeting the West, which are spreading disinformation. So the question is, how should we balance between Russia and the other actors? Do we have time to postpone the other actors and just focus on Russia? How should West react in this complicated environment of disinformation threats coming from different sources? I think Rīga maybe, Rīga, go ahead and then Janice jump in.
Sorry, me, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I also want to pick up where you left and praise the good work of you of Disinfo. I could not to do it as my former employee and being sent as a seconded expert from Latvian government to our team previously. It was a real pleasure working with you, and I know you're still really rocking it. So yes, about the other actors, of course, the threat landscape is getting wider every day, not just governments, but also private sector getting in their hands in this. So there will be a lot of work in the future, not just coming from Russia, but also other, as we call them in European Union language jargon, FIMI actors, right? But yes, from our perspective here, being borderlines, frontline states of the European Union, NATO, of course, for us, the immediate threat in the information environment has always been Russia, likely to remain so for foreseeable future. For obvious reasons. I mean, we've been experiencing this ever since the 90s, or the last 3 decades, ever since Latvia said quite clearly that we're going to be part of the European Union and NATO, not some part of Russian colonial structures that they wanted to set up for us. So we have some know-how on the tactiques and methods that Russia has been using. We have some practice in there on fighting with that. But yes, we will have to do a lot of not just debunking, but also a lot of pre-bunking, and a more commercial from my side. One commercial from my side is, of course, we'll be also next week launching a campaign for Latvian audiences on which really actually combine both debunking and a bit of a pre-bunking. So watch this space.
If I may add, the number of malign actors doing disinformation is growing as we speak. The reason is obviously because it works, it delivers. And also on top of that, it's a good business. So there are all the prerequisites that we have more and more of those. Russia is still the preeminent. China is following up. In some regions, they are the biggest actor. Iran and more. And then there are some bigger non-government actors that are working in that area. But there are one key feature that unites them all. They all require infrastructure, mostly digital infrastructure, on which they base their operation. And that is where I do believe, instead of looking so much of individual threat actor, but looking at the underlying enablers is one of the key ways to address the problem. And of course, here we come back to the issue of what is the role and responsibility of social media platforms. And a very, very good example recently is the formerly known platform as Twitter, where until the change of ownership, they have really curtailed the reach of the Russian propaganda. But within 2 months of the change of this ownership, in our data sets, we saw that Russian propaganda reach more than doubled. So you see, they are really one of the key enablers, and that is, I hope Digital Services Act delivers, but, well, remains to be seen. But that is the focal area of focus in my view, because one effort undermines all of those threat actors.
Is it just Russian propaganda which boomed on formerly known Twitter?
Well, that was, we have a consistent data base which we will cross-compare, and it's pure data, not my observation. But if I would apply also my observation, I'd say no. And especially now with a war emerging in Israel, we see actually the situation is far worse than we saw in the very early stages in the war in Ukraine. And certainly one of the reasons is that X has become so much more permissive platform for these kinds of activities.
Thank you. Actually, speaking of more war conflicts happening right now, because we've been focusing for obvious reasons on the conflict which is happening right here in Europe, but unfortunately it's not the only thing. And at the same time, unfortunately, the West is not the only target of Russia's disinformation. So I would suggest we talk a little bit more about Russian propaganda global outreach. So what are the other regions Russia is targeting, and what are the goals Russia is pursuing in so-called global south, as Russian president likes to put it, and other regions probably affected by Russian propaganda. Let's just try to paint a bigger picture. Carl, please go.
Okay, since I work for the Global Engagement Center, I have to
Makes
volunteer
sense,
for
yeah.
the global question. I mean, we've seen these threats from many, many countries, and as just noted with the current conflict in Israel and Gaza, we've seen a surge of new actors as well as the same old actors trying every angle they can. And that's, I mean, China takes a longer-term game and tries to both censor messages it doesn't like and control the messages it does on global social media platforms. Other actors like Iran have places where they're very active and have good reach and places where they're not. Russia has a global reach. I like to say that Russia sort of empties their garbage can every day of disinformation on the world and sees what sticks, and they don't care if some of it doesn't, because they're pouring out so much constantly that some will stick and achieve their goals. And their goals are very rarely to advance Russian political priorities. Every country has the right to use every means to promote its own goals. But Russia manipulates information not necessarily to achieve its own goals, but actually just to create chaos and division in other countries. And almost every country we've seen examples of information manipulation by Russia to undermine faith in government institutions, to question the credibility of free elections, to cause people to question the media, the judiciary in those countries, because Russia believes that creating chaos, especially in democratic countries aligned with NATO, the West, etc., is to their advantage. And whether it is in my own country or in other countries, we find many examples. The one I'd like to cite from 2017, I was teaching at George Washington University, and I don't know if anyone heard here of a controversy. We had an American football player, Colin Kaepernick, who kneeled during the national anthem of our football games and to promote more respect for African Americans. And then other players joined him, and that was a brief controversy in America. We studied 250,000 social media posts in America at that time, some graduate students and me. About 65% of them did not come from the United States. There are very few fans of the NFL, maybe Frankfurt, London, but very few fans of NFL outside of the United States, so that was very unusual. Most of the posts came from St. Petersburg, Russia, and what they were doing was they were entering into a legitimate debate in America, but they were sending messages to African Americans and people on the left saying, these are people just doing peaceful protest, how can you punish them? You need to rise up and fight for your rights. And at the same time, they were sending messages to people on the far right
and saying they're trampling on the flag, they're spitting on veterans' graves, you need to rise up and fight against this. They were trying to provoke social clashes, and you can see that example in almost every country, every day. Russians using information manipulation to tear apart those countries themselves, taking existing issues and amplifying them. So that's why it's such a danger, and that's why we all have to work together to address this. Pre-bunking, debunking, just building awareness, making more people realize that things they receive on their phone are being manipulated. We have yet to do our research in any country where we have not found Russian information manipulation going on. So it's just a danger to us all that we have to be more aware of.
And if I may, there's an interesting new feature coming out from these regions, and that is research by Code of Africa, where they showed and demonstrated that AI-created personality hired 16 journalists to run a news site in Africa and also manage that news site. Also, when we looked at war in Ukraine, we also saw that AI journalists were pumping out a lot of articles in the name of Russian narratives. So there are even sometimes the very new features and new trends they test out in Global South and then reapply in our areas. So I would put out a warning sign for AI journalists we might see in the near future.
This is scary even for real journalists that will be replaced one day. So do you think the West is ready for threats like this and challenges like this, the artificial intelligence specifically?
Well, the threat landscape changes. The technology enables new ways of attacking as well as new ways of defense and resilience. I think I'm reasonably optimistic because we have to be optimistic. The times will be hard, that's for sure. The levels of disinformation will be higher than right now, and there'll be huge challenges. For instance, one, can we tell difference between real material in a digital world or not? Increasingly not so. Yet, I would submit, democracies have bigger resilience than it appears, and autocracies typically appear more resilient than they actually are. And I would put my kind of future claim on that distinguishment between the two.
Well, I just want to add that totally agree that it will raise and be sophisticated, and we saw how coordinated authentic behavior became coordinated inauthentic behavior, and we see the processes that we cannot stop, but we should work on it and strategically understand how we could regulate it. And hopefully unfortunately, we have our unique experience and we are open to share it, and hopefully together we can find the solutions how to win these battles.
Thank you. And before we move to the questions, I would suggest the panelists to answer the last question. We have not really discussed any particular narratives of disinformation, but there is one I think is particularly important, is the so-called news fatigue. So according to Russian propaganda, at least, people in the West are tired of the story of the Ukrainian war or about the conflict, these conflicts in general. So do you think this news fatigue actually exists, or is it an artificially created narrative? And if it exists, how can we deal with it? How do we tackle it? Anyone?
If I may, well, the recent research showed that in the West, as much as 40% actually of the population actually avoid actively news. So that is a trend, and I think we look around, we see that is increasingly realistic. But in a way, that is a phenomenon in its own right. When there's so much and so much negativity, that is a normal... I think what we have to do is go back to what is really working at the emotions of people, and actually go back to the like narratives that evoke the better part of us, supporting these people that, or societies that are in need, that are under the duress, which are being punished, etc. So I think we have to look for emotional stories to revoke that empathy of our societies.
So the answer to fatigue is empathy?
Yes.
Any other opinions on that? Richard?
I think there is some evidence that we could provide. It's not just Minister Lavrov peddling this narrative lately, but there's also actually some, I mean, eventually there is fatigue from news, not fatigue from support to Ukraine. I think if you want to be very precise. So even though some people don't want to maybe listen to radio broadcasts or television on a daily basis, even though the journalists are doing their job, even in Latvia, bringing all the latest angles from the front lines. Some people are tired from the news. It doesn't mean that people stop supporting Ukraine, stop donating funds, stop sending cars, military equipment, and all that. And I think this is actually what matters. And we shouldn't mistake one for another, even though there is maybe a relative, I'd say not a fatigue, it's not a downward going trend, rather maybe a plateau that might be going up in the near future, then yes, actually giving support to Ukraine, continuously doing this is what matters. And if we look at those numbers, then I think very good.
So they give us some hope that people are fatigued of news, but not of support, not of empathy. Okay.
Yes, and I mean, and it matters only if we can mobilize the public opinion, we as communicators, we as working for the governments, when it actually matters. If we see some red buttons kind of turning on that support is slipping, then we shall mobilize, of course, the societies, and we will do that by using emotions, using other means, but currently I think very good. I think what matters is that this long-term perspective for the long game, that we should all realize that support for Ukraine is needed in long term. We might need to run a few ultramarathons in a row before we are reaching the finishing line. So we will need a lot of stamina and patience. Second is that Russia will remain a significant actor in this domain. All the sanctions and isolation has not crippled its machinery in the disinformation front line, as our colleague from US just explained. Actually, it's quite the opposite. They have increased their resources. So even if they are defeated, and they will be on the battlefield, they will maintain those hybrid strategies to be used against the Western allies potentially in the future. So we have to have that thinking into mind. And the third is we have to build up our capabilities. This is really the wake-up call. This is the last call for those countries and governments who still haven't yet established structures within their government doing this business, designing doctrines, strategies on how to do it, designing capabilities to monitor, to counter malign influence in the information domain, and practical means and toolkits for wider society to get involved, and for private sector and academia to get involved. We in Latvia, we have a lot of know-how on this. We have developed a doctrine, we have developed the toolkits, so that actually every citizen knows how to recognize pro-Kremlin, not just Kremlin, actually any actors, manipulative methods, how to counter them, and this is something we can also, I think it can be replicated elsewhere in the world.
Thank you. Jurgis, you wanted to say something, or can we move to the questions?
Well, I think what I could add is basically the first rule in communication, you know, it's repeat, repeat, and repeat. You know, and when you look at the ecosystems, you know, that Russia have these days, or Chinese are building and building very fast and building in a very kind of elaborate ways, looking long term, I think, you know, they will be there to sort of to bring their meta-narratives. And I think all these narratives, that we see and hear, every day, they more or less are the same. It's nothing changed from, I don't know, early 2000s, it's always about, the West being corrupt, the Western values falling apart. It's about our friends from Washington controlling everybody, sort of in the European Union and other things. It's just being illustrated by all kinds of different stories, for different audiences globally, whether it's an Arab-speaking country, or whether it's in the Western Balkans, somebody, or whether somewhere else. And I think the trick will be really, to kind of to understand that a little bit like in a defense spending, we have to do a massive catch-up, in protecting our information environments. We have to work on the one hand on international norms. We have to work on the other hand, that we have better situational awareness, what's happening, how they are manipulating us. And we have to work, I think, which is the key thing, it's actionable responses. We actually have to take actions, not only to talk in these forums, admiring the problem, but come back and see how we can kill the chain of these manipulations, because it's not only about narratives, it's also about behaviors. And if you understand what are behaviors, what repetitive behaviors are out there, how they are impersonating, trusted media, or how they're publishing the fakes, how they're using influencers to pass the message. I mean, these behaviors can be stopped. There's nothing kind of magic in it, but we have to build our capacity to do that.
Thank you, Jurgis. And now I know that the audience has questions, so I would suggest we move to them. So, sir.
Thank you.
Could you also please introduce yourself?
To my mind, Klaus Wittmann, Potsdam University. To my mind, strategic communication is much more than information and disinformation. And I think our strategic communication should be as proactive as possible, not just reacting to Russian disinformation. And some of our messages should be simple and snappy. One very nice piece of strategic communication was Zelensky's public advice to the Russians to think about getting away from Crimea as long as the Kerch Bridge is still there. And one leitmotif should be what I myself have used several times on TV with a good response. Zelensky has become the face of freedom, while Putin personifies the folly of tyrants.
And your question being? Or was it just
What do you think about that?
hard to argue. And the lady next to you.
Irina Kuznetsova, board member of the Latin Transatlantic Organization. I'll keep it short. Is it still worth trying to reach out to the population of Russia? Or if yes, maybe you have some creative ideas how and what should be done. Thank you.
That's a great question, and we actually discussed it before we went out here, and we thought we'll keep it, the discussion around Russia, just because it's a whole different topic. But I would suggest just super quick, a couple of comments. Any ideas? Let's keep it precise, but it's an amazing question. It's a really interesting question. Who would like to?
Okay, I'll start. First, on strategic communications, obviously, it's not just the communications. The actions are the loudest communicators, and that is obvious and clear, and that is something that we miss all the time and has to be repeated. Second, on Russia, I don't think there is a short-term answer or a miracle silver bullet that will give you an answer. I do think we have the problem with the Russian population's radicalization for a very formidable time period.
May I add when our intelligence published wiretaps of soldiers that were in our territory, and they were constantly repeating Russian narratives that was like from Solovyov, from Skryabeva, etc. Well, it's really, honestly, I don't see like in 10 years, in 15 years, they will change their mind totally, but hopefully with our analytical things that we see what the narrative they use, what tactics they use, even this information alibi, like fake pre-bunking, yes, that when they are saying that the Ukrainians are going to kill their prisoners of war in Olenivka, and then bombs, and they just started like killing our prisoners of war in Olenivka. So they are creative. They created such techniques that we cannot even imagine. And that's why, we should handle disinformation campaigns of Russia, but with the Russian society, it's just another, part of work, long-term work.
I would just add, yes, Stratcom is very important, and I'm going to borrow your example, if I may, for future talks. And in terms of reaching out to Russians, I can't, in a public forum, go into too much detail, but we certainly are trying everything we can to reach audiences in Russia and elsewhere. The problem is countries that use information manipulation and disinformation deny to their own citizens, whether you're talking about Russia, Iran, North Korea, China, they deny to their own citizens the opportunity to get alternate points of view, to see more than one perspective in their own information media. And they work very hard to try to create iron curtains around their own countries to block, or great walls around their own countries to block free flow of information and ideas. That doesn't mean it's impossible, but it's interesting how they exploit the freedom of other countries to allow alternate voices and protest when there's efforts to try to regulate that, while at the same time in their own countries they try to make sure that people only hear one point of view. So it's a challenge, but it is important.
Thank you, and thanks for the question. I think we have another question from Sir there.
Andris Gobiņš, European Movement Latvia and Economic and Social Committee. I wanted to ask about wording. Even in this conference, we talk about Ukraine war. Is that the right thing to do? Most probably no. How to stop this? And we have the same is, well, not in this conference, but elsewhere, former republics of Soviet republics, which is still used in a lot of even international news channels. And the third, which I would like to mention as a wrong wording, is helping Ukraine. It's helping ourselves, what we do when providing military equipment to Ukraine. So how to stop these wrong wordings? There must be some strategies how to do it.
Anyone? Why this wording is wrong and how to deal with wording and why is it important for disinformation?
I mean, if I might take the first bite, just what Jurgis just said, repetition, repetition, repetition. Russia's war on Ukraine, Russia's full-scale war on Ukraine. We can find a few other synonymous, but it's never Ukraine crisis, Ukraine war. We have seen all those kind of errors, I'd say, as I've evaluated them, even from very credible Western media. I think repeat, repeat, and repeat. This is a continuous, ongoing conflict on the information domain where we have to pressure back.
Thank you. I think the lady over there also has a question.
Thank you. Vlada Dumenka. I represent here International Center for Ukrainian Victory, Ukrainian civil society. So I'm very grateful for sharing of your experience in countering Russian propaganda. And I also work in communications area. So, and in my opinion, we have to, kind of measure our short-term results, our short-term victories. And for me as Ukrainian, our short-term results could be, for example, official invitation to NATO. For example, confiscations of Russian assets, frozen Russian state assets, yes? Or, for example, providing sanctions against Rosatom. So my question is, what short-term victories or results before our common victory do you expect? Thank you.
So you mean not just in the information front, but in general? Let's talk about
Well, for me, actually, there's only one right now consequential element, and that is more arms and all types of arms to Ukraine. That, to me, is the short term that leads to an ultimate victory.
Anait? Let's just answer it.
For me, it's being in NATO, but it is not short term, unfortunately.
And the short term?
Weapons, 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 weapons.
Kyle?
You know, I'm an optimist, despite all those scary anecdotes. My short-term victory is more international members of a coalition designed to share information and fight back against information manipulation. And we're seeing more and more countries join in. The US-EU summit yesterday in Washington produced a statement of all the EU leaders, including countries that haven't been active in this area before, with the United States supporting a combined international effort. You know, NATO, Article 5, some of the strongest things to promote peace and stability in Europe ever. I think we can do the same thing with a coalition of like-minded countries that push back and make it harder for the information manipulators to succeed. That's, I think, a reasonable short-term victory that we can get in the next 6 months, and then invite other countries to join globally, so we have a minority of countries that are not aware of or not fighting this problem, and a majority that are fighting. That's my goal.
Thank you.
I mean, for me, I think the recommendations would be first not to overvaluate the comms. So weapons, yes, I joined the choir, but also at the same time comms matter, and I think keeping unity across the Euro-Atlantic, but also beyond Euro-Atlantic as a short to medium term necessity, not just a victory.
But
we need it.
Without the comms, you don't get the weapons.
So you guess?
Yeah, if maybe add a little bit of kind of the different kind of regional perspective. I think what we have, you know, especially in Russia case that we also partially touched yesterday in this discussion on the new old imperialism, is that Russia essentially for the last 100 years sort of view or apply, let's say, the view on the world that, you know, the weaker the neighbors are, the stronger Russia is. You know, and that's why, you know, that's why they are so much assertive and so much meddling in everybody's affairs. And, you know, sort of going from that angle, I think what we could do together with our American friends is that we both are the great export powers, if you like, and we should really help the region, and Ukraine included, you know, sort of adopt, you know, some of the tools that we have, share with them, you know, our experiences, you know, support as much as we can independent media in that region, because they will be key actually long term, you know, winning the war of attrition in the future. So I think the more we can deliver today, especially also on the let's say on the weaponry to resist information manipulation, the better we will be. And that's why we're talking about information Rammstein, you know, already for some time.
Thank you. And I know there are more questions, and I know this discussion is extremely interesting and important, but unfortunately we are running out of time, so I would suggest we just, you approach the panel members in private, in person, and ask the questions. I'm sure everybody will be happy to contribute. But I just wanted to thank once again the panel members and the audience for participating in this debate. I think it was really valuable, and for me personally, as a journalist and as a person, it is valuable not only because we outline the future threats of disinformation and Russian disinformation specifically, but also that we discuss certain particular practical tools, and also that we managed to find hope. This is not too bad, even in dark times. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Where are they?
And on my handbag.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our latest discussion and debate on the war economy. We've got a fantastic panel, both here and digitally online around the world. Well, actually, I think principally in Paris. But anyhow, I'm not going to go into the details of all the speakers because they have all of that in your packs and available to you at your fingertips. But I want to get on to the discussion as quickly as possible. So let me just frame the argument to start with, and I'll start with the speakers here, and then we'll go to the speakers online. I think one of the difficulties with the use of the phrase war economy is that we are manifestly not in a war economy. If you talk about a war economy, I think the United States, 1942, 37% of GDP is being spent on defense. We're having an argument about 2%. 90% of the US federal budget is spent on defense. So we're not like that, but we have had, if you like, tremors of war economy. If you think about the energy crisis we had last year, when the European Council in April of 2022 is staring down the abyss of having to potentially operate almost like a war economy in the energy sector. And in any event, we had to spend something like 400 billion euro in subsidies rescuing European business and European consumers. So that was a kind of tremor of war economy. And then there are other elements to this, is if you look at the global economy and see how far, particularly China, has choke points over the West, over the rest of the global economy, these should be of concern and alarm. And one example which I use, which I think is particularly stunning, is like 90% of all the ingredients for medicines in the world are produced in China. Now the question is when you have that and you replicate it right across all the critical raw materials, semiconductor chips, whatever else you're talking about is critical for running your economies. We may not need a war economy, but do we need to move at far greater speed and decisiveness than we are doing in relation to, say, our chip acts or the critical raw materials policies we've been developing? So I think that's part of the framing. What do we have to do now to assure we don't actually end up having to run an actual war economy? And perhaps the Finance Minister would like to start.
Thank you, and I'm really honored to be invited on such a distinguished panel with people here and on the digital presence. And well, it's a fantastic question for today, and this is, will Europe face wartime economy? Yes, we are in wartime economy now, and I'm as a minister of Baltic, let's say, Republic, Latvia, Baltic state Latvia, I feel we are in wartime economy from the last year, February. And why? Number one is unprovoked aggression against the independent European state, Ukraine, and it is crystal clear we are as a country which is represent the eastern flank of NATO or European Union. We are bordering with aggressor state, and of course our full obligation is to give help to the Ukraine as our let's say strong ally in any circumstances. And second aspect of this is why we facing war economy right now. We already having Baltic states and eastern flank of NATO already facing direct impact from this war. Just taking account just a couple of facts like recent situation with pipeline from Estonia to Finland. It is right now is state procuracy said it is man's hand work, interconnection, let's say information cable, two information cables between Finland and Estonia, Sweden. Then everyday situation on Latvian border where we face influx of migration, and this is orchestrated by strong ally of Russia, Belarus. And it is, and then we felt rising impact. Every day it is not just 40–50% per day, it's already 250 up to 500, some days 1,500, and that of course involves our all operational forces into how to stop that, and so on and so on. That is all like last week's 400 emails to Latvian schools to about potential bomb in the schools or kindergartens or whatever, and that's of course we are in a process. What how to say, important to think, how to say, how the world. We're all humans, and of course we're trying to adapt the situation, and we really starting gradual change, and also geopolitical shift, particularly recent brutal Hamas attack on Israel, has complete changed the global world. There is no anymore one point of instability, there are more points of instability, and that is put on in a new complex situation, and we all have to look on the situation from own perspective. Already describes a Baltic, let's say, state finance minister's position, and then I have to put me as a minister of European Union in the situation. And of course, that brings us to a couple of issues where we could look for a solution. One is Europe's strategic autonomy. Yeah. We really have to ensure our resilience to external shocks. We already faced energy shock. We can't no longer we can't rely on global value chains, as already you mentioned. Self-regulation rules, many other things, and state involvement in the situation become very important. Second, of course, is question about European budget, how in this situation European budget, and I strongly believe European budget should play much bigger role, and of course what is fundamental for European economical autonomy, that is speed of decision. Yeah, that is fundamental. So far we are just okay, we should adjust to that. We have a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of rules, and now we have to act fast. Yeah, we do not have time to consider, think, discuss, agree. We really have to really do things. And other fundamental issue, what we really have to consider now is polarization of the fast or very rapid polarization of the world. It's another issue, that's European Union role in the world. Yeah, it is third largest economy with the second largest currency in the world, and it's very important to understand where we're standing and what is our standpoints here, and how we protect peace process in the world. And then, of course, another fundamental issue there is how we funding defense in the Europe. And that's about, and there are two aspects. One is defense budgets in the countries, and on which way we absorb the rising costs there, that is taxpayer money or debt increase, or it's a gradual absorption of fiscal shock, what this rises. And second, of course, is military industry of Europe. And that is, again, a very complex issue. If we look, for example, Latvia and Latvia's support for Ukraine, last year it was close to 1.3% of GDP. And that was a government support, that was military and all kind of human support, or there were a lot of support arranged by society. But it is, if you look at how we support frontline, we're running out of our stocks now because all necessary equipment starting from first day of assault, where Latvia, Baltic states are.
And this goes to an issue of urgency, that we actually need solutions to that now, because
exactly.
we need the stocks.
Exactly. Yeah, we need stocks, and that of course bring Latvia to the point we really has to start develop national defense industry to produce simple things. We have to negotiate with our European partners what should be done much faster.
So perhaps I could bring Benjamin at this point in and ask whether or not you think perhaps La Grande Nation is going to save Europe once again and come up with the security and defense projection which will defend Europe. Your view.
Well, first, thank you. It's great to be here, and I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. Look, I think what happened on February 24th last year, the war of aggression against Ukraine, signals, I think, a durable shift for European security, and we have to draw the long-term consequences. And one of the big challenges, and this is where Putin is still hoping to win this war, is that he thinks that we're going to lose the focus, that we're going to divide, that maybe we'll have the U.S. elections pushing the U.S. once again to turn inward, and Europeans not able to sustain the support to Ukraine in the long run. And in addition to this, as was just said, we're seeing an arc of crisis in the neighborhood of Europe, Hamas aggression against Israel. I was there a few days ago, and maybe this turning into something more regional. Armenia, Northern Africa. I think it's necessary for us to take the long-term effort to make it sustainable for us to defend our own security, and it has to be done at the European level. One of it is, of course, we talked about budget. Is building the defense industrial base and the military capabilities together as Europeans and invest in them. I think we were able at the end of COVID to pull together resources, build a recovery package. That was an unprecedented major effort, a success for the European Union. And we have to think about the next step, is how we are able to do this to build common procurement, acquire defense capabilities. The Estonian Prime Minister recently proposed a 100 billion borrowing plan to invest in European defense. I think that's exactly how we need to think about this in the long run. The second aspect, I think, is, and that was also mentioned already, is how do we reduce our dependencies? I think that's also something that the various different crises of the last few years, from COVID to the war against Ukraine, have revealed. We thought that our interdependencies were a strength. We realized when it comes to energy, for example, that there were actually tools and leverage used by autocratic powers like Russia to exert influence in our own democracies. So when it comes to energy, investing in renewables and nuclear energy together, reindustrialization, being able to protect our industry, I think that's really critical. And I think another aspect I would like to underline, it's maybe slightly different from our conversation, although I think it's quite important. One major political decision that we will have to make in the next years, and maybe once again without the United States, is the question of reconstruction of Ukraine. How do we, beyond supporting Ukraine's heroic war effort, how do we make sure that we anchor Ukraine to Euro-Atlantic institutions? That, I think, is the only path to make sure that this war is a strategic victory for Ukraine, beyond just the resistance and the territorial dimensions. How do we accompany Ukrainians towards Euro-Atlantic institutions? A big part of it will be reconstruction. I think there's a debate that we're not having enough right now, I think, in Europe, is the question of Russian frozen assets in Europe. In Europe and the United States, by the way, we have 200 billion euros of frozen central bank assets in reserves in Europe, about 100 billion in the United States. And there's a real question to be asked whether European taxpayers should be paying when we have frozen these assets, at the very least, like the European Commission has proposed, we could invest these assets and take the return on investments, or even consider that Russia is, as a sovereign state, is responsible for the aggression against Ukraine, use those funds to fund the reconstruction. So I think these are just a few quick topics I would throw out there, but I definitely think that I don't know if it's thinking about war economy, but there's clearly a sustainable shift that might accelerate in a brutal way if Donald Trump is reelected president of the United States. That forces us, I think, to think together about building the resources and the tools to be able to defend European security.
Yes, Benjamin, to some degree what you're saying is that we may not be that interested in strategic autonomy, but strategic autonomy may be interested in us, that we may have no alternative. On that note, I'll turn to Eva.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'm really honored to be here, so thanks for invitation. When I was thinking about this war economy coming here, I thought, what is the definition? Because I think if we talk about what you were talking, fully centralized, more than 50% resource from GDP donated to military, like weapon production or so, I would think that this is the last resort where we want to end up. So I think we are already in sort of war economy, but sort of a bit more mild war economy. On one hand, I think that we have waken up, as finance minister said from last year's February. On the other hand, I think that we are still walking a little bit like half asleep, that we are not really woken up yet. And therefore, I was thinking that for me, this war economy probably needs a bit more expansion. So one thing is really like production and services, what we do and how much we dedicate really to the military and war. But then I would like to add one thing, which is society and society's engagement into this process. And the third thing to add is financial system. And when we talk about production and services, of course, I'm very much pro about this self-sufficient Europe. I think we need to think about being autonomy. We have faced it, all these challenges already during pandemic. I think we have not learned fully from that. But if we go further, when we think about society's engagement, it's extremely important for all of us to understand why we are going into this war economy. What do we want to achieve? And I think somehow to communicate more and more and not to lose this long-term goal that we want to keep democratic market economies in our part of the world. Mm-hmm. And if society doesn't really get it, why do we do? Then we are facing cyber threats. We will lack resilience, and we will be as weak as the weakest point in the chain. Mm-hmm. For example, cyber resilience of our companies. If we will be faced with threats, what was mentioned, like emails, whatever other cyber attacks, we will not have time to rectify it. We will not have money to rectify if some of our companies are just shut down because of cyber attacks. I think society should be aware that this is the aim, why we are doing it. And then when it comes to the banking and being a backbone of economy, financial system, we have been a significant tool to implement all the sanctions, to control and to protect ourselves from money flowing to high-risk countries and to really see this transparency. But again, if I'm looking backwards, what has happened in the last 2 years, maybe since February, not full 2 years, but still, payments to high-risk countries, to Russia, to Belarus, has decreased by 60–70%. When we look on the export has grown, so the goods are still flowing to Russia, to Belarus, different ways how to probably avoid the sanctions. And therefore, what I'm saying, we really need to get this awareness of society. So it's not about separate discussion what politicians are doing, what the banks are doing, and what economy or companies are doing. We need to understand the larger goal, where are we going and what we want to achieve. And that probably can be done only with communication and trying to find a common cooperation.
That's really a really interesting overview. And I'd now like to move to getting an OECD view. Mame is ready to give her to Pennyworth on the situation. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, excellent, excellent, brilliant, great.
Okay, hopefully it works. And also sorry not to be there in person with you. You have a beautiful panel on stage. Maybe just one general observation about the impact of the war and maybe three policy questions. I mean, in terms of the impact, as we've seen, the energy shock has pushed up inflation to levels that hadn't been seen for many decades. It has lowered economic growth all around the world, particularly in Europe. And we've seen also interest rates rising to rates that hadn't been seen in a long time. So now we are faced with a lot of uncertainty because of the uncertainty around the war itself and the potential for new disruptions in global energy and food markets. And I think another aspect too is that the war has eroded the commitment to multilateral free trade. This had already started during the COVID-19 pandemic, which already raised concerns about the advantages of global trade. And of course, with the war, the supply chain vulnerabilities have been exposed even more. So related to this, another theme that has been exposed following the invasion of Ukraine is how to manage shortages and the vulnerability of economies. So we are seeing some shifts in global supply chains that are related to geopolitical tensions and the war in Ukraine. There's a rise in export restrictions, and we're actually trying to measure them. And in recent years, about 10% of the global value of exports of critical raw materials, for example, faced at least one export restriction measure. And of course, OECD countries have been increasingly exposed to the use of these export restriction measures for critical raw materials that are coming from Asia, Russia, and countries in Africa. So this is, let's say, more for the observation. Let me go back to the policies. What to do then to manage this war economy, as you call it. The first is maybe to think about how to manage high energy prices, manage energy disruptions. So we've seen over the past few years that fiscal policy played a vital role in supporting the economy through the shock. The war has led many countries to introduce new measures, such as subsidies to cushion the impact of higher food and energy prices on households and businesses. The fiscal costs are very large, although they vary across countries. So for the median OECD country, support for example, just for energy of consumers was a bit less than 1% of GDP, 0.7%, 0.8% in 2023. But in some countries, it has been 3 times that, 2 to 3% of GDP. Our view is that many of these fiscal support measures, including the remaining energy support schemes, need now to be scaled back and to become better targeted to those that really need them, particularly the households rather than firms that are not adequately covered by the existing social protection systems. And then the last point that I want to touch on briefly is on the impact on public finances related to the rise of defense spending. So you've mentioned this issue, and indeed across G20 countries, what we had been observing over the past few years, let's say even over the past 3 decades, it is that defense spending relative to GDP had declined markedly. It was an average of close to 4% in the 1970s. and it went down to a little bit over 2%. And in recent years, however, especially since 2022, many OECD countries have increased defense spending. So in relative terms, this has been particularly strong in countries that were long-standing NATO members, where the joint spending on defense declined from about 3% of GDP to 1.5% since the year 2000. And other countries still have plans to increase this defense spending. We've actually at the OECD been looking into that, the defense spending and its increase and what it means for managing the budgets in our member countries. And as with other areas, we think that now is the time to really think about improvements in efficiency, which could help to contain the budget costs of achieving the intended improvements. And in addition, some expenditure reprioritization will have to be undertaken, including by reviewing existing expenditures to identify the potential where there could be potential efficiency gains. Because the issues that we had when we came out of COVID-19 and even before, of course, have not disappeared with the war. And it is, we think now is the time that countries can rebuild fiscal buffers to prepare for long-term challenges, such as population aging, for example, in Europe, where a priority is really to extend working lives and to build buffers to manage future budgets. So with this, I will stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. That's actually quite interesting, because one of the points there is about the efficiency of expenditure. And of course, one of our great problems in the European defense sector is that we end up paying so much more than the Americans, because we don't actually have a European defense market, a single European defense market, for a whole host of historical, bureaucratic, and regulatory and political reasons. So one of the issues is, and if we're going to get anything like a bang for buck for that additional expenditure, we have to sort out the European defense market. And that's one difficult thing to deal with, but surely the pressures upon us are such that we have to do something. Anyhow, the other question about that takes you to the issue of funding, and that takes me to Eurogroup Pascal, and perhaps you may have some observations on where we go from here. Pascal,
I do indeed. I do indeed, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate digitally. I'm sorry I don't have the opportunity to visit Riga again, and I want to just acknowledge the contributions that have been made by the panel there, and in particular by my colleague and your Finance Minister, Arvels, who has spoken about many of the challenges that he faces as we consider the impact of the war in Ukraine on his economy and on the economy of the euro area. And perhaps what I'll do in responding back to your point is just acknowledge the debate that is underway in your panel there regarding the concept of a wartime economy and whether our national economies have acquired that status or whether we are moving to it. And I think we can make the case for saying that we're in economies that are very much defined by war at the moment and by the economic consequences of a war, but are perhaps not yet at the point where they can be defined fully as a wartime economy as it has been traditionally defined. So if I could outline three different ways in which the economy has had such an impact on the war has had such an impact on our economies, but just acknowledge 3 points of difference where we perhaps have not yet got to the point where our economies are fully defined by the impact of the war. Your panelists have covered some of the areas already that have led to the war having had such an impact on our economies. And I'll just again mention two of them that have been already acknowledged, but perhaps give a bit more prominence to one. So undoubtedly, if you look at the degree to which defence expenditure is now significantly growing across our economies at the moment, that is the clearest example of how the war has affected the organisation of our economies and the economic activity that they're involved in. Secondly, if you look at the policy focus that all governments at the moment have on dealing with the economic consequences of the war, this is an issue that either at finance minister level and head of government level has been a defining feature of all of the work that we have done since the early days of the invasion. And there's one other way in which our economies have become increasingly defined by war that perhaps we haven't discussed fully yet in this panel, which is, of course, the role of sanctions. The effort that goes into the design of sanctions, and then the huge effort that has gone into the implementation of sanctions. And this has been a really big area of focus by foreign ministers and also by finance ministers since the war began. All that being said, I think there's a number of different areas in which our economies have not yet been fully defined by the war, but that, of course, could change. The first one is we still have private sectors all over our economy that may be affected by the war, but his focus is on other things apart from meeting the production needs that are necessary to either fund or be involved in this war itself. And all over the Euro area and all over Europe at the moment, we have private sectors that, despite the inflationary impact of the war and despite growth beginning to come down, are still at very, very high levels of employment. Secondly, we're not yet at the point where we are centrally directing where the productive capacity of our economies go. We have economies that are producing many other things, but Arvil's made the point at the start of his contribution that this may be something that could get changed as we look at the ammunition, as we look at the munitions that will be necessary to continue to support the people of Ukraine. And then finally, and this goes back to the key point that you put to me, we still have financing conditions that are quite conventional, that are not yet defined by a war. So economies still have to worry about public debt. They still have to observe financial markets beginning to normalize from in terms of their attitude towards borrowing, despite the fact that we live in a world now that has many different conflicts underway. And that, I think, is part of the answer back to your own question regarding how this will be funded. And the answer is that in funding this in the time ahead, it's likely to be in terms of levels of borrowing that will also have a cost against it. And this is why the work that we're doing in fiscal rules within the European Union is so important, to give greater confidence to financial markets regarding our ability to fund that debt. So overall, I think our economies are increasingly defined by the war, but I don't think we're quite yet at the traditional definition of what wartime economies would look like.
Thank you very much. That's a very comprehensive kind of overview. I recognise we've got about 25 minutes left. So what I'm thinking is to get some interaction from the audience to any of the panelists, online or offline. I see a gentleman in a grey suit in towards the back. Perhaps we could get a microphone to him. It's the usual rule, name and institution. Sure, thanks.
My name is Viesturs Berziņš. I'm the president of IATA Latvia, and I wanted to ask a question mostly to Mr. Asheradens, but also to the whole panel, if you want to respond. So in the Baltics and in Poland, we've been hearing talks not only about 2% of the GDP going to the military, but maybe even 4%. Poland is already there. Latvia, Lithuania will get there if we're not there already. And my question is, you talked a lot about efficiency. But we cannot really talk about efficiency if there are still many NATO states who haven't even reached the 2%, and even if they are saying they're trying to, they're not really showing that. So I wanted to ask, how do we motivate these NATO member states to reach the 2%? Thank you.
Well, Minister, it's a great question. Of course, regarding Latvia, yes, I didn't heard any formal format where should we discuss about 4%, but already in state or basic state papers we have agreement on year 27 there will be 3%, and already we also gradually adapting to that, balancing between taxpayer money and external debt. If you look on Europe average, that is 1.3, and as how to say, at the beginning, I tried to say we all need to adopt our policies to new realities, and that is really a wake-up call. And we have to understand that Russia, if we look on general perspective on this aggression, on Russian aggression in Ukraine, we have to understand at the moment there is no, how to say, no algorithm how to solve this conflict. And it's crystal clear it will not end next year or recognize future. And we, many audiences, we're talking long-term war. And that's number one. Second is we have to understand that is Russia constantly monitoring Europe as potential how to say, next target, and then we have to understand that deterrence policy is fundamental. And in taking this in account, we really have to discuss that around European countries, how we increase our let's say, military spendings. And of course, we can't say very little happened. No, it's totally opposite. And we have to just remember what has happened with Germany. Yeah, you understand? We have to remember first German government reactions and how the Germany had completely changed their policies. And that I see in dialogue with other country representatives. That happens. Our governments understand that's important. We have to develop capacity of military capacity, we have to develop military industry, and that's changing. But I understand, I want to say your question is relevant, yeah, and that is fundamental. And this is fundamental part of deterrence policy, yeah. As we will be strong, we will be prepared, there will be no enemy attack on us.
Thank you. Does anyone else online want to chip in? Yes, Benjamin?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a really important question. First, I do want to acknowledge here that countries in Central and Eastern Europe have shown great leadership and example when it comes to military spending and taking on more responsibility. But of course, we're seeing a broader shift. I think what's coming out of Germany since the famous Zeitenwende speech goes clearly in the right direction, is very encouraging. We in France have just passed a few months ago a defense budget bill for the next 5 years. So basically over 10 years, the 2 terms of the Macron presidency will have doubled our military budget. But I still hope that it continues beyond that. It needs to be a generational effort. One of the things I would say, you know, because you asked what could incentivize countries to spend more and do more, I would hope that the world situation around us is incentive enough. But I think one thing that's really key is developing our own European industrial defense base. And that's a conversation we need to have with our American friends as well. You know, when we've seen a lot of the pressure that's come from the United States to have access to the funds from the European Defense Fund, which was only 7 billion euros. It's a drop in the ocean when it's compared to the US defense budget. And I'm saying this because I think that it's really important. I speak, you know, as a former think tanker who's now in elected office. We need to show also to our populations that investment in defense will trickle down in terms of jobs, in terms of investment in our country, and not only to go to purchase equipment abroad. I think it's really important to get sustainable public support for increasing defense budget, especially in countries with budgetary constraints, high debt environment, where if you increase military spending, you're going to have to take from somewhere else. So I think here, really developing our own defense base and making sure that it trickles down to our own economies is really critical.
I think this issue to do with the industrial capacity is critical. The difficulty, I suppose, is that we don't actually have a single market for defense, and the regulatory and bureaucratic barriers are really significant. And that's one of the difficulties we have here with this. I mean, one of my observations on this is that perhaps what we need is some sort of defense production community where we basically turbocharge that at speed with the necessary financial support to actually make it happen. And you could argue that we have the basis of it within the single market. We could, the Commission and institutions can be deployed for this, and it could be for amongst the coalition of the willing. You could have the Brits and the Ukrainians involved as well, something like that.
Yeah, yes? There is just one practical but very important detail. If we're speaking about development of industry, defense industry, then as we naturally coming to the issue of financing.
Yeah.
And then we're coming to the interesting point. Conventional banks, they are actually in their ethical codes are not allowed to finance any lethal weapons, or they're not interested to involve in this. Even that issue could be addressed on European big international bank, European Investment Bank or whatever. They are not having their practices to finance, at least financing, I don't know, facilities for military industry. And right now we have to rely only on budgetary or government financing here. And that is another fundamental issue what we have to reconsider, at least in Europe, to how to build new policies there. Yeah, because those industries will face rapid development, and no doubt they will need a lot of financing in the future.
I mean, we end up with a kind of almost a European defense bank in order to actually to jumpstart it and move at speed, or a European defence facility in some form.
Exactly.
No, as I represent the banking sector, so I probably will share some view. The banking sector is very cautious when it comes to the lethal weapons, as you said, but when it comes to defense, which also includes lethal weapons, because now we are in the war, of course, every single bank will have a different policies and strategies depending on their shareholders, but at least I represent a bank where we are financing defense, and we are really stepping into such projects as well, not only in Baltics, but also broader Europe. So I think that there is opportunity. But when this motivation question was how to motivate to spend more, I think, of course, it depends very much where we are. Like in Latvia, as you said, Minister, that we are closer to 3% on European average, it's 1.3. And then I think what I started, that we need society's engagement, because for politicians to take some more motivational or drastic rules regarding the expenditure, you need support from society. Society, of course, in Latvia, we are so close to the borders that we are probably much more motivated to support our government in spending. But further you go into Europe, less support from society you will get. So I think communication with societies, with your citizens, is the must to really demonstrate why do we do, because the long-term war brings enormous damage to our societies.
Absolutely. And the problem is that what we're looking at now is, as the Minister said earlier, a long-term war.
Exactly.
And preparing for that, both militarily and economically, is a very significant challenge. Now, I'm looking across the audience, and I'm looking for more questions. Lady. Towards the back. Thank you very much. Can you get a microphone? As usual, name and institution, please. And then question.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Irma Kalniņa, a member of Parliament. While you were talking, I had a momentary brainstorm, and I'd like to ask your opinion on what you would think about war bonds. because Canada issued war bonds in October 2022. Ukraine issued them as well. And if the thought is about initiating public support, in my opinion, for whatever it's worth, I think this would be something to consider. War bonds. Thank you.
Any observations, Minister? You're a Minister of Finance about war bonds. Are we there yet?
Yes, but again, it depends on. It very much depends on how a conflict is escalating, and on very difficult circumstances. That is way how states normally finance their military needs. We are not at this stage at the moment, and we can operate on existing let's say income resource what we have now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the issue is, as I was trying to mentally remember, was there any occasion when any democratic state in the 20th century issued war bonds before the war began? I don't think that happened. So perhaps the answer is when Article 5 is triggered, but not till then. So that will be, hopefully that when is only an if, but we will see. Do I see a question from Mr. Bond?
2 fingers, perhaps.
Okay.
2 fingers.
Okay. There is a microphone coming.
Ian Bond from the Centre for European Reform. So the 2 fingers was, do we wait till the war has started before we start issuing war bonds? Well, if I look at the way that the Russian budget has been recast for next year, it's pretty clear that Putin thinks that he is now in a major war, even if he's still calling it a special military operation. And I think if your adversary thinks he's in a war, whether you want to be or not, you are too. So I rather like the idea of war bonds. Sounds like a good idea to me. While I have the microphone in my hand, I'm going to abuse it and ask Pascal Donoghue. The Stability and Growth Pact has a general escape clause for times of economic crisis. Should it not be, I mean, clearly at the time that it was drafted, nobody thought there was going to be another major war in Europe. But should it not actually be re-examined and amended so that in times of continental emergency like this, there is an escape clause?
Pascal?
Okay, so thank you very much for your question. So as you'll know, the decision in relation to the general escape clause is a decision that's taken by our Commission rather than by ministers or by governments. And the Commission have been very clear in asserting that the general escape clause will not be activated for a further year, and that it was in place to deal with the funding needs of COVID, and that we need to, because of the impact of inflation on our economies, we need to go back to more normal budgetary policies across next year and beyond, and gradually reduce public borrowing. And they have been very clear that the general escape clause will be deactivated, and I believe that is the right approach. I believe it is important that we send a clear signal to finance ministers and to governments that the very high level of borrowing that we had during the year of COVID, it's not sustained, it's not continued, because if it is, it runs the risk that it will only add to inflation and have a further big impact on living standards within the European Union. I would make the point, though, that I think it is important not to get excessively focused on decisions such as the general escape clause. I think it's important to be equally aware of the views of financial markets. And financial markets are gradually changing the rates of interest upon which they are charging governments to give them money. And we have seen over the last year and a half, bond yields all over the European Union go up. And that has They're gone up for a number of different reasons. But I believe that general normalization of the borrowing conditions within which governments operate is going to continue. And that is going to be the constraints within which governments will need to operate, as opposed to whether the Commission were to make a different decision regarding the general escape clause, which will mean trade-offs and it will mean challenges in the time ahead, as many different governments need to borrow to fund defence expenditure, exactly at the time in which financial market conditions are continuing to get more normal.
Well, that is kind of rather sobering, but I also wonder if whatever the circumstances are now, the question surely is how much worse it could be. I mean, if you have a situation where there is Article 5 is infringed, presumably at that point, one way or another, the general escape clause would be used in a conflict situation. And we then, I suppose the point is at that point, the frame of reference so dramatically changes that we would have some form of war economy at that point, because we would be at war. So that would change the entire dynamic. So I suppose that to some degree it's like it's a kind of chicken egg thing. We're not there yet, but if we got there, then the entire frame of reference changes.
Alan, I don't know whether you can hear me. Alan?
Sorry?
Yep. Alan, this is me, Miguel Otero. I don't know whether you can hear me. I'm one of the panelists.
Ah, hello.
Can you hear me?
Because you're not on screen, Miguel. You're not on screen.
I should be on screen. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but we can't see you.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Important is that you can hear me. And my sincere apologies, because somehow I thought that the time zone in Riga and Madrid would be the same. Obviously it's not.
This would explain it.
So my apologies, and I should have 5 minutes.
So
but
Miguel, we've got 7 minutes left. Would you like to contribute? That would be great.
Yes, I would like, and I had 5 minutes. I just need 2 or 3 minutes to contribute. And I think, I've been listening the past half an hour, and I thought that it could be useful to have a conceptual framework in what we are dealing with. We are dealing with 3 transitions, right? We talk about the 3 transitions: the green, the digital, and increasingly the economic security transition. You can put in as well strategic autonomy, defense spending. You can include that as well there. And my view is that Europe faces a trilemma, and it follows up nicely from what Pascal just said, perhaps with a different approach. But it seems to me the trilemma is the following. Can we do the 3 transitions? Can we increase production in Europe, in defense, in equipment, in digital, just in industry, more industry? And can we have fiscal discipline? It seems to me that these 3 poles, the 3 transitions, more production, more industrial capacity needed for these 3 transitions, and fiscal prudence, fiscal discipline in times of great power rivalry, and these 3 transitions is impossible. We need to take 2 out of those, and I would say that perhaps the one that needs to go is fiscal discipline. I know Pascal might not be agreeing with that, but that's my contribution to this discussion.
That's a kind of interesting contribution, and I suppose if you look at the history of democratic states in wartime, you end up having significant fiscal indiscipline, if you might say, with, I think, what was the height was, I think it was 300, was it US the US debt to GDP was 300% of GDP in 1945. And, you accept that as the cost of winning a war. And so that's, and then you just basically pay it down over the next decade. And of course, the US by 1965, the economy was 5 times as large, so it didn't really matter, you know? You just grow your economy. That's, I suppose, is the solution. That's how you deal with the fiscal discipline. Well, that's the precedent. All right, we've got about 5 minutes left. Any more questions for our entire panel? It's very quiet. I'm going to have to be forced to look at the questions online. Can somebody?
I see. I was very convincing. I see. I was very convincing, Alan.
Okay. Well, we've got a question on sanctions. It says here. It says, can sanctions effectively deter an aggressor? Do they need to be supplemented with other strategies to safeguard European security and economic stability? So, Eva, what do you think?
I think we have now implemented 11 packages of EU sanctions, and it has been quite a journey for the financial industry to apply them, interpret them, to cooperate with politicians, with Ministry of Foreign Affairs, etc., etc. So, and at the same time, as I said, even though we have implemented all this enormous legislation block, and we still see that the goods are exported, money is still coming and moving between the countries, EU countries and Russia. So it is a bit tricky. I'm not so convinced that sanctions is the only tool which will solve Russia's disability to go further in the war. So I think that it's just one part of the puzzle.
And the part of the trouble is also is one has to always recognize the adaptation on the other side. Yes. So you see you've got a number of things going on. You get substitution, importation from the Russian perspective, Allied States, which is China and elsewhere, and of course subversion of the sanctions via bringing product into, we won't name states, but alternative states through which the relevant sanctioned products are able to move. So there is an issue, but of course we can tighten it up to some degree, we can create a stronger regime to some degree, but there's always going to be adaptation. And adaptation, and you have to think through
and it takes time.
And it takes time, and you know, the other issue is a point, is the sanctions model, the modern sanctions model is really Iran. And the problem with the sanctions model of Iran is that it's how can I put this? It was a very stable model developed by the US Treasury in the 1970s and thereafter. It didn't change very much. What we're dealing with now is something which is tremendously rapidly and dynamically changing and developing all the time. And it's very, very difficult to be sure that the sanctions regime can work in a way that we need it to work compared to what we were dealing with back in the 70s and 80s. So that's really difficult. So I've got about a minute left. Any more questions, comments, observations? No? Okay. Well, I'd like to thank our panel, online or offline, early and late. I'd like to thank them all, and perhaps we could thank them all in the usual way. Thank you very much. Okay.
Very comfy chairs.
Comfy?
Yes.
I don't like them.
Okay.
They're too comfy.
Too comfy. Almost sneeze off.
Okay.
So, I think
you will be like what, you know, in the opera singers in Italy each used to have a clock.
So, good afternoon, the distinguished panel and conference participants here in Riga, and also those who are watching us online. The title of this closing panel discussion of the Rīga Conference 2023 includes the word disorder. Indeed, in these 2 days, we have repeatedly heard warnings that the international order is disrupting. We have heard the word mess, and we have heard about international aggression, including Russia's war in Ukraine, Israel's fight against Hamas terrorists that are showing terrible symptoms of this disorder. My name is Gunda Reire. I'm head of the Chancellor of the President of the Republic of Latvia, and in this concluding debate of the Rīga Conference 2022, we will debate the United Nations, which, without a doubt, is not a perfect institution, but still, it is the only one making up the core of multilateral system today. Today on the stage, we have a true star parade, and let me briefly introduce the distinguished panel. Starting from the left side, Madame Maria Fernanda Espinosa. Hello, we are truly honored to have you here today in Riga. She is former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ecuador, and well, which is also very important in light of today's discussion, 73rd President of the United Nations General Assembly. Madame Vaira Vīķe-Freiberga, who really doesn't need a special introduction. She is a legend, our former President of Latvia. But also, in the light of today's discussion, it's very important to mention that she's the first and the only one candidate from the Baltic states for the post of the United Nations Secretary General. And she also served as Kofi Annan's special envoy on United Nations reform. Madam President, we are always happy to have you on the stage of the Rīga Conference. Then, Régis Briat. He's a lawyer, he's a political scientist with an impressive experience in the Council of Europe, because since 1983, if I'm correct, you're serving at the Council of Europe Secretariat. You have had different posts, and currently Régis is senior advisor for the follow-up of the 4th summit of the Council of Europe. And we are truly happy to have you here, Mr. Richard Gowan, who is director of the International Crisis Group at the United Nations. And although the institution includes the name the United Nations, this is an independent organization that carries out in-depth and high-level analysis on conflict prevention. Richard, we're truly happy to have you here in Riga today. So, and then we will start our conversation, and I will start with you, Richard, because it's not a coincidence that actually we are having this debate on the United Nations here in Riga today. Yes, it's not a secret that Latvia is running for the United Nations Security Council selected member seat in the elections of 2025 for the term 26-27, which means that all the United Nations issues now have a double significance here in Latvia. So I have a question which is very simple and complex at the same time about the United Nations Security Council's reforms. And can we ever expect meaningful UN Security Council reform? Or, as it sometimes seems, it has become a repetitive, doomed ritual. Do you see the lights in the end of this dark tunnel?
Gosh. So I have worked on UN Security Council reform for quite a lot of my professional life, and I would make 3 points. Firstly, you shouldn't work on Security Council reform for quite a lot of your professional life. It's a bad idea. Secondly, I do think that the demand for changes to the Security Council is greater than at any time I can recall in the last 20 years. And there are two reasons for that. The first is obviously that the Council, as it is currently set up, has profoundly failed the people of Ukraine, but not just the people of Ukraine. Even in the last couple of years, we've seen the Council fail the people of Ethiopia, the people of Sudan, the people of Myanmar. The Council is performing very poorly, frankly, on many fronts. And then also global power dynamics are shifting, and countries such as Brazil, but I think especially India, are no longer willing to put up with a UN system in which they are denied what they believe is their right to be permanent members of the Security Council. So for these reasons, we do see a huge amount of pressure for reform. Sadly, the third point I would make is that pressure for reform doesn't necessarily mean you get reform. And the last time I recall this sort of discussion was between about 2003 and 2005, after the Iraq War. There was a great deal of pressure for reform at that time too, but it faded away without getting any results. I worry that although the Biden administration has said that it wants to see Security Council reform, there are other players, most notably China, that are very deeply opposed to changing the council that we have. China does not want, for example, to have India sitting with it as a permanent member. And so any discussion of reform is going to be incredibly difficult. I do, however, think that if President Biden gets a second term, he may invest more in this issue. Members of his administration have become, I think, pretty convinced that the Security Council, as it currently exists, is not fit for purpose. I don't think that President Trump, if he gets a second term, would invest in the issue. But maybe if we get Biden 2.0, you will see a push for reform maybe 2 or 3 years from now, led by the US. And I would end by saying that I think the US is still the only power that can actually use its diplomatic muscle to make Security Council reform even faintly possible.
All right, but if President Biden doesn't get 0.2 opportunity, then...
Well, then I think we're stuck with a council that is likely to become increasingly marginal to international politics without reform. And, you know, you can see that for a country like India now, if it's not going to get a permanent seat in the council, then it is going to invest instead in the G20, it's going to invest in the Quad, sort of naval cooperation with the US and others. These aspiring powers will move their focus away from the UN. Now, all that said, I do think that we should remember that the Council has failed many people, but the Council is also still crucial to a lot of people around the world. Just remember who is left in Afghanistan, looking after the millions of Afghans who are impoverished and would otherwise become refugees. It's the UN, with a mandate from the Security Council. Who is on the front line in Lebanon, trying to avoid an escalation between Hezbollah and Israel? It is UN peacekeepers, including, I think, some Latvian UN peacekeepers. The UN has many weaknesses, but it is also still doing important work in many places, and so I'm very glad that you are running to be on this council, because even if it is imperfect, and by the way, it's not going to get reformed by 2027, even if it is imperfect, it is still useful. But I think over the longer term, this question of reform is only going to gain more resonance.
Thank you, Richard. Now I have a question to you, Madame Espinosa. Richard said that the Security Council fails in many issues in regard to many conflicts. Recent Liechtenstein's veto initiative, well, ACT groups initiatives, or if you look back to 2022 General Assembly's resolution on Ukraine on 2nd of March, there are hopes in the air that actually maybe the solution can be is sought by refocusing the whole debate from the Security Council's reform to empowering the General Assembly of the United Nations. Well, how would you describe the role of the General Assembly in this regard?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And I really want to say thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to the Nizami Ganjavi International Center. Thank you, dear Vaira, Madam President. I'm saying thank you because I just arrived here after many, many difficulties, and I really wanted to be here, and I felt you really wanted me to be here. So that's why I'm interrupting a little bit the flux of the conversation to say this big thank you to all of you. Responding to your question, I think that, you know, when I was president of the General Assembly, I traveled the world and met with young people, with heads of state and government, with the Pope, with the religious leaders. And everybody would tell me, why is the UN, you know, not delivering on X or Y, etc. In my response to them is that, first of all, the UN is not only the Security Council. As Richard said, you know, and rightly so, that the Security Council does things that sometimes do not make headlines, but prevent conflict, respond to existing conflicts, you know, takes decisions that are important for the peace and security of this world. And the headlines we see usually is when the Security Council does fail and does not respond on time. The second issue is that there are the main bodies of the UN, the Security Council, the ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council, and the General Assembly, which is this, I see the General Assembly as this big and wide parliament of nations, where everybody is equal, and where every state, every member state has the same button to speak, the same button to vote, and the same seat regardless of GDP or square kilometers, etc. In that, I think it's a big advantage because it allows for the smaller countries, for the voiceless, for everybody to have a voice, a say, an opinion, and a decision in this big parliament, this G193, as I used to call it. And I think that when we think about the UN, we have to think as the UN as a system, as an ecosystem, where we need a better balance of power between the principal organs, the very important role of the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, for example, to rethink the Trusteeship Council because it doesn't serve the purpose for which it was created. So there is a rethinking that needs to happen. Of course, I cannot be impartial on this, but I think that the General Assembly has taken a stand in very difficult moments of humanity. We have to recall, for example, that for several months, the Security Council wasn't able to agree on a resolution on COVID. And it was the General Assembly, you know, taking over, pushing the agenda on a quick response, swift response from WHO and from the international community. During the invasion to Ukraine, again, it was the General Assembly that took the leadership. We have already, the Liechtenstein resolution was an incredible, I would say, landmark in bringing the General Assembly to the fore on difficult situations. But there is also the Uniting for Peace resolution that basically requests the General Assembly to take decisions and provide opinions and guidance on situations of peace and security when the Security Council is unable to deliver. So I think that when we, you know, start thinking about a profound reform of the system, of the United Nations ecosystem, I think we need to have a holistic approach to the reform. We have witnessed 20 years of history in all efforts to reform the Security Council, It's about 20 years, and the IGN, the intergovernmental negotiating space for that, has been working for more than a decade. And I agree with Richard that the leadership, especially of the P5, the willingness of the P5 is extremely important. And we have heard, voices of hope also on that front. Not only the United States, but also France and the UK. Many members have said, yes, we think we need to improve the way we deliver. And the other comment I wanted to make is that it's not only about the composition and enlarging the composition of the Security Council, it's about improving the working methods of the Security Council. It is about making this body more responsive, more effective, more accountable, and I think, well, this reflection is also valid for the other main organs of the organization. And, well, perhaps in a second round, I would like to talk about the importance of the UN Charter in all of this. But thank you, Nova.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned the balance of power and the necessity to look at the United Nations as a system. But currently, actually, we can observe high-level polarization between the developed and developing world, or as we like to call it, the global south nowadays. How to bridge this polarization to achieve this system view and, well, peaceful cooperation within the system?
Well, I think that we are experiencing, very difficult times. It's not a secret for any of us. And I think that, we need today more than ever what I call good diplomacy. A multilateral system that is able to factor in and bring in dissent, that can really speak in good faith. Because in the multilateral world, and I have been part of that for more than 2 decades, 25 plus years, it's not about agreeing on things, it's about trust, and it is about discussing, negotiating in good faith. And unfortunately, we see a breach of trust in the so-called Global South, which is it's a very diverse and non-monolithic entity, but let's say the developing countries world. And because they feel, and I come from Latin America, they feel that their needs, that their aspirations, that their pains are not taken into consideration enough. And very specifically on issues such as climate finance, such as financing for development, such as, an issue that affects us all, such as migration and the responses to an orderly and safe migration, for example. I mean, these are issues that are part of the agenda of the developing countries and are not given as a higher priority by the rest. So I think it's a matter of negotiating priorities, of what I call the proofs of love, to build trust. And the proofs of love also, are tangible. For example, making sure that the 100 billion a year of the Green Climate Fund for climate mitigation and adaptation to developing countries really happens. $100 billion a year for climate, we know it's really symbolic, it's really not, but this proves of mutual care, of solidarity, of true cooperation. Because that's what the Charter says. It's not only coexistence, it's cooperation and solidarity. The ability to use diplomacy as its best to process dissent and give space for the ones that are not in agreement. And really listen to the other person. Also, I'm sure that there are many diplomats in this room. The rule number one is what I call deep listening, understanding the needs of the other. So I think that I'm optimistic that we will be able to mend this mistrust and to understand that polarization can be also an opportunity to cross-correct. Polarization can be creative polarization to make things work better.
Yes, thank you. And indeed, developing countries are so diverse, and this is what we sometimes tend to forget. Regis, 3 of 4 panelists are more or less connected to the United Nations. You represent a different international organization, the Council of Europe, but it's not coincidental that you were invited to join this panel discussion because, yes, if you look at the COE, yes, this organization took a firm and decisive step to expel Russia after the invasion of Ukraine. Also during the Latvian presidency, which will last a month. An important step forward is the launch of the Register of Damages. And on the other hand, nevertheless, we see that Europe is not immune to the challenges of democracy, backsliding, and how would you describe the role of the COE in current geopolitical environment as a protector of human rights, democracy, because we are here debating the fundamental values of the UN Charter, and those are strongly linked with the mission of the Council of Europe.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to the conference and to this very timely panel. I was very happy yesterday and today to listen to references to the Council of Europe during the discussion, and in particular during the opening session by the President of Latvia. My first point is that the UN and the Council of Europe were established in response to the Second World War, and they were intended to prevent a resurgence of the causes of that war, and thus its repetition. However, today, we see events that are challenging this project. Most immediate is Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and the threat that Russia poses to European peace and security. There are also challenges concerning democratic security, democratic backsliding, including in some of the Council of Europe member states. The second point would be that the Council of Europe is responding to this crisis using a range of procedure, instrument, mechanisms. The first point, as you already mentioned, was the decision to defend the authority of its statute and the integrity of its membership by promptly expelling the Russian Federation. Another decision is to establish the register of damage caused by the Russian aggression against Ukraine as a very significant first step to ensure compensation for the victims. There is also an extensive action plan in favor of Ukraine in order to strengthen the resilience of Ukrainian public institutions, to enhance democratic governance and the rule of law, and to protect the fundamental rights of citizens. One important issue in this context is the importance of the rights of children in the current conflict. The third point, I would like to refer to the summit of heads of states and governments which took place in Reykjavik. Unlike the European Union, the Council of Europe does not organize summits very often. This was the fourth one in nearly 75 years of existence. And it is the war of aggression of Russia that prompted heads of states and governments to meet in Reykjavik and to stand up for Ukraine and to stand up united around the values of the organization. To reply to your question, let me quote very briefly one part of what the heads of states and governments said. And I'm quoting, "Our European democracies are not established once for all. We need to strive to uphold them each and every day, continuously in all parts of our continent. The Council of Europe remains the guiding light that assists us in fostering greater unity among us for the purpose of safeguarding and realizing these ideals and principles which are our common heritage. They also, the heads of state and government, adopt the Reykjavik principles for democracy, which will serve as guidelines for all our member states. The fourth point would be that democracy, human rights, and rule of law are at the heart of any activity undertaken within the Council of Europe. In particular, the European Convention on Human Rights, which is ratified by all our member states, and to which the Russian Federation is no longer a state party. And of course, the European Court of Human Rights based in Strasbourg. But also the Parliamentary Assembly, the Commissioner for Human Rights, the Venice Commission on Democracy through Law, Greco, our anti-corruption monitoring body, and many others, including, for example, the Congress on Local and Regional Authorities. We are also strengthening our engagement with the civil society and with journalists as pressure on them grows in a number of European countries. You also asked about, and that's my fifth point, standard setting activities. The heads of states and governments decided that the Council of Europe would prioritize a couple of activities in order to draft legal instruments as a response to current challenges. And they mentioned in particular two important fields, artificial intelligence and environment, as key priorities for the organization. And this illustrates how the Council of Europe does and will continue to protect human rights and develops new standards. So to sum up my reply, you ask me whether the Council of Europe can still secure human rights and standard setting. My reply is yes, the Council of Europe can.
Thank you very much. And yes, indeed, well, democracy demands an everyday work. This is what we are repeating every time when we are talking about the Council of Europe and also Latvian presidency, of course. Yes. Now, my question goes to Madam President Vīķe Freiberga. Let's move back to the question of the reform opportunities and possibilities at the United Nations Security Council. We can see also some questions here from our online participants, well, about the UN Charter, whether it still has teeth, and whether the Security Council is an artifact of the Second World War. Serving as a Kofi Annan special envoy on UN reform, you have been very closely related to that process. But if you look back at 2005, and now we are in 2023, actually what we can observe, we are juggling with the same reform proposals, slightly amended or changed, but still the same. How would you compare those times and what we are talking about today? I will ask almost the same question as to Richard. Do you see the light in the end of this tunnel? Are there future for UN reforms?
Madam Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to be honest about answering you. But my optimism is not nearly as acute as my friend Maria Fernandez or my fellow panelists. Looking at what is happening in the world today, I do feel rather discouraged about the ability of the United Nations to answer to all the hopes and expectations and duties that have been entrusted to it by all the countries that belong to it. May I just, in a brief way, outline the parts of its existence and its structure that have a positive side, in fact, that are irreplaceable. If we didn't have the United Nations, we surely would have to create them. They were born after the horrors of the Second World War and after the failure, or the abysmal failure, of the League of Nations to prevent the happening of the Second World War. And one of the first tasks it had was to somehow establish some sort of peace that would, at least at the global level, keep conflicts, if you like, to the smallest possible size. In other words, if the Second World War had covered large parts of the globe in military activities, the hope was if their conflicts, and there were conflicts, of course, in that following ensuing decades, that they should not spread worldwide. That was one thing. One of the irreplaceable aspects was that every country in the world that at the time exists and is a sovereign nation has a place at the General Assembly. And that means that every nation that is represented has its existence and its rights to exist as a nation affirmed by the very fact of its flag flying on the flagpoles that are in front of the UN building in New York. But you see, right from the beginning of its creation, I, as a child of political refugees who fled the Soviet occupation and indeed annexation of Latvia, which lasted for much of my personal lifetime, periodically, when as a Canadian citizen I would go to, on various reasons, go to New York, looking at those flagpoles, I said to myself that the United Nations represent the lucky nations that are part of it and that at least have a voice and whose existence is recognized and accepted by the rest of the world. But my native country is not there. And we would not have this Riga Conference if things had continued as they were at that time. There would be no free Latvia. And there would be certainly no opportunity for a place like Latvia to organize such a conference. And when I, still as a Canadian citizen, saw the Latvian flag and the Estonian and the Lithuanian one being raised in front of the United Nations, I felt that we had finally been vindicated, that our people and all what they had experienced in the Second World War and in the aftermath were finally vindicated and accepted as nations and the right to exist as nations. And only nations that have had that right taken away from them or have not yet managed to acquire it can understand how truly, truly important that is. And that is, of course, this is why I think Latvia still very strongly supports trying to save what is possible to save from the functioning of the United Nations and is putting forth its candidacy to the Security Council for all the things that, in fact, I certainly personally can, as a citizen, have to say against it. The second part that is irreplaceable are the subsidiary bodies that were created. The arms of activity that are under the UN sort of oversee, there's really not a question of oversight, simply created as subsidiary bodies. And that's the World Health Organization, that is UNESCO, and that is the bodies that, UNRWA, for instance. I, as a child, probably survived because in our refugee camps in Germany, where the Latvian, all the Eastern European refugees who had fled the communist regimes, and in our case, the annexation of our country, they were put in camps and put under the care of the IRO ultimately, but first by the UNRWA, the United Nations Refugee Relief, I think, Association. we were fed by them, in my case, from 1945 to 1949. I still have a horror of oat porridge because of the hideous porridge that we were fed. But the point is, it kept me alive, and we did get other food. We got rations and so many calories a day and whatnot. And we know that today, this very moment, there is a discussion going on about UNRWA and what it does or has not done for the Palestinian refugees. But I, as a former child refugee, I can tell you that having even a horrible porridge and not having anything at all, it can be a life and death matter. The existence of such bodies cannot be overestimated. It is truly, truly crucial. The representativity and the means of action of the United Nations, of course, this is where I think it starts breaking down. Even these subsidiary bodies, for instance, the World Health Organization and the tools it had at its disposal when COVID broke out, it didn't really have sufficient tools and mechanisms, and the United Nations didn't have the means to react as expected, desired, and wished for. There are difficulties in implementing it. But do you know where the difficulties come from? They do not come from the, from the stars and from the moon. They come from the member states who belong to the United Nations. And the United Nations is an assembly of humanity in all its diversity. In the diversity of its passions, its hatreds, its convictions, its faults, its sins, its criminal activities, you name it. Nothing that is foreign to human nature is foreign to the United Nations, because it has nations that represent individuals, human beings in them, and the quality of the level of civilization and the quality of the level of consciousness of the citizens of these countries. We talk frequently about the level of democracy, of the respect for human rights and so on, but in many ways it is the quality of the individuals. Are they good people or are they terrorists? Are they ready to build or are they only willing to destroy? Do they enjoy life or do they enjoy killing and inflicting pain? And it's the human beings that make up these nations that create the results that we have. And so that when we look at what is happening in the world, I think we have to think of it. We can point our finger at institutions like the United Nations and say they should have saved us. And where are they? And what have they done? I was watching on the internet a direct feed from the Security Council a few days ago. And my friend Antonio Guterres is a former colleague at the Club de Madrid, as a former president of the country. Mr. Guterres was being attacked by the ambassador of Russia, by the ambassador of Israel, several other representatives on the council. Israel was asking for him to apologize for something he had said. Somebody else was saying that he was useless and couldn't do anything and had not acted properly. But if you look at the Charter of the United Nations, the Secretary General represents the nations and can do, like Kofi Annan, with whom I had the privilege of working, both during and after his terms at the United Nations, can do a great deal, but only so far as the member states are willing to go along. And what we have right now, yes, it's a failure of the fatal flaw built into the United Nations, which gave veto rights to 5 countries of those who were on the winning side in the Second World War. This is obsolete, this is illogical, this is unjust, it is an anachronism, it is persisting and blocking the Council from having any kind of ability to change the world truly in a significant way, only by some declarations that, of course, have their value. But in terms of intervention, frankly, it is a paralyzing institution. And for that reason, we see today a member of those Security Council 5 privileged nations with the veto power actually attacking a neighboring country and denying its right to existence, wishing to tear its flag, Ukraine, down from those masts in front of the building in the United Nations, saying you do not exist as a nation, you do not have a historical right to exist, you do not have a language, you don't have a culture. It's the sort of thing that colonizers and oppressors have said over centuries. My ancestors were also told this by the Crusaders when they came and invaded my country, and that's way back in the Middle Ages. This is a denial of what the United Nations stand for, but a nation is actually a sovereign nation which has signed treaties with other nations. And when the highest ranking member among the United Nations is this 5 country representatives, the permanent members that have a right of veto, when they blatantly do everything against every single principle that the United Nations has ever promulgated and that has entered into the annals and of history as documents about civil rights, about what it means to be human, about responsibility to act, responsibility to protect, all sorts of principles which we could enumerate and say, yes, these are achievements for humanity and for a progress, steps forward in the evolution of humanity. But when it comes to the execution and the blatant disregard, but worse than that, the denial of what was doing and what is happening on the ground, what we now today with the modern social media and the internet, we can see with our own eyes what is happening, and we are being, this United Nations is as a platform for nations to express their points of view, is a place where blatant lies can be promulgated and have to be tolerated. And this is intolerable. And I think that there is something that is so intolerable about the situation where we have come to, that something will have to give. And I wish I had the magic key and answer or even a suggestion to give you. But frankly, all of humanity will have to solve this problem. And I didn't say a word about the reforms that we had in mind way back when Kofi Annan was Secretary General. The reforms were blocked by those countries that were profiting from the situation such as it was, even if it was illogical, unjustifiable, but it was in their interest. People will have to wake up before and nations will have to wake up before we can achieve anything. And if we cannot get the whole world to agree on everything, then of course coalitions, such as at the time of the reforms. There were countries supporting reforms and countries against them. And then politics, diplomacy, and so on. And civil society, let's not forget, civil society in every country, not just political parties, not just elected officials, but civil society in each country that express their views to their representatives and so on. There's always hope, but I'm not sanguine. So let's, I don't know, light a candle or say a prayer. Something like that.
Thank you, Madam President. And I think that you answered in your intervention actually a question from our online audience. There's a question, what are the signs of failure and success of the UN. I think you covered both of them. So I think it's high time to open up the floor for questions. So please indicate your name and also actually, well, yes, I see the gentleman over there.
Thank you. Grigoris Krupnikovs. I think that in almost 80 years of the United Nations, there is one successful example of the reform of the Security Council when Taiwan was replaced by China in the 70s. As far as I understand from Ukrainian government interventions now, Russian Federation did not fully legally succeed the Soviet Union in the Security Council and the United Nations. Is there an opening which can be used purely legally? At the end of the day, Al Capone was got on tax evasion, not on murder. Thank you.
So, who would like to answer this question about...
Well, I would say immediately that it's logically, yes. Russia is not synonymous with the Soviet Union, and it should never have been automatically accepted as a veto-bearing power, frankly.
Richard, your opinion?
So I hate to say it, that although morally I think you are right, smarter people than me who have looked through the process of the dissolution of the USSR have concluded that actually Russia's claim to be the continuing state is relatively strong. And I do not think that this proposal, while it's very powerful and is a very powerful tool for the Ukrainians in New York, is likely to succeed, which is a great shame, but is the reality as I understand it.
All right, thank you very much. Other questions from the audience? So we have a question here from the online audience. Well, an interesting one. There used to be discussion of a two-speed Europe. Can there be a two-speed United Nations?
Slow and not moving at all.
Madame Espinosa?
There are numerous United Nations. When the question the simple question of doing an audit of ongoing projects run by the United Nations and seeing whether their mandate had been fulfilled, such as voted by the General Assembly, how long had they lasted, how much had they cost, and what were the results, and had they accomplished what they were meant to do, or were they still in the process, and simply do an audit, an evaluation. The screams we heard of protest from those countries that had very profitable projects going on and on and on and on, turning around year from year, getting a budget and so on, and happily ready to go on ad vitam aeternam, and certainly not ready to have the thing examined and evaluated and so on. And when the European Union at some point, I think it was a diplomatic mistake, when they sort of announced as a group that they were for this kind of audit in ongoing projects, immediately a new group was created, a different group, 72 at first, and then later I think they rose to 120 or something like that. They just opposed an evaluation of ongoing projects. And several thousand had managed to be evaluated, and a huge number of them were discovered to be obsolete and not truly doing their job. But these are movable sands. This is not cast in stone. I think this is the only hope for humanity, that these groupings, these regroupings of interest, I mean, like the Iron Curtain was cast in blood and in fierce power. But these other groupings, so long as they're moving and they keep changing these alliances, that's a normal thing to happen. But if Europe were to enshrine the big guys who count and the little guys who don't count, well, we, as among the little guys, obviously we're not going to be happy about it.
Thank you. We will take one more question from the online audience. Does the UN Charter still have teeth? And the question about, well, let's compare the League of Nations and the United Nations. Is it League of Nations, well, like second version? I know that Richard wants to answer this question, but maybe somebody else from the panel, then we will ask this question again. Yes.
Well,
or yes.
No, I was going to say that the UN Charter in many ways continues to be extremely relevant. The principles that are enshrined in the Charter are still valid today. And the Charter has two interesting features. On one hand, it is a treaty. It is a treaty that gives rights and obligations to the contracting parties, which are member states. When the Charter was signed, only 51 countries signed, and today we have a community of 193, including Latvia, that became a member when it acquired independence in 1991, for example. And of course, we have a different reality altogether. You know, we went from a post-war, post-Cold War scenario to a very, I would say, dynamic configuration of multipolarity with emerging powers. Multipolarity is more unpredictable, volatile, and I think that these new configurations of power need, in a way or another, but need to be reflected in the way we do multilateralism. And multilateralism is not only the UN, but in spite of that, I said it is both a treaty, but it's a sort of a world constitution that we have subscribed to. And in the principles of the UN Charter remain valid today to speak about sovereign equality of states, because all states should be equal under international law. The peaceful settlement of disputes is not that we are, complying with the principles, but the principles are out there. The non-interference on internal affairs, for example, the concept of collective security that is part of the Charter, the issue of disarmament, that's still one of the, I would say, the challenges that humanity faces, the human rights, because we tend to think that, the Charter is built in three pillars that are equally important: the peace and security pillar, the human rights pillar, and the development pillar that is so critical for the developing world, for example. The issue of the rule of law, good faith, and negotiations in good faith. All these principles are so valid and so important today as they were almost 80 years ago. It doesn't mean the UN is a human creation. It doesn't mean that, the Charter is untouchable, that, the realities are different, the geopolitical and geoeconomic scenarios are different, the needs of humanity and the challenges are different. There is no climate change in the UN Charter of 80 years ago, for example. There is no new technologies and artificial intelligence in the Charter. There are no pandemics in the Charter. So I think that we shouldn't be afraid of saying, perhaps we should, revisit the Charter. And that there is I've never seen, a very vibrant civil society working on a potential application and use of Article 109, which calls for a review conference of the Charter. I'm saying, why not, if humanity, the world, societies, and governments are ready to build a system that is more fit for purpose. And again here, the caveat is we should not only wait to call for Article 109 and build a new Charter. we can also, the two-speed thing, you know, we can reform and improve the way the UN delivers. The UN, the way the work of the UN is more accountable. There is more ownership on the decisions we make. When I was president of the General Assembly, we approved 380 plus resolutions in 1 year. And if you ask me where, you know, the resolutions were implemented, did they improve the lives of people on the ground? We don't know. And I think this issue of looking at the implementation deficit of actions and decisions of the UN, the issue of social ownership and greater literacy on multilateralism to the people, that the voters of the world, is extremely needed. When we prepare for the Summit of the Future in 2024 and look at the reform containing the Our Common Agenda report of the Secretary General, these are very interesting raw material where we need to be strategic and establish priorities and look at the speeds and how profound reforms have to be. But I think that there is an ongoing conversation that is interesting, that has to reach societies, not only governments, and that we need to unpack this complexity and really commit, because if we improve the organization that was established 80 years ago, it is a responsibility of all of us, of humanity. You know, it's our organization. My response to when people criticize the UN for not doing, I tell them, the UN is not a robot, a self-operating machine. We are the UN in a way, and that's why we are here.
Yes, but the only trick to amend the charter is to get 2/3 majority, then the ratification by 2/3 majority, including
the five.
Yes, the P5.
Including the non-veto of the five.
Yes,
it's not an easy task.
Yes, Richard?
I just quickly wanted to respond to the second half of the question. Is this the League of Nations 2.0? I think this is a really interesting fundamental point. In the 1930s, the revisionist powers, Italy, Germany, Japan, and eventually the USSR, walked out of the League of Nations or took actions that resulted in their expulsion. The powers that wanted to change the system walked out of the multilateral body. Today, we have two major revisionist powers. Russia is sticking in the system, and China is trying to take over the system. China has invested a huge amount in the UN over the last 10 or 15 years, and it really is, in some areas, starting to challenge the US as a peer competitor, as a leader of the UN. So this is a fundamentally different situation to the 1930s. We have a revisionist power that is trying to take the existing world order and reshape it in its own image, rather than walking away from it. And that actually is why, however irritating the UN is, and believe me, I work on it, I get very irritated, we have to be in the room. Because if we're not in the room, if we're not in the Security Council, if we're not in all these tedious development committees, who is going to be setting the agenda? It will be Beijing and its sidekick, Russia. So that is why countries like Latvia have to step up and they have to be in the UN system, because otherwise our opponents geopolitically are going to be writing the rules of the international game. And in the end of the day, if you don't turn up, you don't win the game.
Thank you, Richard. We'll quote you in our campaign. Yes, please.
Yeah, if I may, seen from the Council of Europe as a regional organization that has links with the UN in its functional operation, I think the principles, the values, which are enshrined in both the Charter and the Statute of the Council of Europe are still valid today and are still the basis of our action. Obviously, there are new challenges that could be tackled by adding new human rights, by working on new challenges, but the basic principles remain. And I want to insist that in its everyday work, the Council of Europe pays great attention to what the UN is doing, and there are many examples of working together on issues. I'd just like to mention the Sustainable Development Goals, which are taken into consideration in our work, and the Council of Europe is contributing to the implementation of these goals.
Thank you very much. And yes, unfortunately, our time is over in this panel discussion. By paraphrasing the former UN Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld, we tried to answer whether UN is capable of, saving us from hell, as he said it. I'm not sure if we are ending this conference on a very happy note, but on the other hand, of course, there's nothing better than an unabstracted and objective view on the reality. So thank you very much for this very timely and very interesting discussion, and let's thank the distinguished panelists for this evening. Thank you.
I'm so glad you could make it. It was such a nice secretary.
Thank you.
Can we take a picture together?
Thank you, you everybody. Thank you, distinguished panelists. And let me steal some of the minutes from your attention. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, and all the excellent people you are here in this room. My name is Dagnija Lejiņa, and I'm the chairwoman of Latvian Transatlantic Organization, and I want to express thank you for all of you spending these last days together with us in Riga Conference 2023. Just to put the things into perspective of the impact of this event, I would like to mention some figures. We have had more than 600 participants here registered on site in this Latvian National Library from 50 countries. More than 100 journalists who have worked very hard, as the team members reported me, more than 100 interviews being made here in this conference. The conference live stream has been watched 40,000 times from viewers from 70 countries. And the hashtag Riga Conference online has reached 1.5 million. So these are very impressive numbers. It's very important. But honestly, when we at LATO has started organizing LATO Riga Conference some 20 years ago, I was sure that Fukuyama's prediction about the end of history will render this event into something where the most important agenda points are wine and dine.
Unfortunately, this is not the case, and this is what we witnessed today, that history, that security is back on the agenda. Samuel Huntington, 30 years ago, he said, and you know this quote, that the clash of civilizations will be the primary source of conflicts in the post-Cold world. And this is what we are witnessing right now, when apparently history again has gone mad, with few choices, all bad. Thus, there's no time for timeouts. The wars in Ukraine and Israel are the attacks on all of us here, on our democracies, rights, and freedoms. We should be more united than ever. This probably has been the main message that I have heard during these days. Therefore, I believe that Rīga Conference is a very important platform, very important meeting place where we can discuss these urgent challenges that are waiting our responses now. And let me tell you that the absence of decisions are actions too. So we must show our readiness to defend each other now. I hope that you all will bring this message to your colleagues, that you will extend these conversations during your kitchen talks with your families, with your friends, that you all will be open to journalists' questions in the mass media, that you will explain these messages and you will be active in social media. Because as we heard these days a lot, winning people's minds and hearts is as important as battles on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also use this opportunity and say thank you to the task force of Latvian Transatlantic Organization, Sigita, Inga, Sandra, Henrik, Viesturs, and the big brigade of the volunteers who have made this event possible and who have made your experience here as positive as possible. Big applause to all of them. I think they deserve this. Thank you all, also our strategic partners and co-organizers of LATO Rīga Conference, the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Latvia, our supporters, NATO Public Diplomacy Division, the European Commission representation in Latvia, and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and of course many others, embassies, international organizations, and private sector partners and media. Next year, 2024, NATO will be at 75. We will also celebrate 20 years of Baltic membership in NATO. Just think, what a great momentum to celebrate peace and prosperity, Europe whole and free. Conversely, the world is a mess. Democracies are under attack. But we all should be bold, strong, and prepared, quoting Latvian President Edgars Rinkēvičs. United, we all should stand in this war, the West versus the rest. Thank you all. I wish you good health, courage, optimism, and looking forward with bright eyes for the better future. And see you all next year here in Rīga Conference 2024, the third weekend of October. Thank you very much.